Chapter 101, Mayran's Strength. Chapter 101. Mayran's Strength. Kirian found the young man possessed by the black mass that radiated immense hostility. The young man's body trembled slightly, but his eyes were completely empty. Kiri took a deep breath. Mayran followed his gaze and understood immediately. I will take care of the monkey and the city. Kirian listened and nodded. All right, drop me close to him. She stared at him for a few seconds, evaluating Kirian's firmness. Then she nodded. Fine. The eagle then dove, cutting through the air. When they were close to the ground, Kirian leapt. His boots struck the ground against the broken stones of the street. Dust rose. Mayran did not stop. She dashed like a green flash toward the city center, where the beasts were slaughtering everyone. Kirian raised his eyes. In front of him, the young man remained standing. The black mist rose like a living shadow, suffocating and oppressive. The surrounding silence was almost unreal, even with the roars of beasts echoing in the distance. Kirian clenched his fists, his eyes glowing green. So, he began to walk. He was not yet at the distance from which the book had flown last time. Kirian felt no fear and advanced calmly toward the young man. Mayran's eagle cut through the skies in a sweeping flight. The wind roared, mingling with echoes of screams and the shrieks of beasts that devoured the city below. Closer to the center, the chaos was greater. Walls collapsed, streets cracked, and blood spread across the ground in red. At the heart of the destruction, the colossal monkey rose like a living mountain. The beast's broad arms smashed entire structures with a single strike. The roar of the animal burst like thunder, heard throughout the city. It shook the hearts of cultivators who still resisted. Mayran did not hesitate. Her eyes narrowed, and her hand rested on the hilt of her sword. Her chi exploded like a silent wind, descending upon the city in waves. The beasts of the chi accumulation and chi liberation realms felt it immediately. Some froze, others fled far away, their survival instincts screaming before the oppressive pressure of the Elder's cultivation. The monkey, however, rose even higher. Its massive body cast a shadow over an entire area. It struck its chest with a fist, and the roar it unleashed shattered windows. Mayran unsheathed her sword. An arc of green light flashed in the air. Mayran's body vanished. In an instant, 7 flashes cut through space, 7 visible leaves of chi tearing the air. The monkey tried to react, but it was too late. The first 6 strikes hit its arms and legs, each blow precise and deep. The 7th came at the heel, cutting through the beast's thick tendon. The titan monkey toppled. The ground shook as if a small earthquake had struck the city. Buildings collapsed, and dust rose in columns. The roar of pain echoed, drowning out all other sounds for a moment. Mayran did not stop. She unsheathed the first sword and drew the second, now with a blade in each hand. Her gaze was cold and serene, as if the scene before her were just another battle among the many in her life. A sigh escaped her lips. Then she advanced. One slash opened the monkey's throat. Another pierced its chest. The sword traced the air in fluid, fast, precise movements. Blood gushed in torrents, staining the ground, the walls, and the rubble. Within moments, the monkey's body was lifeless, collapsing motionless. Silence lasted for a heartbeat before new roars echoed around. Mayran spun, the swords gleaming in her hands, and then dashed. Her speed was terrifying. With each step, she crossed several meters. With each step, her body vanished and reappeared further ahead. Beasts of the chi liberation realm that appeared in her path were sliced into pieces before they even realized they had been attacked. It was like child's play for Mayran. The city in chaos began to breathe again. Each roar that fell silent, each beast shredded, reignited hope in the eyes of the local cultivators. Mayran seemed like a living storm of wind and sword, clearing everything in her path, showing the strength of an elder of the sect. Meanwhile, Kirian continued his path. With each step, the air grew heavier. The black mass stirred, sensing his presence, as if it recognized his approach. The hostility seemed to surge in waves, pressing against Kirian's mind as though invisible hands tried to crush his consciousness. Kirian gritted his teeth, sweat trickling down his forehead. This is stronger than what was inside Luz, Kirian thought, his eyes glowing. His body was enveloped by sword intent. Then, the pressure seemed to ease by many levels, and he continued forward. His green gaze shone with growing clarity. And then, deep within his mind, something awoke. The book. Without Kirian calling it, the completely blank tome reacted. It vibrated in his mind of its own accord. A white flash appeared before him, bursting from his forehead. The book floated in the air, its pages flipping with a dry sound. The energy that emanated from it was pure and unknown. The black mist reacted instantly. The sound that echoed was not physical, but like a mental scream, desperate, as though the essence of that black mass was being torn apart. Kirian frowned, realizing that this black mass felt different. The other one had simply fled and died without making a sound. This one seemed to scream within his mind. The possessed young man convulsed, his empty eyes twitching. He tried to retreat, but it was useless. The book's power dragged him back, as if invisible chains bound him. The fog dissolved into particles, reduced to ashes carried away by the wind. Kirian exhaled deeply. What he had imagined truly happened again. The black mass of palpable hostility vanished into dust, sucked away by the energy of the book. The young man's body collapsed to the ground, inert, as if all his strength had been drained. Kirian remained silent, staring at the book that still floated before him. Then the book closed its pages slowly and vanished in a flash, returning inside his mind. Kirian clenched his fists, breathing deeply. His eyes fell upon the unconscious young man's body. He crouched, lifted the young man onto his shoulders, and laid him beside the broken stones of the street. Kirian then touched the young man's neck. He was alive, his body cold, his breathing slow, but little by little it seemed to return to normal. Kirian figured it would take some time, but when the young man finally woke, there would be answers to obtain. Chapter 102, Damaged Soul. Chapter 102, Damaged Soul. The city seemed to have plunged into silence for an instant, only the sound of the desperate breathing of the survivors echoing among the broken streets. But soon the gazes rose. In the center of the destruction, a woman in dark green robes was cutting the beasts into pieces. Her sword traced the air in fluid movements like the wind, sharp, each strike lethal and precise. The beasts that minutes before had crushed the wall and cultivators were now being slaughtered as if they were mere insects. The sharp green chi flowed around her like living wind, her presence dominating the entire city. She? A cultivator shouted, eyes wide. Everyone looked again at her robes, recognizing the sex emblem on her chest. The heart of all seemed to gain new breath. Her cultivation, it must be in the core formation realm. Another whispered, feeling the invisible pressure spreading across the battlefield. Then we are safe. Relief swept through the crowd. The cultivators who still resisted steadied themselves once more, attacking the smaller beasts with renewed hope. Myran, however, did not look at them. Her expression was cold, without emotion. The gleam of her swords continued, only tearing apart the beasts, blood staining the air, the ground, and the rubble. Yet did not even touch her clothes. Nothing could stop her. For many watching, she was their salvation. But for the beasts, a nightmare. Meanwhile, not far from there, Kirian stood before the unconscious body of the young man who had once carried the black mass. He breathed deeply, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. The silence did not last long. Suddenly, a roar echoed behind Kirian, and then another and another. Kirian raised his eyes, furrowing his brows. With the end of the black mass of hostility, the chaos had grown larger. The beasts were running everywhere without aim. The beasts that before had focused only on one point were now spreading to all sides, free, wild, and attacking anything, including in the direction where Kirian stood. He sighed. Kirian said to himself in his mind. Two beasts appeared, running down the shattered street, each enormous, the size of half a small house. The pressure they emanated was oppressive, both with strength at the early stage of the Chi liberation realm. Their eyes burned with fury. With roars, both opened their mouths, spitting blasts of energy that flew straight at Kyrian, destroying stone in their path. Kyrian merely blinked. His eyes glowed with an intense green. A great amount of chi exploded from his dantian, condensing a visible slash before him of pure sword intent. The air was torn. The attack of the two beasts was cut apart, dissolving into the air. The slash continued its path without losing strength, slicing the bodies of the beasts in half in a single movement. The green blade did not stop. It passed through the creatures and struck a house in the distance, which was already destroyed, collapsing into ruins. Kyrian breathed, his eyes still glowing faintly. Definitely, he looked at the beasts fallen on the ground. For defense, there is no doubt. Then a smile escaped his lips, a bit bitter. And finally, the blood eyes, these are the most flexible. Situational. Kyrian clenched his fists, reflecting on himself. But before he could delve deeper, he heard soft footsteps approaching. Kyrian turned his head. A figure walked in his direction, passing through the blood of the dead beasts without caring. It was Mayran. She approached unhurriedly, sheathing her swords. Her gaze first fell upon the fallen, motionless youth, and then upon Kyrian. I have already dealt with the most powerful beasts. Her voice came, firm and serene. Kyrian only nodded, keeping silent. Mayran looked again at the youth fallen on the ground. She asked. Kyrian gave a brief nod. She thought for a moment, evaluating, and then spoke. All right, everything is done here. Kyrian did not argue. He would have done that anyway. So he slid his arm beneath the youth's body, lifting him effortlessly, and carried him to the spot where the eagle already circled down from the skies. A whistle from Mayran was enough for the beast to descend, beating its heavy wings before landing. Kyrian placed the youth on the eagle's back. Then he climbed up himself. Mayran did the same. When the eagle rose into the skies again, the eyes of the city lifted to follow them. Shouted one of the local cultivators while kneeling on the bloodstained ground. Others also bowed in Mayran's direction, even without words. They knew if that woman in green robes whose name they did not even know had not appeared, they would all be dead. Their battle was not yet over. Many smaller beasts still roamed the streets. But now there was hope. The weight of the fiercest beasts had already been lifted from their shoulders. In the Verdant Sword sect, Wu Jian had already returned, bringing with him the unconscious body of Long Shui. Now, in the interior of the sect's central area, a group of figures gathered in a lit room. On the bed, Long Shui remained motionless, her face pale, her hair scattered over the pillow. Beside her, sitting on a low stool, was one of the sect elders, his eyes half closed as his hand rested on her wrist. The sect leader, Feng Yuan, watched in silence. His expression was grave, his arms crossed behind his back. Two other elders were present, exchanging serious looks. For long minutes, only the sound of the wind outside filled the room. At last, the elder examining Long Shui sighed, slowly withdrawing his hand. Her body, he began speaking quietly. He then looked at Feng Yuan, hesitating before continuing. The sect leader slightly furrowed his brows. The elder drew a deep breath. But the instant the words left the elder's mouth, a heavy silence fell over the room. Chapter 103. Connection to the Blank Book. Chapter 103. Connection to the blank book. The silence in the room lasted several seconds. Feng Yuan narrowed his eyes. His expression hardened. The words were heavy, filled with bitter understanding. The other elders also exchanged glances, worried. One of them, unable to contain his anxiety, asked. The elder beside the bed shook his head, his voice low but firm. Without a soul, treasure. The room fell silent once again, each one absorbing the weight of those words. The glow of the lamp danced across the serene yet fragile face of Long Shui. Feng Yuan closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them again. Indeed, it will be complicated. His voice carried grave weight. These treasures only appear in the domains of greater forces and absurdly far from us. To find even one would be... At that instant, the door of the room opened. Mei Ran entered first. Behind her, Kirian appeared, carrying the unconscious young man on his shoulders. All eyes immediately turned to them. Feng Yuan straightened his posture as he asked. Mei Ran stopped in the center of the room, her voice firm and direct. When we arrived there, the city was in ruins. Beasts filled the streets, and a giant ape from the core formation realm led the massacre. She continued speaking, but her eyes shifted, pointing toward the young man that Kirian placed on the ground without much care. But the root of the chaos truly came from him. This boy was possessed by a strange black mass. The elders exchanged glances immediately, the air growing heavier. One of them stepped forward, his expression a little intrigued. If he was the one who caused this, perhaps he has a way to heal as well. Kirian slightly raised his head upon hearing that, but remained silent, not being familiar with the matter. Feng Yuan, however, only shook his head. Do not have hopes. This young man is only at the beginning of the Qi liberation realm. His voice came sharp, causing the elder's hope to cease. He drew a deep breath, observing the unconscious boy. We will interrogate him for certain about absolutely everything up to this point, but do not expect miracles. Silence returned to dominate the room. Kirian remained still, looking at the ground for a few seconds. Then he finally spoke, his voice calm. Feng Yuan lifted his eyes slightly in Kirian's direction. He noticed for an instant something strange. Kirian's expression, usually as impassive as always, had suddenly changed slightly, as if he had remembered something or felt a concern. The sect leader kept his gaze fixed on him for a few seconds, but did not ask. He merely nodded, thinking to himself that he would question him later. Kirian walked through the silent corridors of the sect, the sun already setting at that moment, an orange light falling over the sect's green roofs. Everything seemed fine, but Kirian's mind was not calm. Inside it, thoughts spun at a frightening speed, because in that instant, simply out of nowhere, he had felt something. A faint connection had arisen in his mind, something he immediately recognized. It was the blank book. His heart beat a little faster. He tried to connect, closing his eyes for a moment as he walked. And then it happened. From the depths of his mind, a translucent energy began to emerge. A gentle wave, cold but comforting. At the same instant, Kirian felt it. A chill in his mind, refreshing, light, a momentary clarity. It was a new sensation, something he had never experienced before. It was extremely good. His breathing calmed. That energy coursed through his mind as if it washed away invisible impurities, clearing every thought, every detail of his consciousness. The sensation lasted a full minute, until suddenly it disappeared. The connection with the book vanished as abruptly as it had appeared. Kirian opened his eyes, standing still in the middle of the path. The silence of the way enveloped him once more, but he knew. Something had changed. He furrowed his brow, taking a deep breath. Suddenly, he realized. The limit of his eyes seemed to have lessened. Before, he judged that he would need 18 to 20 days to finally return to absorbing the spiritual stones in his eyes. But now, he knew with certainty that, at most, now only 7 days remained, a week for the limit to disappear. His eyes widened for an instant. It was a tremendous change. He quickened his steps, nearly running along the path until he reached the place where his courtyard and the other core disciples' courtyards were located. As he passed by the hall, he saw Yinyu seated, cultivating peacefully, the fox still asleep in her lap. The smooth flow of qi blended into the environment. Kirian did not stop. He merely observed for a moment, then continued to his room and closed the door behind him. He sat cross-legged in the center of the room, closing his eyes, trying to connect with the book again. But nothing. Only the void answered him. He clenched his teeth, his hands closing into fists. He had truly thought he would discover something today. Seriously? Kirian murmured softly. His mind began to spin in thought. The only change, the only thing that could have caused this reaction, was today's battle. The book had destroyed the black mass of hostility. That oppressive, suffocating energy. And after that, it had shared something with him. A strange energy unknown to him. Something that cleared his mind and made the limit of his eyes, which had never changed, decrease. Kirian could not conclude what this energy was, but he thought that the book had most certainly absorbed it from the darkness that came from that young man. He drew a deep breath. I need to ask Feng Yuan. He closed his eyes again, trying to force contact once more. But the inner silence was the only answer he received. He relaxed slowly, but even though he could not connect with the book, something inside him had truly changed. His mind seemed clearer, and even his eyes sharper. No, the information his eyes sent him seemed to be absorbed more easily into his brain. It was truly strange. He did not yet understand what it meant, but he knew with absolute certainty. That book was not only a weapon against the Black Mass, but something much greater of which he had no idea, but which was slowly revealing its true nature. Chapter 104. Di Fei. Chapter 104. Di Fei. The room of Kirian was silent. He remained in silence, eyes closed, breathing slowly, as if still seeking connection with that blank book that had changed his mind. The clear and cold sensation he had experienced hours ago had already disappeared, but the memory of it still pulsed in his mind vividly. Suddenly, Kirian heard 3 dry knocks echoing on the door outside the courtyard. He opened his eyes slowly, frowning. Kirian left his room, turned his face slightly, observing the room next door through the open partition. Yinyu was still seated in cultivation position, cultivating in complete silence and focus. Her body emanated a soft and cutting, yet stable, pressure. She was completely concentrated, as if she had forgotten the outside world. On her lap, the small white fox slept deeply, curled up like a ball of snow. Its breathing was calm and steady, with no sign of waking anytime soon. Kirian noticed the changes in the little one. Her strength was growing day by day, and when she finally awoke, the strength of the small fox would increase many times. Kirian then forgot about the two for now and walked toward the door. Before he even reached it, a female voice came from outside. Kirian. It was Mei Ran. Kirian's expression changed immediately. The young man awakened. He did not waste time. He opened the door, finding Mei Ran standing before him. Her gaze was firm, but there was some urgency in her voice. Without exchanging more words, the two quickly went together toward the hall. The path was silent, only lit by the few lanterns of the night. The green rooftops of the buildings below reflected the amber tone of the flame, and shadows danced across the ground as they passed. Despite the tranquility of the sect, Kirian felt some expectations. The young man waking up at this moment was good. Perhaps he would understand something about the Black Mass. Soon, they arrived at the great hall of the sect. The heavy wooden doors were already open, revealing the path and the environment illuminated by dozens of green lamps. In the center of the room, on a simple chair, was the young man Kirian had brought. He seemed fragile, pale face, dry lips, and body trembling slightly as if struggling against an invisible cold. His eyes wandered confused and full of fear, but without any trace of the black mist that had once possessed him. 2 elders stood on each side, observing his every move. The pressure they emanated was suffocating, like blades ready to cut at the slightest act of hostility. When Kirian entered, all eyes turned to him. Feng Yuan raised his face from where he was seated at the front. His voice resounded calm. "Good, you arrived," said Feng Yuan. The words made the young man on the chair lift his eyes for the first time in Kirian's direction. He blinked, surprised, as if he did not remember Kirian's appearance, nor how he had ended up there. For him, everyone around exuded such a frightening pressure that it seemed impossible to breathe. Feng Yuan crossed his hands behind his back and began the interrogation. First, the young man on the chair hesitated, his voice faltered. "And my name is Di Fei." As soon as the young man pronounced the name of the sect, Kirian noticed, in a glance, the young man's fists clenched slightly, unconsciously. Di Fei then raised his head, confused. "Where am I? Why?" Feng Yuan did not change his expression. but his voice became colder. His presence suddenly increased, filling the air of the room. The young man turned pale, immediately lowering his head in terror. "And no, sir, I was only fleeing from a person. That was why I tried to leave the Scarlet Domain." Kyrian noticed it was clear that the young man now believed he was only being interrogated for having crossed the borders. Feng Yuan's gaze became even harsher. His voice echoed heavy. "You commanded a wave of beasts to invade and massacre an entire city, and you even gravely wounded a core disciple of my sect." The crushing pressure fell upon Di Fei. He began to sweat, his breath ragged. "Impossible. How could I could not do this even if I wanted to. My strength is too low." His words came out desperate. Then questions continued being asked. If anyone had given him orders, if he remembered anything about the Black Mass, if he had heard any voice. But the young man only shook his head, confused. He did not seem to be lying. Feng Yuan then changed the tone. At that instant, Kyrian noticed. The face of Di Fei darkened, and something emerged. A deep, terrible hostility, so dense, yet Kyrian could feel it completely. It was the same suffocating hostility he had felt when the little fox awakened for the first time. The young man's eyes trembled with hatred. Kyrian leaned forward slightly. Di Fei's voice faltered, but the fury in his eyes left no doubt. He used his influence for everything. The sect protected him, no matter what he did. Murders, thefts, humiliations. He continued, and then his voice trembled more. "He killed my sister." The room fell silent. Di Fei's eyes were red, filled with tears and hatred. The hostility inside him seemed to grow with each word. Kyrian could feel it as if it seeped into the air. Other questions came, but nothing changed. Di Fei did not remember anything about the Black Mass, nor did he have any clue that could help heal Long Shui. Feng Yuan closed his eyes for a moment and sighed. The leader's voice came firm. "Mei Ran, find a place for him to rest tonight." Mei Ran nodded, and the elders took Di Fei out. The room emptied slowly. Remaining are only Kyrian and Feng Yuan. The sect leader turned, observing him attentively. "So, how are you?" Kyrian did not reply immediately. He only stood still in silence. Feng Yuan suddenly asked. He did not lie. Kyrian replied, firm and with absolute certainty. Feng Yuan nodded slowly. Kyrian then sighed, raising his right hand. In its center, a subtle, almost invisible mark shone faintly. Feng Yuan furrowed his brows. Kyrian then explained. He told when he felt the strange call to choose the mission. Up to the moment, he faced the anomaly of the natural formation. Feng Yuan listened in silence, thoughtful. He murmured after reflecting, I have never heard of such a thing, so I cannot help. Feng Yuan completed. Kyrian nodded slightly, but did not stop. He then reported about the book, how he annihilated the black mist in the two situations where he encountered it. And then, in this last one, Kyrian told how the book transmitted to him that translucent energy. He explained how it made his mind clearer and drastically reduced the limit of his eyes. This time, Feng Yuan rose from his chair, his eyes more serious. Yes, it makes sense. Kyrian raised a brow. Feng Yuan nodded. The black mass you saw affected only the soul. What I believe happened with you was that your treasure must have absorbed part of that shadow and transformed it into energy to strengthen your soul. Strengthening the soul before entering the realm of spiritual awakening is practically impossible. The words were heavy. Kyrian reflected in silence, until he said, Feng Yuan narrowed his eyes. Kyrian thought for a moment, then nodded. The leader opened his hand, letting a pile of them fall. Kyrian immediately stored them in his ring with a small smile. Feng Yuan asked. Feng Yuan suffered slightly. I will call you in a few days. It's been a while since we last trained. I want to test your progress. I will also call Tian Hai. Kyrian nodded and then left the room. As he walked back, his mind started working quickly again. And it seems that if my soul becomes stronger, the limit of my eyes also decreases. The thoughts surged within him. Before, He imagined that the limit was due to his physique for still growing, and then for stabilizing the realm like all the other cultivators. But perhaps if his soul was strong enough, he could break through to the subsequent realms immediately. When he returned to the courtyard, Yinyu opened her eyes, coming out of her cultivation. She smiled softly. Kyrian only nodded. "I will rest for today." She did not insist. She only closed her eyes again. Kyrian just entered his room and fell asleep, leaving his thoughts aside for a moment. Chapter 105, Memories. Chapter 105. Memories. The silence of dawn still dominated the courtyard when Kyrian opened his eyes and woke up. The first light of day had barely touched the horizon, the sky still painted in dark gray, with a faint golden line emerging in the east. He rose, adjusted his clothes with simple movements, and stepped out of his room. The air was cold and damp, and the calm before sunrise gave the surroundings a strange tranquility. Outside, Yinyu remained seated, motionless like a statue. Her body was upright, eyes closed, and a gentle flow of qi circulated around her. Kyrian approached with silent steps. He stood before her for a few seconds, observing. Yinyu's face was serene, but something betrayed the opposite. Small dark circles, slightly irregular breathing, and a tired aura even while cultivating. Without changing his impassive expression, Kyrian lifted a finger and flicked her forehead. Yinyu's eyes opened immediately, her hand flying to her forehead in surprise. She blinked, looking around until she found Kyrian standing in front of her. She asked in confusion. Kyrian's voice came firm, without much emotion, but carrying a weight that could not be ignored. "And why are you cultivating the whole night?" "It's not the first time." Yinyu opened her mouth to respond, but Kyrian continued. "Cultivation can replace part of sleep, but not completely. You still need to rest for a few hours." Yinyu frowned slightly, but quickly averted her gaze. "I understand. I know that." Kyrian remained silent for a moment. He could have insisted, but chose not to. Instead, he extended his hand and lightly touched the white fox curled in Yinyu's lap. Luz was sleeping deeply, looking like a soft snowball. Yet, as he touched her, Kyrian felt the intense flow of energy circulating through the small body. The fox's cultivation had already reached the limit of the qi accumulation realm. When she awakened, she would likely already be a beast with the strength of the qi liberation realm. Withdrawing his hand, Kyrian let a thought slip out. At that moment, Kyrian's eyes narrowed. Looking at the fox, his mind recalled Di Fei. The young man was also marked by hostility and the interrogation that had yielded no answers. It was then that Yinyu asked. Her voice came soft, but with a touch of concern. Kyrian turned to her and explained. He summarized the previous day. The mission, Long Shue's rescue, the city in chaos, the encounter with Di Fei, and finally the interrogation in the hall. He spoke directly, without dragging on. Yinyu listened in silence. In the end, she asked. Kyrian shook his head. Nothing. As he answered, Kyrian fell silent for a few seconds, reflecting, until an idea came to his mind. Long Shue. He recalled hearing that she had suffered soul injuries when she touched the black mass. If there were indeed remnants of that energy within Long Shue's soul, the book would probably react. Kyrian then stood up. It was the only thing he said to Yinyu before leaving through the door. He walked alone through the few buildings at the Sex Peak. The sky was brightening, and the green rooftops reflected the first golden tones of the morning sun. When he reached Long Shue's room, he found Wu Jian coming out. The young man's face was heavy, his expression burdened with frustration and guilt. He didn't even look at Kyrian, simply walked past him, his hard steps echoing against the stone floor. Kyrian glanced at him from the corner of his eye. He ran, abandoned Long Shue behind when the mist pressed against his mind. And now he finds out he left her still alive back there. Kyrian whispered to himself, then pushed the door open and entered the room. The atmosphere was silent, lit only by a faint flamed lamp. At the center, Long Shue's still figure lay on the bed. Her face was pale, her breathing faint, almost imperceptible. The moment Kyrian crossed a few meters, something happened. Inside his mind, the blank book reacted on its own. Kirian narrowed his eyes, sensing the connection. He approached the bed and pulled a chair, sitting beside her. Closing his eyes for an instant, he sought the link. It didn't take long. Out from the depths of his consciousness, the book emerged. It projected itself from his forehead, appearing in the air. Its pages turned on their own, one after another, until stopping above Long Shue's head. And then it happened. A dark energy began to leak from the young woman's forehead. It was like a black smoke, dense and heavy, that seemed to resist being drawn out. However, the book pulled it with inevitable force. The mist stretched like threads being torn, sucked into the blank, open pages. Kirian only observed in silence, his expression still impassive, though his heart beat slightly faster. The energy was completely absorbed. It didn't take long. The pages then snapped shut abruptly, and the book vanished, returning to lodge itself inside Kirian's mind. Silence returned. Kirian lowered his gaze to Long Shue, and in that instant he noticed. Her forehead, once furrowed, relaxed. Her breathing, once slow and irregular, became calm and steady. Color returned to her face, and life seemed to pulse again beneath her rosy skin. He stood still, watching. It was clear. She hadn't awakened yet, but she was better. Much better. Kirian rose slowly, looking at Long Shue one last time. Without delay, he left the room. In the corridor, he drew in a deep breath and then quickened his pace. He needed to find Feng Yuan immediately. Halfway, his body stopped for a moment. Inside his mind, the book reacted again. And then, a translucent energy, soft as a breeze, spread through his consciousness. It was cold and clear, as if washing away all the dust accumulated in his thoughts. Kirian closed his eyes and breathed deeply, absorbing that ethereal sensation. It lasted only a minute, but when it ceased, he noticed immediately. His limit had shifted once more. The time he normally had to wait before cultivating again, already reduced to 7 days, had now dropped further to only 4 days. A small smile appeared on his lips as he realized it. A short, almost imperceptible smile, but full of satisfaction. His strength would rise again soon. He resumed walking. Just ahead, he found Feng Yuan in the main corridor. The leader was turning toward him, heading to meet him, his expression serious. Master Feng, Kirian began without much preamble. The sect leader narrowed his eyes at Kirian's tone and expression. Kirian then told him. He explained in detail what had occurred in Long Shue's room. The book, the dark energy that left her mind, and how her condition seemed to improve immediately after. Feng Yuan's eyes widened briefly, and he wasted no time. He said simply, already turning and striding down the corridor. Together, they went to the room. When they opened the door, the scene before them made them stop. Long Shue was awake, sitting on the bed. Her large eyes watched the entrance intently. Her once pale face now had color. She looked well. But what caught their attention was not her recovery, but the strangeness. As soon as Feng Yuan stepped forward, Long Shue stiffened. Her gaze turned frightened, and she shrank slightly against the headboard, as if wanting to move away. Feng Yuan froze. Kirian also narrowed his eyes. The leader drew in a breath, trying to remain calm. His voice sounded firm, but restrained. How are you feeling? No answer. The young woman only stared, her body tense, fingers clutching the sheet. Feng Yuan frowned again. Then he turned his eyes to Kirian. Kirian then advanced with slow steps. Unlike Feng Yuan, Long Shue did not recoil when he approached. She only watched him, her eyes still somewhat uncertain, but without resistance. When Kirian pulled a chair and sat beside her, she remained still. Kirian's voice came low, gentle. Long Shue hesitated for a few seconds, then nodded. Kirian asked. Long Shue shook her head. He pointed discreetly toward Feng Yuan. Again, she moved her head from side to side. A heavy silence fell over the room, both of them realizing immediately what was happening with Long Shue. She seemed to have lost her memories. Chapter 106, Memory Loss. Chapter 106, Memory loss, a heavy silence had fallen in the room where Long Shui was. Feng Yuan closed his eyes for a moment. Kirian thought for a bit and then asked another question. This time, Long Shui took longer. Her gaze seemed to grow vacant for a few moments until, in a low and timid tone, she answered. Kirian and the sect leader exhaled almost at the same time. Feng Yuan let out a discreet sigh, but one of relief. That is good. At least some memories remain, Feng Yuan murmured briefly. Kirian then continued. She shook her head. This is the Verdant Sword sect. Kirian asked again in a calm tone. She shook her head once more. Kirian cast a glance at Feng Yuan. The leader's brow was furrowed with worry, his gaze fixed on Long Shui. Feng Yuan asked. The answer was silence. Long Shui's lips trembled, but no response came out of her mouth. She remembered nothing beyond her own name. Feng Yuan took a deep breath. Kirian, ask Mei Ran to gather the elders. Perhaps they will know what to do. Kirian nodded and began to rise. But the next instant, as he moved away from the chair, a slender hand quickly reached out and grabbed his robe. Kirian looked down. It was Long Shui, clutching his sleeve tightly, her fingers gripping as if afraid to let him go. Her eyes turned to him, filled with a silent plea. Kirian lifted his gaze toward Feng Yuan, who observed the scene in silence. The leader sighed. It seems she truly fears me, but not you, he said in a low voice. Feng Yuan adjusted his robe. Stay here with her. Kirian merely inclined his head in acknowledgement, remaining seated at the side of the bed, while Long Shui's trembling hand still gripped his robe tightly, preventing him from moving away. In the room, silence once again reigned. Long Shui, still timid, lowered her face slightly, but did not release Kirian. He observed her in silence, his eyes narrowing. Something had happened to her soul. The book had purified the dark energy, but the extent to which that energy had lingered in her mind was enough to cause such an effect. Sometime later, the door creaked open slowly, revealing Feng Yuan returning, accompanied by a single elder, the same one who had examined Long Shui before. Kirian raised his eyes, noting the choice. The leader had clearly thought carefully. If too many entered, the newly awakened Long Shui might be even more frightened by the crowd. The elder was a man with hair almost white, long down to his waist, his demeanor serene and calm, bringing no weight to the atmosphere. He carried a sword sheath smaller than all others, hanging by his side, and on the other side, there seemed to be a few vials containing pills. Kirian had heard that this elder was the best in medical knowledge within the sect. His eyes turned immediately to Long Shui when he entered the room, and a shadow of surprise passed through them upon noticing that she was indeed awake, and even more, clinging to Kirian. The elder murmured quietly to himself. Kirian leaned gently toward Long Shui and said in a low, firm voice. Long Shui heard him, but hesitated a little, her fingers still gripping Kirian's sleeve. Her eyes then shifted to the elder and back to Kirian, silently asking for reassurance. Kirian kept the same expression as he spoke. He assured her directly. Long Shui took a deep breath, hesitant, but finally slowly released her grip on his robe and nodded in silence. The elder approached slowly, his steps light, without the slightest hostility. He raised his palm, bringing it close to the young woman's forehead. Kirian, with his eyes, saw a clear, light green energy, pure and gentle, begin to expand from the elder's fingers in almost invisible waves. For minutes, only the sound of circulating air filled the room. Kirian continued watching intently, his eyes calm. Feng Yuan also did not remove his gaze from the elder's actions. Until at last, the energy ceased. The old elder withdrew his hand and stepped back. Truly incredible, he began murmuring, and then he spoke. Her body is perfect. There are no injuries, no traces of wounds in her soul or body. Feng Yuan leaned forward slightly. The elder then took a deep breath. I do not know. Perhaps it is a deep trauma. Perhaps the remnants of the dark energy, even without being in her soul, have affected her. It is possible she may recover everything in a few days, but it is also possible she may never regain the lost memories, the elder concluded in a calm voice. Silence then fell for a few moments. Feng Yuan closed his eyes, accepting the reality. Kirian remained firm while looking at Long Shui, who sometimes glanced back at him. Understood. You may leave, Feng Yuan said. The elder inclined his head respectfully and left the room in silence. Now, only Kirian, Feng Yuan, and Long Shui remained once again. Kirian then turned to the leader. Feng Yuan set his eyes upon the young woman, his expression serious. Now, nothing will change. Long Shui still possesses her cultivation. She still has her strength, and she is still a core disciple of the sect. That will not be taken from her. Kirian nodded in silence. It was then that he noticed something. Long Shui had moved even closer to him while he spoke with the leader. Her body was now at the edge of the bed, almost as if instinctively seeking his presence. Kirian frowned and asked directly. Long Shui blinked, surprised by the question. Her lips moved slowly until they released a timid answer. I don't know. Kirian fell silent for a moment, staring at her. Then he turned his face toward Feng Yuan. The leader sighed. It makes sense, he suddenly said in a reflective tone. She may not remember anything, but it was you who saved her. Perhaps her consciousness does not know, but the body and the soul, perhaps they recognize it. Kirian did not reply and only looked back at Long Shui. Feng Yuan continued. We must try with other core disciples, those she was closest to. Perhaps walking through the sect may also awaken something within her. Kirian nodded again. He then leaned slightly, freeing his sleeve from her lingering grip. He lightly touched her hand and spoke softly. You need to rest. Long Shui hesitated, her eyes fixed on him, but after a few seconds, she nodded slowly. Her expression softened, and shortly after, exhaustion won over. Her eyes closed gently and slowly, her body relaxing on the bed until she fell asleep once more. Kirian rose from the chair, turning to the sect leader. I will take care of this. You may go rest, said the leader. Kirian did not argue and simply nodded, left the room, and walked silently through the sect. The fresh air touched his face as he returned to his courtyard. The weight on his shoulders eased a little. He knew nothing about Long Shui. He did not know what she liked or what he could do to help her. They had exchanged minimal words since he had arrived at the sect. Saving her soul had already been enough. Now, this matter would fall to Feng Yuan and the others. It was at that moment while he thought that, suddenly he felt it. A slight burning sensation ran through his right hand. He lifted his palm and looked at it. Right there, on the nearly invisible mark left by the fragment of the natural formation, pulsed a faint light. The heat intensified with every second, and along with it, a strange sensation. Kirian closed his eyes, trying to comprehend, and then he felt it clearly in a single direction, a calling, far stronger than any he had ever felt since that mark had appeared. His expression hardened. The premonition was clear. Something terrible was happening in that direction. He did not hesitate. He immediately turned his body and headed toward the stairs to the inner area, stopping only at the stables within. The guards and caretakers there did not dare question him upon seeing his robes. A direct disciple held supreme authority. Kirian entered the large stable courtyard. The beasts rested in rows, some asleep, others flapping their wings restlessly. He did not need to search for long. In the farthest corner, an eagle raised its head upon seeing him, its piercing eyes fixed on him, and a sharp cry echoed through the air. It was the same beast that had carried him and Mei ran to rescue Long Shui. Kirian approached calmly, without fear. The eagle beat its wings, spreading wind throughout the stable. The handler stepped back, but Kirian only raised his hand. The beast recognized him immediately. It lowered its head, allowing him to climb onto its back. Kirian wasted no more time. He adjusted his position, held on firmly, and gave the command. The eagle let out another thunderous cry and beat its wings with force. The ground trembled as the beast leapt skyward. Within seconds, they crossed over the sect's rooftops and soared into the open sky. The cold wind cut across Kirian's face. His eyes narrowed, fixed on the horizon to the south. The mark on his hand burned ever more fiercely, guiding him without error. He had told no one. There was no time. If something truly was happening in that region, he needed to see it with his own eyes to finally understand this mark. The eagle advanced swiftly, cutting through the skies, carrying Kirian toward the unknown. Chapter 107. Chi Liberation Realm. Chapter 107. Chi Liberation Realm. The wind cut like blades against Kirian's face, but for him, who was used to the frequent winds of the sect, it was nothing. 3 whole days had passed since Kirian had left the Greensword sect. Traveling on the Eagle, which seemed not to know fatigue, he had needed only a few stops for it to rest during that time. The sky changed color with each sunset and was reborn the next morning, but the burning sensation inside the palm of his right hand remained. No, more than that, the burning grew. With each day, each hour, each moment, the small mark pulsed stronger, pointing the direction he should follow. At first, it was only an annoyance, a light warmth on the skin. On the second day, the small mark felt like a constant flame. On the third, the burning had not worsened much, but it was still an irritation that made Kirian furrow his brows. He wondered if he should finally cut off that connection. Somehow, he felt that if he wanted, he could, relying on his eyes. But curiosity made him unwilling to do so for now. The mark wanted to show him something. The eagle roared at intervals, its wings ripping through the wind, and Kirian remained motionless on its back, his eyes always fixed on the horizon. He slept little, only a few hours at a time, and stopped to eat while the eagle rested. On the morning of the 4th day, when the sun had not yet fully broken the line of the horizon, something changed. Kirian felt his eyes vibrate faintly, and then, as though an invisible prison had shattered inside him, the limit disappeared. The limit that kept him from continuing cultivation, that forced him to wait patiently, vanished far faster than he could have imagined. His eyes opened, the green eyes with irises shaped like swords reflecting the rising sun. He murmured, and a rare smile curved on his lips. Without hesitation, he leaned forward and gave the eagle a command. The beast obeyed, diving like an arrow until it found an isolated clearing in the midst of the dense forest. The impact of its wings sent leaves scattering, and Kirian leapt down to the moss-covered ground. He looked around, perceiving the area to be clear. The eagle positioned itself at the edge of the clearing, watchful, its wild gaze scanning the surroundings to keep any other beast from approaching. Kirian walked to the center and raised his palm. Suddenly, an immense pile of spirit stones appeared, crashing heavily onto the ground. Their glow faintly illuminated the surrounding vegetation. He took a deep breath, feeling his heart beat a little faster. It was time. At last, he would enter another realm. Kirian closed his eyes for a moment, recalling what he had read in cultivation techniques, both Wei Feng's and those of the Greensword sect itself, once shown by Feng Yuan. Also, the knowledge he had gathered until now. The moment one reached the realm of Chi Liberation, the body and Dantian underwent an inevitable transformation. 2 paths emerged. If the natural affinity with some element was immense, no matter the cultivation technique, the Chi would transform into elemental Chi of that affinity, be it water, fire, wind, thunder, blood, among countless others impossible to name them all, some unknown to anyone. It was like the essence of the world engraved in the cultivator's body. But if the affinity was weak, the Chi would mold according to the cultivation technique practiced, taking the form determined by the path of the technique. Like the blood path of Wei Feng's technique, or the sword path of the various cultivation techniques of the Greensword sect. And there were still the unfortunate ones, those without talent, who, even with high-level techniques, could not transform their Chi into anything beyond common energy upon breaking through. People destined to remain trapped forever and die in the realm of Chi Liberation. Kirian, however, had no technique at all. His eyes were his only means of cultivation. He did not know what would happen. There was no book, manual, or master capable of giving him the answer. Hey, trace of rare anxiety ran through his chest. "Let's see," Kyrian murmured calmly. He lifted the first spirit stone and pressed it against his left eye. In an instant, it crumbled to dust, its glow sucked directly inside. The chi entered the infinite channels within his eyes, purifying and expanding his dantians, like drops of water falling into a lake. He grabbed another, then another, and another. Stones turned to dust quickly, one after the other. The chi flooded his eyes, flowing like rivers. The space in his dantians expanded and spread, forcing the limits. Hours passed. The stones diminished, but his will did not yield, until suddenly the limit was reached. His body seemed to tremble. A silent implosion shook his eyes briefly. Kyrian drew a deep breath, and then it happened. His eyes snapped open, and something unexpected erupted. Something like a hurricane burst from his sockets. The force sucked the air from the entire clearing, bent the trees, and made the ground at his feet quiver lightly. The remaining spirit stones, hundreds of them, were sucked at once, reduced to dust in the next instant, and devoured by the darkness in his eyes. The chi in the surroundings was ripped away forcefully, as though the chi of an entire vast distance was unable to resist that call. The air before his eyes vibrated. The eagle, sensing it, retreated a few steps, emitting a warning sound, but did not dare approach further. A slight pain came next, his eyes burning as though changing from the inside out. Veins seemed to appear in the whites of his pupils, but Kyrian did not close his eyes. He did not blink. He only endured. A silent roar echoed in his mind as the two dantians, one in each eye, twisted under the pressure. Then, suddenly, everything changed. The stored chi, compressed to the limit, transformed. It was not fire. It was not water. It was not wind. It was a sharp chi. A chi that cut by existing, that wounded by being present. His dantians expanded again, taken by that new energy. Each particle was like an invisible blade, ready to cut whatever it touched. In that moment, sudden comprehension was born in his mind. It was not something learned, but something revealed, as if it had always been there, in his eyes, but locked behind a barrier that was now shattered. Kyrian smiled. Not an ordinary smile, but a glint showed in his teeth. Something truly rare. His eyes now reflected the slightly devastated clearing. All he thought about now was that he wanted to fight. He wanted to test. He wanted to see what his eyes were now capable of. But then he sighed, controlling his impulse. It was not the time. The sensation of becoming stronger was present in every fiber of his eyes. Though it was not as described, that the whole body would change, Kyrian was satisfied. Because, unlike other cultivators, who upon entering the realm of chi liberation merely gained the ability to manipulate chi outside the body with techniques and weapons, Kyrian had always been able to do that. The change in his eyes was something beyond. Something he had not known to exist until today. He mounted the eagle again, which lowered its head in recognition and obedience. With a leap, the beast took flight, slicing through the skies once more. Kyrian narrowed his eyes, feeling the mark in his hand burn even more fiercely. The calling seemed to have intensified. Chapter 108, Beasts in the Sky. Chapter 108, Beasts in the Sky. While Kyrian was missing, the verdant sword sect continued its rhythm. On that morning, Feng Yuan walked with firm steps through the central area. His goal was simple, to find his disciple Kyrian and discuss the latest events. However, upon arriving at the young man's courtyard, he found only Yinyu, sitting on the railing, arms crossed, and with an exasperated expression. Feng Yuan asked directly, raising his eyebrow. Yinyu immediately bowed deeply and greeted the leader, then replied while sighing, "I also wanted to know where he is." Feng Yuan's tone grew, slightly more severe. She shook her head. "Exactly. I only found out from the inner disciples." Feng Yuan furrowed his brow. Silently, he recalled what Kyrian had mentioned days before. The mark on his hand, the call of the natural formation. For the boy to leave so hurriedly, without even speaking to anyone or going on a mission, something must have happened. Without saying anything more to Yinyu, Feng Yuan bid farewell with a light wave and walked away. He walked calmly, as if reflecting with each step, until, after a few minutes, he opened the door of a room illuminated by the soft morning light. There, Long Shui stood before a polished bronze mirror, chuckling softly as she adjusted a strand of her purple hair. Mo Xia remained beside her, smiling just as naturally. In recent days, Feng Yuan had arranged meetings between Long Shui and the core disciples, trying to rekindle any lost memories. But nothing had surfaced. She hadn't recognized any of them, not even the closest ones, but at least with Mo Xia, she had formed a certain immediate affinity. When Feng Yuan entered, Long Shui turned quickly, but upon noticing it wasn't Kyrian, her bright expression faded, giving way to a shadow of disappointment. Mo Xia bowed slightly and asked, "No, Kyrian has temporarily left the sect. He departed toward the south." Feng Yuan replied firmly. Long Shui's eyes lost some of their brightness, but then, as if wanting to hide her sadness, she forced a faint smile. "When he returns?" she asked in a low tone. Feng Yuan nodded. Mo Xia sighed, understanding. Long Shui, without memories, gravitated around Kyrian for some reason. Feng Yuan then left the room, leaving the two alone, having other priorities. Another day passed while Kyrian remained on the eagle. The wind howled against his face, but his body was already accustomed. What drew his attention was not the sky or the rhythm of the flight, but the irregularities he had begun to feel in his eyes. Some time earlier, after breaking through to the Qi liberation realm, while seated on the beast, a thought surfaced in Kyrian's mind. At that instant, his consciousness plunged into the dark space within him. The three presences pulsed in the darkness, connected to him as if they had always been part of his existence. Kyrian extended his mind toward the crystal of ice intent. The change was immediate. His green eyes vanished. They were replaced by a sky blue. At the center, the irises in the shape of swords became snowflakes in constant slow rotation. At the same moment this happened, all the sharp qi that dominated his dantians transformed. In seconds, every particle became icy qi. And along with the change, as before, new information surged in his mind. An ability, not something learned, but something innate, forced into him by his eyes. Kyrian clenched his fists, taking a deep breath. This way, my method of using qi has been transformed into something completely different, Kyrian thought. Without hesitation, he returned his mind to the darkness and touched the blood crystal. The transformation was even more brutal. The blue faded like melting snow. In its place, a crimson color took over his eyes, a deep and unsettling hue. The pupil turned red, while the iris vanished, swallowed by the intensity of the glow. Again, in seconds, all the qi in his dantians transformed. The icy qi vanished. Now it was dense, heavy-like, a raging river of blood. And yet, it still exuded a faint vital energy. And once again, an ability was born in his mind. The weight of this revelation made Kyrian let out a long sigh. His eyes went against all the rules he knew, against everything he had learned about cultivation and the Qi liberation realm. Each switch immediately altered all his Qi, transforming it into the best form for him to use his newly acquired abilities upon breaking through. Kyrian then returned to the sword eyes, letting out a long sigh, accepting that change. After all, not even he understood his power at the moment. But he would test it soon. The silence of the dawn accompanied him when he noticed something different. The sky above was no longer the same, the land below no longer familiar. The map of the verdant domain appeared in his mind. He had already left the verdant sword sex domain. Now he flew over lands he did not know, a new domain. He narrowed his eyes. The once empty horizon suddenly began to fill with scattered figures. Huge birds, flying beasts, many cultivators crossing the skies with their beasts at high speed. First it was one or two in his vision, then dozens, all heading in the same direction. Kyrian furrowed his brows. The eagle gave a low roar, sensing the presence of so many intruders in the air. Kyrian kept it calm, observing until one of the beasts stood out. A gigantic vulture flew not far away, supported by 4 young people and an old man standing on its back. Kyrian gave a command to the eagle. It responded immediately, tilting in the air and cutting the distance to the vulture. Kyrian decided to ask for information before stepping into something he did not understand. Chapter 109, Ravine City. Chapter 109, Ravine City. Kyrian gave a command to the eagle. It responded immediately, tilting in the air and cutting the distance to the great vulture. The 5 atop the vulture noticed the approach. The youths frowned, but it was the old man who kept his eyes fixed on Kyrian. The eagle slowed and hovered just a few meters away. Kyrian then raised his voice directly. "Why are so many heading in the same direction?" The old man narrowed his eyes, ready to ignore the youth. But then, his gaze fixed on Kyrian's eyes and on the clothes he wore. The arrogance faltered, replaced by cautious respect. "Oh." The old man's voice sounded slow, yet firm. Kyrian simply listened, not replying, waiting for the man to finish. "There are rumors that a supreme treasure has appeared there. However, it is trapped by a barrier. An ancient, strange barrier. But they say it will disappear in a few days," the elder continued. The youths behind the old man stirred, as if the mere mention of the treasure inflamed their hearts. The old man only smiled, showing yellowed teeth. "Naturally, everyone wants to see it. Some to try to claim the treasure, others to try and fish in troubled waters." Kyrian remained silent for a few moments. Treasure, barrier. His mind slowly returned to the mark on his hand. The constant burning only grew stronger the closer he got. He murmured softly. Kyrian imagined that this must be the natural formation. He gave a slight nod of thanks, pulling the eagle back away from the vulture. The eagle then continued its journey. The sky shifted slowly, and with every beat of wings, Kyrian felt himself getting closer. The mark on his hand burned, but now, unlike the previous days, the discomfort no longer bothered him. It merely guided him, as he had already grown used to it. A few hours later, something appeared on the horizon, a long wall encircling an entire city. In the middle of the great city lay an immense ravine that cut through the city's heart, splitting the ground into 2 halves. The city had grown around that colossal scar in the earth, divided in half by the abyss of the ravine. Kyrian tilted his body. The eagle responded, descending in circles until he had a complete view. The ravine. The pit was too deep for light to reach its bottom. The edges were filled with constructions that leaned dangerously over the brink, and there were stone bridges connecting one side to the other. But what drew attention was not the city itself, but the cultivators. They descended straight from their flying beasts, ignoring the guards and the city's entrance, landing directly in its midst, as close to the ravine as possible. The flow was constant, shadows in the sky landing toward the ravine. None seemed concerned with local rules. All came for the same reason. Kyrian narrowed his eyes. The eagle landed on one of the edges. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he noticed quick glances in his direction. But they wasted no time and continued toward the ravine. Kyrian walked to the edge. The ravine stretched ahead, a black void that swallowed sight. Only a stone path descended along the sides, clinging to the rocky wall. Steps echoed everywhere. Hundreds of cultivators descended. He then followed them. The air grew colder as he advanced, but Kyrian walked without hurry. His eyes captured everything, every detail. And as he descended, the voices around revealed rumors. Someone said suddenly, "I heard it could also be used as an ingredient for a rejuvenation pill." Kyrian did not react. He only listened, but in his mind a small thought began to form. Others then spoke of the barrier. "It's at the bottom of the ravine. An invisible wall traps the herb." Nonsense. It is a naturally born herb, just like the barrier. It is only a natural formation. It protects nothing, it's merely in the way, an old man with a scholar's look said. The voices mingled. All speculated, but no one had clear answers. The path narrowed, plunging deeper. Darkness thickened. Soon, everyone began to light their stones, to illuminate the descent. The flames flickered, casting shadows on the walls. Kirian had no stone, but he had no need. His eyes saw perfectly. The sound then changed. The sound of explosions, echoes muffled by stone. Distant rumbles, like far-off thunder beneath the earth. With each step, the noise grew clearer. After a long descent, the path opened. Kirian arrived at the bottom of the ravine. A wide, natural space like an arena carved underground. There, many cultivators had already gathered. The stronger ones advanced against a translucent barrier at the center, unleashing blows that made many retreat. And beyond the barrier, like a solitary beacon, was the herb, a small plant, yet one that emanated an aura impossible to ignore. Its silvery glow illuminated the surroundings. The instant Kirian looked at the barrier, the mark on his hand stopped burning. The flame vanished. The call ceased. He knew immediately. It was truly what he had imagined. He murmured to himself. The barrier was not a defense placed by anyone, but a wrong part of the world, like a prison of ancient energy. Kirian analyzed in silence. Most were in the late stage of the chi accumulation realm. The strongest were old men with long beards, all at the peak of the chi liberation realm. No cultivator of the core formation realm. No pressure comparable to Mayran. That made him feel safer, unafraid of anyone present. A roar then cut the air, drowning all conversations. One of the old men, at the peak of the chi liberation realm, rose atop a rock, imbuing his words with chi. He shouted, his echo ricocheting off the ravine walls. The crowd murmured in agreement. Everyone knows rumors travel fast. Other sects and greater forces may arrive at any moment, the old man continued. We must work together. Murmurs erupted. Many agreed, while others hesitated slightly. But all stared at the barrier, willing to take the risk. Kirian, however, cared nothing for the words. Instead, he walked. His firm steps carried him closer to the barrier, ignoring the old man's voice and the commotion around. Immediately, many gazes turned to him. The man at the peak of the chi liberation realm frowned. Kirian did not respond, his eyes fixed on the barrier's center. And there, something no one else could see appear before him. At the heart of the formation, a core. A sphere of intertwined energy already cracked. Tiny fissures ran across its surface, pulsing as if ready to burst at any moment. But something was wrong. Kirian realized that every attack launched against the barrier did not weaken the core. On the contrary, each strike only reinforced the cracks, making the energy concentrate even more. If they continued attacking, the barrier would not fall, but it would gather more energy and eventually explode, taking everyone present with it. Kirian took a deep breath, understanding what the call had been trying to tell him from the start. If he weren't there, none of those cultivators would have left alive today. He looked at the crowd, watching him strangely, and spoke in a calm, steady voice. Step back. Silence fell. Soon after, short laughs, disdain, and mocking voices arose. Kirian did not respond. His eyes merely gleamed. Suddenly, sword intent rose, invisible yet sharp. Some cultivators felt their swords vibrate on their own, trapped in their sheaths. The blades trembled, as if eager to come out. A chill climbed the spines of those who dared mock. Kirian spoke again, without altering his tone. If you keep attacking, the natural formation will explode. The words echoed. Many recoiled, uncertain. His voice did not sound like a guess, but a verdict. Some still doubted, but waited. The old man at the peak of chi liberation narrowed his eyes. He looked Kirian up and down, sensing what he judged to be a special physique, an unusual bearing. A youth, yet unlike any of those present. At last, the old man spoke, his voice heavy with authority. Very well, let the young man try. Chapter 110, Barrier. Chapter 110, Barrier, very well. Let the young one try. Murmurs spread once again. Some agreed, others grumbled, thinking it a waste of time, but no one dared oppose the decision. The elder was someone whose strength was already acknowledged there. Kirian knew. The man did not fully believe in him. He only wanted to keep everyone united under the same banner. Deep down, he was certain that if Kirian failed, At that very moment, Kyrian would become the target of criticism and many words from all sides. That would make everyone even more united in attempting a collective attack. Kyrian then turned, approaching the barrier. His steps were firm, his breathing calm, even with hundreds of eyes fixed on him. The silence grew as he extended his hand. Everyone expected the same result they had seen so many times before. The useless touch against the translucent wall. Some even prepared a laugh when a young man was repelled by the same force that had pushed back the elders they considered experienced. But when Kyrian's palm touched the barrier, there was no resistance. His hand passed through as if plunging into the calm surface of a lake. A collective murmur erupted instantly. Many shouted at the same instant. The old man at the peak of the Chi liberation realm widened his eyes for a moment, but soon narrowed them, surprise turning into suspicion. Those closest to him instinctively stepped back. Kyrian also remained silent. He did not quite understand what had happened, but he did not stop to reflect too much. Without hesitation, he pushed his whole body forward and crossed the barrier as if it did not exist. Inside, the air felt different, heavier, laden with pure flows of chi, yet they did not feel right. He drew a deep breath. Behind him, the shouts echoed not long after. "Open the barrier," someone roared. "Young bastard." And then, threats soon followed. The loudest voice, dripping with hatred, came from the old man who had allowed him to go first, his voice completely different from before. "Insolent boy, do not trifle with the patience of your elders who have waited here for days." Kyrian, hearing this, only smiled faintly. The indifference in his gaze was clear. He did not answer any of the voices. Instead, he walked toward the herb. It lay alone at the center of the ravine, illuminating the dark ground with a faint silvery aura. The scent was fresh and lightly sweet, carrying an energy that seemed to pass through the lungs and soothe the mind. Kyrian stopped before it, gazing at the herb for a few moments. Yes, it was indeed a rare spiritual herb, capable of changing foundations and altering destinies. For most, they're an absolutely priceless treasure. But for him, the ash fruit he had received before had revealed the truth. His body rejected worldly treasures as if they were beyond his reach. For some reason, it could not strengthen him. He exhaled slowly. It would have no effect on him. However, an image surfaced in his mind, that of Yinyu, her smile and her firm determination, alongside the weariness of the past days. He narrowed his eyes. Perhaps the herb was not meant for him, but it could become useful to her. The voices outside grew louder. "Damned brat!" Kyrian ignored them all. His hand rose slowly, and then, with a simple motion, the herb vanished, stored within his spatial ring. Chaos erupted outside, shouts of rage, threats, and some even preparing to attack the barrier. What Kyrian truly could not understand was this. It was as if the herb had been theirs from the very beginning. They did not even have the ability to obtain it. So why were they so enraged? Kyrian did not understand why. He only thought them a band of fools, and he was not in the slightest concerned with their threats. Kyrian tilted his head slightly, seeing them like a furious swarm trapped behind invisible glass. A nearly imperceptible smile appeared on his lips. But time was not on his side. The attacks on the barrier had already resumed. The barrier trembled under the impact of their techniques, and the cracks in the core spread wider. He could clearly feel that if it continued, the accumulated energy would explode, dragging everything into collapse. Kyrian narrowed his eyes, turning toward the core. If he did nothing, he would die in the explosion along with everyone else. He walked to the center of the barrier, where the cracked core was. As he approached, he raised his hand. The fragment in his palm glowed faintly, pulsing. A slight connection between him and the core emerged. It was tenuous but real. Kyrian drew a deep breath. His gaze adjusted, absorbing every detail of the structure, as if the natural formation was a diagram in his mind. The cracks, the erratic flows, and the rising instabilities stood before his vision. The attacks from outside shook the barrier violently. Cracks echoed through the ravine, the energy twisting. Many believed the barrier would shatter and the young man would be crushed at any moment. But instead, Kyrian maintained his focus. Each strike that should have widened the cracks was absorbed and neutralized by his quick corrections. A minute passed, and then what they thought impossible happened. The core shone brightly, and the barrier began to vanish. From top to bottom, from the edges to the center, the translucent wall dissolved into particles that scattered into the air like dust in the wind. The erratic chi calmed, returning to its natural cycle. The oppressive weight of a natural formation that had bound the ravine was gone. With it, the attacks also ceased momentarily. Absolute silence. Hundreds of cultivators stared at the scene in disbelief. The barrier had resisted their efforts for hours, and now it had vanished in a short time by the hands of the young man. Kyrian lowered his hand, feeling the fragment in his palm pulse stronger. He glanced discreetly and noticed that the mark had grown by a fraction. Almost imperceptible, but it had grown. He drew a deep breath. When he raised his eyes again, he was in the sights of hundreds of people. The gazes falling upon him were not of admiration, but of greed. Predators stared at prey that carried the treasure all of them desired. Chapter 111. Slaughter. Chapter 111. Slaughter. Kyrian remained silent, staring back at them. The silence was broken by a whisper, then another. Soon the voices grew louder, and then the crowd, once divided and distrustful, now had a single target. Chaos followed immediately. The first to charge at Kyrian were the most impatient. Young and weaker cultivators in the late stages of chi accumulation, along with some who had just stepped into the chi liberation realm. Their eyes burned red with greed, their techniques already condensed in their hands. They dashed across the floor of the ravine, unleashing roars and promises of death, each one trying to be the first to bring down Kyrian, who had taken the treasure. The stronger ones, however, did not move. The old man at the peak of chi liberation did not even take a step. His deep gaze observed in silence. Like him, other elders and experienced cultivators remained still. They knew the first to seize the herb would be hunted, and the first to strike down Kyrian would also be hunted. No one would leave that siege alive. So why waste strength now? The best option was to wait for the fools to wear themselves down. Kyrian, standing at the center of the ravine, let his eyes sweep over them all. And then he smiled. A light smile, almost amused. It was exactly what he wanted. A moment to unleash everything, to test what he had just discovered when he broke into the new realm. And there was no need to hold back. They were coming to kill him out of pure greed. They deserved no mercy. Kyrian slowly raised his hands to his eyes. The movement left the attackers confused. They hesitated for a fraction of a second, but it was already too late. With his fingers, Kyrian pulled something out. From each of his eyes, a sword made entirely of pure energy took form, appearing like living blades, glowing with the sharp green light of his sword intent. The instant that followed was too silent. And then the swords flew. The words were never finished. Heads flew, blood sprayed in grotesque arcs to every side. Lifeless bodies collapsed and slid along the ground, stopping at Kyrian's feet. The two swords then returned, floating at his sides like guardians. His green eyes glowed like burning emeralds. His smile widened further. The ability was simple. With his comprehension and sword intent, he created two pure swords, forged entirely of energy and his will. And then he could control them entirely with his vision. An absolute power within his field of sight, which was not small. Murmurs spread. The crowd instinctively took a step back upon seeing this. The old man at the peak of liberation drew a deep breath, his expression darkening. The sharp energy emanating from the blades sent chills down many spines. He murmured, though his voice reached everyone. Sword intent. He comprehended sword intent. Not only that, surprise and fear surfaced on many faces. Some stepped back even farther, hesitant to be the next to try. But unlike them, Kyrian did not hesitate. If they did not attack, he would. His eyes opened wider. The sword shot forward at absurd speed. Those in the chi accumulation realm did not even comprehend. They only felt a sudden chill before their heads were severed. The blades passed like wind, too fast for their senses. That was when one of them stopped, clashing against the chi barrier created by the old man at the peak of liberation. The elder clenched his teeth, raising his spear to withstand the impact. His barrier vibrated under the clash. Kirya noticed at once. The old man's chi had no attribute, no affinity, just raw, pure chi. He was exactly one of those without talent, forever trapped in the liberation realm. And now he clung desperately to the hope of the spiritual herb. Kirian felt the difference now that he was in this realm. The chi that flowed into his energy swords was now sharp and pure. The pressure was many times greater than what he had achieved before with his sword intent and common chi. And, most importantly, unlike before, he was not being drained. If he wished, he could fight for an entire hour with those blades without worry. Before, he had to consume an immense, unfeasible amount of chi to power anything. The old man roared, deflecting the sword before him as he moved back. But then his eyes widened. The other blade, vanished from everyone's sight, appeared behind him. He shouted, pouring even more chi into his barrier. The spear spun, blocking the first strike. But the second came from a flank, far too fast. The old man tried to retreat, leaping backward. He fell several meters, his heavy body swaying in the air. But before he even touched the ground, the two swords were already before him again, one on each side, closing him like predators. The old man's desperate cry rang out. But it was useless. The two blades cut at the same time. The sharp glow sliced through both the barrier and the elder's wrinkled neck. And then silence. The elder's head fell to the ground, rolling several meters before stopping before the crowd. His body toppled soon after, spilling hot blood over the stones and floor of the ravine. The scene froze everyone. One of the strongest present, an elder many respected, had been slain in an instant. By an unknown young man they had seen only as prey. Not only the elder, but a dozen other cultivators had been slaughtered without even a chance to react. Suddenly, the swords returned to Kirian's side as he looked at them all with the same calm expression. But his smile now held a tone of satisfaction. So, some of you still harbor the idea of taking the treasure? I'll give you a chance, Kirian said briefly. He then saw that most of them had taken several steps back, not daring to act. But he also saw a few indecisive ones, especially those in the higher stages of the liberation realm. Their expressions were hardened in hesitation. Noticing this, Kirian's eyes narrowed. The flying energy, swords shone even brighter. Kirian asked again, his expression even colder. Chapter 112. Returning to the Sect. Chapter 112. Returning to the sect, Kirian looked at the crowd before him, his eyes still cold after the old man's death. His voice echoed once more. A heavy silence dominated the ravine. Then, as if an invisible order had been given, most retreated, taking several steps back, holding their breaths and averting their gazes. No one wanted to be the next. But Kirian saw. Among them, there were 10. 10 who looked at each other and, in that single instant, communicated. A tacit understanding shone in their eyes. They would not hesitate. Suddenly, they charged at Kirian. Their speed was completely different from the previous ones. Their momentum was immense, their silhouettes cutting the air into blurred lines. They were all cultivators in the higher stages of the liberation realm. All unsheathed their weapons at once. Spears, swords, sabers, and even a bow. Chi condensed into their blades, vibrating in the air with deadly energy. The voices blended together, and in an instant, a wave of chi exploded toward Kirian. 10 techniques descended upon him like an unstoppable storm. The ravine seemed to tremble momentarily. Yet Kirian did not move. He only smiled, slowly closed his eyes. The energy swords at his side vanished, and when he opened them again, his green eyes were no more. In their place, celestial blue eyes, cold, crystalline as ice. His irises, shaped like snowflakes, carried the cruel serenity of winter. And then the explosion happened. Before him, a massive barrier of ice emerged. Translucent, glowing blue. The attacks collided against it, roaring but could not break through. The ice trembled, cracks spreading, and then shatter before everyone's eyes. But the fragments of ice from the barrier did not fall. They flew. Thousands of shards spread across the sky above the ravine, reflecting a chilling energy like deadly stars. And in the next instant, each fragment turned into a sharp ice spear, descending upon the 10 like an apocalyptic rain. Stay together. Chi barrier. Despair spread. Some created shields, others tried to attack upward, but it was useless. The sheer number was absurd. The sound of the spears tearing through the air was deafening. In seconds, 6 of them were pierced. A spear through the chest, another through the shoulder, 2 through a head. Each body, once struck, froze rapidly, turning into grotesque statues of ice. Their faces still showed the fear of their last moment. The entire ravine fell silent. Only the sound of ice spreading echoed. Kyrian took a deep breath, his smile widening further. His satisfaction was evident. The ability of the ice eyes was simple, yet terrifying. He no longer needed to rely on the moisture in the air nor spend immense amounts of chi to form ice. His chilling energy alone was enough to create, and his eyes freely controlled any formation of ice within his field of vision. It was like moving invisible arms. Easy, natural, and perfect. The 4 survivors staggered back in shock, their faces pale as paper. One of them muttered, eyes wide. Kyrian did not respond. He merely looked at them, his expression cold, devoid of emotion. Then, he slowly tilted his head. The spears still embedded in the frozen corpses shattered. The shards of ice swirled in the air, returning to his sight. Then, they condensed once again into spears, pointing directly at the 4 trying to flee. They ran, but it was useless. They could not escape Kyrian's gaze. The spears reached them within seconds, piercing limbs and heads, turning them as well into dead sculptures, beautiful and cruel. The entire crowd retreated again in unison. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps back. Kyrian advanced calmly. When he took 1 step forward, all the others took 2 back. The fear in their eyes was absolute. No one dared face him. They opened space, forming a corridor for him to pass. Kyrian, satisfied, said nothing. He was not a genocidal killer. He had no reason to slaughter common cultivators who had already given up. Without hurry, he left the ravine peacefully. At the top, he found someone unexpected. The old man, mounted on the vulture, with 5 young disciples at his side, stood waiting. The same one who had given him information earlier. Kyrian looked at him and then said briefly. The old man raised his eyebrows. So then, it was, but there's nothing left. I already took it, Kyrian replied without hesitation. The old man fell silent for a moment, then laughed lightly, thinking it was a joke. No young man would say it so directly, and he did not believe it at all. But Kyrian had no patience nor reason to explain. He whistled softly, and his eagle descended from the skies at impressive speed. He mounted, and without looking back, departed. This time, he did not urge the eagle to haste. He just wanted to fly peacefully, feeling the cold wind on his face. Down below, in the ravine, whispers began as soon as he left. All looked at the ice sculptures and decapitated bodies with fear and reverence. Then the old man on the vulture descended. He and the 5 youths froze in shock. The ice statues still gleamed under the light. The blood on the ground still steamed. What? The old man asked. One of the survivors explained briefly, voice trembling. The old man's eyes widened. He understood immediately. That boy, whose name he did not even know, had not been lying. The young man had truly taken a treasure. Let's go, the old man said urgently. The young disciples exchanged confused glances. Master, why such a hurry? The old man, hearing this, smiled, his eyes narrowing with a strange gleam. I know, but this news is priceless. The youths grew even more confused. The old man continued. The gathering of domains is not far, and that boy was a disciple of the verdant sword. He will definitely appear there. This information will be like a bomb. If sold well, it will bring us wealth without much effort. He finished, smiling ear to ear, already plotting how he would spread the news. Meanwhile, Kirian flew high at peace. His faint smile still lingered on his face. He was satisfied. His new abilities were more powerful than he expected. In the Liberation realm, few could face him. But he was not arrogant. He knew talents existed throughout the world, perhaps greater or equal to him. He knew of mysteries he did not yet comprehend in this world. But that did not discourage him. On the contrary, it only motivated him even more. He would become the strongest, no matter who stood in his way. His eyes briefly turned his right hand. The mark had grown slightly. A new connection had emerged, distant, absurdly far. It was so faint it was almost illusory. Kirian sighed and left it for later. It was not worth pondering now. The journey back was peaceful. Days passed without anything relevant or interesting. Finally, the eagle descended before the Verdant-Sword sect. Kirian left it in the beast stables of the inner area and walked up the winding stairways until he reached the central grounds. The silence of the central sect welcomed him. Upon reaching his courtyard, it was empty. Yinyu and the fox had disappeared. He did not dwell on it at the moment, for all he wanted was simple rest. While Kirian rested in his courtyard, the sect did not remain silent. Many inner disciples saw Kirian arrive and walk to the central area, and soon the news spread quickly. He finally came back. The information crossed the sect's corridors, flew among courtyards, and in no time, everyone knew. In the main hall, Feng Yuan slowly opened his eyes. Before him, Mei Ran awaited the leader to awaken so she could speak. As ordered, I came to inform you that Kirian has already returned to the sect, and he appeared completely well. Feng Yuan remained silent for a few seconds, thoughtful. His gaze turned to the window beyond the mountains. He spoke with a firm voice. Let him rest for today. Feng Yuan murmured in his mind. Mei Ran then nodded and withdrew, leaving the hall once again immersed in silence. Feng Yuan remaining alone with his eyes closed. In Long Shui's chamber, the curtains still swayed softly. She was seated, cultivating in silence, until the door burst open. Mo Xia entered with a look of slight urgency. Long Shui's heart raced. For an instant, she remained motionless. Then, a vast smile appeared on her face, lighting it like never since she had awakened. She said nothing, only felt an overwhelming joy. Kirian had returned safe, and soon she would see him again. Even if she did not understand why she felt this way, she was relieved somehow. Chapter 113. Returning to the Sect 2. Chapter 113. Returning to the Sect 2. The morning was born peaceful in the Verdant-Sword sect. The wind cut through the mountains, carrying the mist that rose from the valley. The silence in the central courtyard was interrupted by firm footsteps. Mei Ran appeared before Kirian's residence and announced in a clear voice. Kirian, who was already awake, was not surprised. He had already expected to be summoned. Then, he walked in silence, following Mei Ran to the main hall. The polished wooden doors of the hall opened before him, revealing Feng Yuan seated on the sect's throne. The hall was empty, with no elders or disciples, only the two of them. Kirian advanced, each of his steps echoing and filling the environment. Feng Yuan's gaze narrowed. He immediately noticed it. The faint pressure, subtle but impossible to hide. Kirian had crossed into the Liberation realm. The vigor of the energy was noticeable just by looking into his eyes. Feng Yuan murmured more to himself than to Kirian. At this pace, in little time you will reach the other core disciples. An innate talent is. Kirian remained silent until he approached and then spoke simply. He raised his hand, revealing the mark engraved on his skin, and afterward pulled out a spiritual herb, the treasure found in the ravine. As soon as it appeared, a wave of pure energy spread through the hall, exuding a fragrance truly unique and ancient. Feng Yuan stared for a long moment, his eyes fixed on the condensed energy the plant emanated. He recognized it immediately. This is indeed a rare spiritual herb, Feng Yuan said, slightly excited. Kirian showed the mark on his hand. The mark? Feng Yuan asked. Yes. Suddenly, I felt an urgent call from the mark and followed it to discover what it was. Kirian began recounting the brief events. Behind the barrier, there was this herb. Kirian recounted the events simply, but Feng Yuan frowned. The leader asked, for Kirian had mentioned the cultivators present, but now he said he simply took the herb. Kirian replied in a simple tone, not bothering to tell the details he judged unnecessary. Kirian completed. Feng Yuan only listened, not knowing what to say. That was truly something special, of which he had no idea how it worked. All right, Kirian asked suddenly. Feng Yuan replied without hesitation. It is not a very aggressive spiritual herb, so it can be consumed directly. To absorb the true value of the herb, it is necessary to enter a state of deep meditation. The ambient qi must be abundant. Kirian nodded. I understand. Feng Yuan thought for a few seconds. Then, with a subtle gesture of his hand, a pile of spirit stones appeared before Kirian, shining under the light. Use the stones during the absorption of the herb. I believe you'll give it to someone. Feng Yuan said with a rare hint of expectation. The rest, use for your cultivation. Kirian lowered his head slightly in respect. Kirian said. His gratitude was simple and direct, as was practically everything about him. He stored the spirit stones and the herb in his spatial ring, gave a brief bow, and turned to leave. As soon as he left, the hall's door closed. Feng Yuan then closed his eyes once more, but a smile touched his lips. The future of the Verdant Sword sect was becoming more and more interesting. Feng Yuan murmured lightly. Kirian had barely taken a few steps outside the hall when a familiar figure appeared on the other side, approaching with hurried steps. It was Long Shui. She stopped a few meters from him, her breath slightly uneven. A broad and genuine smile illuminated her face in a way he had never seen before. You, she said, her voice carrying palpable relief. Kirian stopped and observed her. The happiness stamped on her features was undeniably easy to recognize. He replied in a direct tone, as always. She asked, her eyes scanning him quickly in search of injuries or something of the sort. I am well. And you? Kirian asked briefly. Long Shui's smile softened a little but did not disappear. No, I still don't remember anything from before. But I've already gotten used to the sect and the others. The sect leader and the others said that. I'm even better than before. Kirian studied her with a renewed small interest. He observed and realized she seemed more vibrant. Her cultivation is more solid. And then he noticed she had broken through a barrier. He said, in a tone of genuine recognition. She had broken into the 5 degrees stage of the Qi liberation realm. Her smile became a little more shy under his direct praise. Thank you. And? He replied, beginning to turn. Long Shui hesitated, as if she wanted to say more, but in the end only nodded. All right. Kirian nodded back and continued his path, alone. As he walked, his mind, now notably clearer, turned to an absence. His courtyard was empty. Yinyu and the fox were no longer there. He murmured. The question echoed in his mind insistently. The stillness of his courtyard became a little strange without her around, as if something was wrong. He then prepared to head back to the courtyard again, quickening his steps, a new mission rising in his mind. To find her and deliver the herb. But he did not need to, for at the exact moment he opened his door, he found himself face to face with Yinyu. Yinyu, whose arms were loaded with a profusion of cloth bags, exuding tempting aromas of fresh herbs, rare vegetables, and beast meat. Her face, upon seeing Kirian opening the door at the exact moment she touched the handle, was one of slight surprise. But then, a broad and slightly relieved smile appeared. She exclaimed, her voice a mix of joy and gentle reproach. Kirian simply nodded, his face impassive, but his eyes flickered for an instant at the sight of the amount of ingredients. She said suddenly, passing by him without ceremony and entering through the door. I heard yesterday, while walking through the inner sect, that you had returned. You must be tired, exhausted, and hungry. She raised her arm, showing the bags proudly. Kirian could not avoid it. A brief smile, almost imperceptible, touched his lips before disappearing. He gave way for her to pass, his body relaxing a little from the rigid posture he had maintained since the ravine. The fox, Luz, entered behind Yin, its fluffy tail swaying with an air of supreme disdain, as if saying it was doing a great favor by gracing the place with its presence. But then Kyrian felt it. A subtle, distinct, and wild pressure emanated from a small creature. His eyes narrowed. As I thought, Luz had broken through. She had not grown much, maybe only a few centimeters. But her fur, white as snow, was now marked by two bright golden stripes running along her back, pulsing with latent energy. A strange will arose in Kyrian, a desire to test his strength against that tiny and now more powerful beast. But he decided to bury that feeling deep in his mind for now. It was only a curious instinct about the fox's strength. Kyrian then went to a simple sofa and sat. Watching Yinyu move with practical efficiency through the area she had turned into a fully functional kitchen in his courtyard. She knew that, besides becoming stronger, one of the few things that genuinely pleased Kyrian was eating, especially a well-prepared meal. In little time, the air of the courtyard was filled with the aroma of cooking, the sizzle of oil, the scent of roasted spices, and the rich perfume of simmering broths created a strangely calming place. Kyrian simply watched her, his mind, previously occupied with the mark, with the formation, and with the killings, now quieting, focused completely on the promise of a good meal. Chapter 114. Consecutive Advances. Chapter 114. Consecutive advances. The night fell silently over the verdant sword sect. Kyrian's courtyard was illuminated by the lamps hanging from the eaves of the roof. The aroma of freshly prepared food still lingered in the air, dense and inviting. Yinyu placed the last dish on the table. 3 large bowls of steaming rice, thinly sliced beast meat covered with a thick sauce, stir-fried vegetables, and an herbal soup that released a refreshing fragrance. Kyrian approached quietly. He sat in front of her, while the fox took a high corner and lay down, pretending not to care. "Eat," Yinyu said simply, pushing a bowl toward him. Kyrian took the bowl and immediately tasted the first bite. The flavor was strong and direct, with a faint sweetness, typical of Yinyu's cooking. "It's good," he said in a neutral tone as he devoured the food, which was enough to make Yinyu smile. "Of course it is," she replied confidently, also taking her bowl and eating soon after. For a few moments, the silence was broken only by the sound of chopsticks tapping the bottom of bowls. Outside, the distant mountain wind made the air cold. It was a truly peaceful moment, in which Kyrian and Yinyu didn't need to talk much to understand that this pleased them both. A peace, likely temporary, but necessary. When they finished, Yinyu stacked the bowls and began washing them. Kyrian remained seated, watching her in profile. She had a faint smile, radiating tranquility. "Yinyu," he called suddenly. She turned her head, drying her hands with a cloth. "Come here." He raised his hand and took a spiritual herb out of his spatial ring. The moment it left the ring, a glow filled the air along with a dense and vibrant fragrance. The energy contained within it was alive, almost pulsating. The spiritual herb rested motionless, but from it flowed thin threads of pure qi, like a light smoke that slowly dissolved into the air. Yinyu felt it immediately, her body reacting to the herb's qi before she even understood. She asked uncertainly, "An ancient spiritual herb," Kyrian replied simply. "It's what I found behind the natural formation." Yinyu looked at the herb with new understanding and a restrained awe. "And?" she asked, meeting his eyes, which had already returned to their green, sword-shaped glow. "Yes," Kyrian replied without hesitation. "It wouldn't have any effect on me anyway. I don't feel anything when touching it. Unlike you, you reacted just by sensing its energy, and I believe it should be yours." Kyrian finished, making her expression change. She opened her mouth to respond, but no words came out. She remained silent for a few seconds before sighing and slightly lowering her head, knowing that once Kyrian had decided, he wouldn't change his mind. "So, he noticed why I've been pushing myself," she thought, unsure how to feel. Kyrian nodded once. To him, it was simple and obvious. The leader explained how to use it. Follow me. We'll use the courtyard's formation. He stood up then, and together they went to one of the courtyard's rooms. It was completely empty, with only a cushion in the center. The walls were covered with formation letters and runes. But in many places, pieces were missing, something Kyrian already knew. He approached and placed spirit stones in several small holes in the floor and walls. Kyrian had never used this room because he could absorb spirit stones directly. It was faster and easier for him, so he preferred it that way. Then he stood tall at the center of the room. The air around them shifted as Kyrian placed the final stone. Suddenly, four pillars of energy rose within the room, sealing the space and thickening the air. The stones powered the formation, drawing chi from outside the courtyard in great quantities. The spiritual energy began to gather slowly. Yinyu sat on the cushion in the center of the formation, crossing her legs. Her movements were firm and controlled. She took a deep breath and placed the herb before her. For a moment, she observed the small plant glowing under the light of the spirit stones. Then, she closed her eyes and began. Her chi started to circulate softly, then intensely. The air grew heavy. The herb began to shine. Silver threads drifted from its leaves, floating toward Yinyu's body, being pulled into her dantian and through her body as if attracted. Kyrian watched in silence. The spiritual chi swirled in vortices around her, being absorbed without resistance. The floor of the courtyard began to tremble slightly. Kyrian noticed the cause and quickly replaced the formation stones. The silver light grew brighter, first gentle, then blinding. Yinyu's body began to emit heat. The veins on her neck and arms became visible, pulsing with power. She bit her lip lightly, focusing on maintaining the flow of chi and the herb's vital energy steady. Kyrian soon noticed perfect balance, no leakage, and no mistake. Her mind was stable. Suddenly, a low rumble echoed inside the formation. From within outward, the first breakthrough. The chi around dispersed, then rushed back like a wave being drawn into the center. Yinyu had reached the 8 degrees stage of the chi accumulation realm. But that wasn't the end. Suddenly, the energy in the air turned sharp. Yinyu's aura, once soft and flowing, began to take on an edge. It was as if a sword was being slowly forged, slowly unsheathed. But it didn't stop. The herb's energy hadn't yet been fully absorbed. Yinyu took a deep breath, and the silver light condensed around her body. Luz, the fox, who had quietly followed them in, opened her eyes, watching silently. Then, a second explosion occurred, many times greater than the first. The floor of the room trembled. The spiritual chi from all the stones rose in spirals, striking the ceiling and scattering as silvery energy. Yinyu's body was enveloped by that intense silver light, which soon dissipated, revealing her motionless, breathing deeply. Kyrian felt it instantly. Her chi had changed in essence. She had crossed the threshold. Yinyu, like him, was now at the 1 degree stage of the chi liberation realm. The pressure emanating from her wasn't just powerful, it was precise, controlled. It seemed she wouldn't need to worry about her foundation after breaking through twice in succession. Kyrian moved his hand, removing the spirit stones from the formation. The air slowly stabilized, and the swirling energy faded. Silence returned to the room. Yinyu opened her eyes, only to see 2 sword-shaped irises staring back at her. She took a deep breath, as if surfacing from a long dive. "You did it," Kyrian said simply. Though his voice carried the weight of recognition, he was pleased with her achievement. She remained seated for a few seconds, then slowly opened and closed her hand, feeling a new energy flow through her meridians. "It's strange," she murmured. "I feel like my mind is clearer, much clearer. Doubts I had about cultivation just vanished." She lifted her head. Her movements were light, but now there was something different about them. She seemed perfectly balanced, as if she could control her body completely, the harmony between strength and precision. Kyrian observed closely. He asked. She hesitated for a moment, then extended her palm. A moment later, chi began to flow, visible now. But its nature had completely changed. It was no longer the ordinary chi drawn from the heavens, Qi without attribute or focus. The air seemed to be cut. The energy shimmered, and Kyrian saw the ground around her begin to mark, fine lines appearing as the Qi passed. Kyrian narrowed his eyes. Your Qi became sharp, and not because of the sex technique. As expected, you truly have talent for the sword's path, he remarked in a low voice. Yes, it's as if my Qi has assumed the form of a sword, she said with a bright, almost silly smile of joy. Then she withdrew the Qi, taking a deep breath. Rest for today. Even if you seem fine, it's not good to push yourself too much. Besides, I believe the herb isn't as simple as merely raising cultivation. Tomorrow we'll train together, and if anything else has changed, we'll find out, Kyrian said as he walked away from the room. Yinyu only clenched her fists, extremely excited and eager to test her new strength with Kyrian. Chapter 115. Yinyu versus Tianhai. Chapter 115. Yinyu versus Tianhai. The morning was born cold over the Vernsword sect, and, as always, the sun had not yet risen above the mountains when Kyrian awoke and opened his eyes. The wind seemed particularly strong today, striking against his bedroom window. He got up without haste. Upon leaving his room, the first thing he saw was the sight of Yinyu, already awake and ready. She was in the main room, dressed in a sex robe, her sword hanging at her waist. Her brown hair was tied back, her gaze calm and firm, but slightly anxious as she simply waited for him. On the sofa, Luz slept, her small body curled up, tail covering her face. Kyrian stopped for a moment, observing the scene. Then, he walked over to the fox. Luz, he called softly. The small creature twitched her ears, but didn't open her eyes. Kyrian was silent for a second, then finished his sentence when he saw the fox pretending to sleep. Her ears perked up immediately. Then, her crossed eyes opened. Luz stretched lazily, arching her small body with an air of pure arrogance, and leapt from the sofa as if she had never been asleep. Kyrian and Yinyu exchanged a faint smile at the scene. It was then that a knock sounded at the door. 3 firm taps. Kyrian turned and went to answer. When he opened it, he found Tianhai standing at the entrance to the courtyard, his expression calm. Kyrian asked, slightly surprised. Tianhai shook his head as he replied, Master Feng is calling for you. And Kyrian was silent for a moment, thoughtful. Then he looked at Yinyu, and then at Luz, who was staring up at him from the ground with the same ancient, unimpressed gaze as always. Let's go, he finally said, making his decision. Yinyu nodded immediately, and Luz jumped on her shoulder. Somehow, she understood. Tianhai observed the scene in silence. For a moment, he seemed like he wanted to say something about it, but only took a deep breath instead. Since Kyrian had helped him during the battle, Tianhai had learned to respect him, so he decided to leave the decision to the sect leader. The path to the location was quiet. The morning mist still covered much of the buildings, and the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves was the only company, which wasn't bad at all. Finally, when they reached a flat area in the central region, surrounded by towering trees, Feng Yuan was already waiting for them there. He sat in the center of the clearing, legs crossed, eyes closed, emanating a tranquility that was absent when he was presiding over the sect's main hall. As soon as he sensed their approaching steps, his eyes slowly opened. Tianhai bowed respectfully. Kyrian only inclined his head slightly, in his usual direct manner. Finally, Feng Yuan's gaze fell on Yinyu. The old sect leader observed her for a few seconds before speaking calmly. I see that you successfully absorbed most of the spiritual herb. To break through one stage and then advance into a new realm so quickly, and it seems that your foundation is as stable as that of the core disciples, Feng Yuan suddenly added, still watching Yinyu. He had seen her a few times with Kyrian and had also seen her when he went to inquire about Kyrian a few days earlier, so he knew of her previous cultivation. Now, they seemed like completely different people. So, it was obvious who Kyrian had given the spiritual herb to, and apparently, it hadn't been a waste. Yinyu's eyes widened slightly in surprise. Then she quickly bowed. It's an honor to hear that from you, sect leader, she said hurriedly. I brought her along, as well as the little fox, because I believe it will be beneficial for them," Kirian said, crossing his arms. Feng Yuan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. The young man looked at Yin Yu and nodded. Feng Yuan then made a simple gesture with his hand, and the two took their positions at the center of the clearing. The atmosphere shifted, gaining a subtle but tangible tension. Yin Yu took a deep breath, holding her sword in her right hand. Tianhai unsheathed his, unhurried, his gaze calm and confident. "Begin," said Feng Yuan. The next instant, the sound of blades cutting through the air echoed. Yin Yu advanced. Her movements were clean, stripped of the unnecessary flourishes she once had. Every strike carried direction, intention, and specific weight, her form echoing Kirian's teachings. Tianhai easily deflected her blows at first, maintaining his advantage. But as the fight dragged on, Feng Yuan, who was watching closely, began to notice something. Every strike Yin Yu made was exact and precise. There was no wasted movement, no swing out of rhythm. "It seems you've been training her," said the sect leader, observing without taking his eyes off the duel. Kirian nodded. "Yes, but she already had a natural talent for the sword path." Feng Yuan crossed his arms. He paused. Kirian simply nodded in agreement. In the field, Tianhai finally stopped holding back. The air shifted again as his sword intent manifested faintly, a cutting pressure filling the battleground. The rhythm of the fight changed completely. Yin Yu's strikes were now blocked effortlessly, and even her defenses left shallow cuts on her skin. Still, she did not retreat. She kept advancing and striking, her eyes locked, her focus unwavering, until one swift strike opened a deep cut across her shoulder. She staggered, and in that moment something happened. All the wounds on her body began to glow with a silvery light, and before everyone's eyes, the injuries closed. Tianhai stopped mid-attack, startled. Even so, he ended the fight by placing his blade a few centimeters from Yin Yu's neck. "Good fight," he said sincerely, withdrawing his sword, impressed by her. Yin Yu was breathing heavily, with some difficulty, but she smiled. Feng Yuan and Kirian approached soon after. "What you just did?" the sect leader asked Yin Yu directly. Yin Yu shook her head, a bit confused, and said, "I don't know. I just felt something. An energy took over my body for a moment, and suddenly all the pain was gone. I felt a cold wave, and then," as she spoke, her voice began to weaken. Her body wavered, and she fell forward. Kirian caught her before she hit the ground. Her head rested against his shoulder, her breathing unsteady. He asked firmly, "Yes, I just feel exhausted," she murmured, trying to stand, but her legs failed her. Feng Yuan furrowed his brows slightly. He extended his hand, pulling a small pill from his spatial ring. Yin Yu swallowed the pill without question. A few seconds later, color returned to her face. Her trembling body steadied. Kirian looked at the sect leader. Feng Yuan clasped his hands behind his back, thoughtful. "It seems like a consequence of the spiritual herb, but I don't know the details. I've never seen anything like it." His gaze then turned back to Yin Yu. Yin Yu met his gaze in silence, unsure of what to say. Kirian, on the other hand, simply observed, his sword-shaped eyes glowing faintly. He had already sensed the same thing. Feng Yuan continued to study Yin Yu with silent curiosity, but Kirian took a step forward. "Rest for a bit," Kirian said, looking at Yin Yu. Then he turned to Tianhai. "Afterward, you'll fight again." Tianhai raised an eyebrow, but didn't question it. Luz, who had been standing a few meters away, perked up her ears upon hearing her name, looking first at Kirian, then at Yin Yu. Finally, she turned toward Tianhai, staring with disdain and arrogance, as if saying she would fight alone. Tianhai smiled, finding the little fox amusing, which only made her growl even more fiercely. Then Kirian turned toward the sect leader. "Haha, of course." The sect leader smiled as he took his position on the opposite side of the open space. Kirian then stepped forward as the other three backed away. Tianhai and Yin Yu were eager to watch the two people they respected most on the sword path face each other. Tianhai was certain the sect leader would win, while Yin Yu, Even knowing Feng Yuan was a powerful cultivator over 100 years old, still felt absolute confidence that if it came to technique and combat alone, Kirian would never lose. Chapter 116. Kirian versus Feng Yuan. Chapter 116. Kirian versus Feng Yuan. In the open clearing between the great trees of the sect's central area, two swords were drawn at the same time. A sharp sound echoed through the clearing. Immediately, an intense pressure filled the space. Feng Yuan released a pressure of the Qi liberation realm equal to Kirian's, along with an incomplete sword intent, but one dense enough to be felt from afar. The ground beneath his feet cracked, and the nearby vegetation seemed to bow slightly before him. Kirian, in turn, merely raised his gaze slightly. His sword was drawn from its sheath in a clean motion without a sound. And then, the true sword intent spread. The atmosphere changed. The air, once heavy from Feng Yuan's presence, became even sharper. Tianhai felt his own sword vibrate and touched it lightly with his intent, calming it. Yinyu took a deep breath, her heart racing. Even she, who had seen Kirian fight countless times, felt that this moment was different. Feng Yuan smiled, and then, in the next instant, they both moved. The ground exploded. The swords clashed, and the metallic sound spread in waves that sliced through leaves and scattered the wind. Each strike produced a sharp, lingering arc, and every block left deep marks on the stone ground. Yinyu watched, barely blinking. The speed was much greater than she could remember, and the movements of the two were something she could not completely follow or understand. Even so, she felt each exchange, each motion. Their sword intents and experiences clashed constantly, bringing forth new insights in her mind. Tianhai, standing beside Yinyu, had never seen the leader fight with such seriousness, even in training. When they sparred, Feng Yuan usually handled all his attacks effortlessly. Kirian, in the middle of battle, began to notice something. Every movement of Feng Yuan, though predictable before, had always been difficult to counter because of his experience and his precise responses. But now it seemed clearer. He could see the attacks before they even began, and, unlike before, his body reacted immediately. There was no more delay, no hesitation. His eyes and mind seemed to become one, acting together with more ease than ever. Before, he could see, but until his mind understood and processed the information to then act, even though it had seemed extremely fast before. Now, he realized it had been slow. Now, after the book had sent that energy into him, Kirian could see and act almost simultaneously. The sound of swords continued without pause. Shock waves formed where the blades crossed, and each clash made their ears tremble. Feng Yuan was more experienced, more seasoned. Every strike carried decades of mastery over his sword path. But Kirian was not far behind. His control, perception, and calmness in battle were absolute. In technique and experience, Feng Yuan had the advantage. But in perception, Kirian was utterly unbeatable. Time passed. No one knew how long. The clearing now seemed slightly devastated. Broken stones, severed trees, and cutting winds swirled between them. Then, Feng Yuan took a step back and sighed. His gaze changed. It was time to fight for real, he said. Suddenly, his chi exploded. His blade moved with greater speed, and then 7 sword traces appeared, overlapping in the air like leaves flying in the wind. In an instant, 7 slashes split apart, attacking Kirian from all sides, 7 directions, 7 angles difficult to defend against. But Kirian only smiled. The blade-shaped eyes gleamed. He slowly raised his hand to one of his eyes and pulled. An ethereal sound echoed. From within his pupil, a sword made of pure energy was drawn out. And as Feng Yuan's attack completed, the 7 blades were blocked simultaneously. A deafening sound echoed across the clearing. Feng Yuan froze, astonished. Even Tianhai and Yinyu were speechless. The energy blade floated beside Kirian, vibrating like a living presence, almost sentient. A cutting pressure emanated from it, formed of pure sword intent and an extremely pure, concentrated sharp. Chi, Feng Yuan murmured suddenly. Kirian kept his steady gaze. My innate talent. I finally understood the path I must follow. I won't use techniques or fight like other cultivators. He replied calmly. Then Kirian raised his hand again. His other pupil shone, and another sword was pulled from his left eye. Now, two blades of pure energy floated around him. The wind blew, lifting dust, leaves, and fragments of stone. Kirian didn't take a single step forward, but the two swords advanced together, moving according to his gaze. Feng Yuan responded instantly, releasing multiple sect techniques, chain strikes, thrusts cutting through space, and walls of chi rising like barriers to defend him. But nothing escaped Kirian's eyes. Every movement, every intent, every micro-gesture, all was seen. And the swords acted before the leader's attacks were even completed. It was like fighting two ghosts, swords that moved as if they had their own consciousness, anticipating attacks and undoing them before they could take form. Feng Yuan began to retreat, feeling the pressure rise. Tianhai watched, his body rigid. This is impossible, he murmured, his voice trembling. Yinyu, at his side, kept her eyes fixed on Kirian, her chest tight. She could see this wasn't just power. Kirian had absolute control over the fight. She suddenly thought, trembling even more. Feng Yuan then gave a low roar, releasing an even greater amount of chi. His cultivation rose to the final stage of the liberation realm. His sword shone with a greenish light. And amid the battle, Feng Yuan's eyes stopped focusing on Kirian and instead fixed on the floating blades. He began to feel something. Comprehension. The flow, the rhythm, the spirit of the blade, the pure sword intent present in Kirian's ocular swords. Kirian noticed it, and instead of retreating, he advanced the blades with even greater force. The two floating swords crossed, forming an X of cutting energy that exploded against Feng Yuan's blade. The sound of impact echoed far away. Feng Yuan was pushed back, the ground cracking beneath his feet. But now his eyes were shining. He had understood something, a spark of enlightenment. Kirian stopped attacking at that instant, remaining silent as he watched Feng Yuan look up at the sky with a distant gaze. Then, a sound came from his sect leader, low, yet it made every sword present vibrate. Once again, Kirian had made another cultivator comprehend the sword intent. But this time was different. Tianhai had understood sword intent because of his talent. He had already grasped the seed of intent. Without Kirian, it would have been only a matter of time before he understood true intent. But Feng Yuan's intent was different. It came from the same origin as Kirian's. The leader had followed a determined path, but never seeing the true intent beyond the slash the ancestor had left behind made it almost impossible to complete. Now, however, upon seeing Kirian's complete intent, the two intents recognized each other. A realization overtook him, and finally, after countless years, the leader comprehended sword intent. And then, in that instant, the sound reverberated even more. The entire field seemed to vibrate with the sound of countless invisible swords. Ha! Ha! Feng Yuan had been silent. Suddenly, he began to laugh. It started slowly, but soon became a burst of genuine joy. Kirian only watched in silence. Feng Yuan's laughter echoed through the clearing, blending with the sound of the leaves. The pressure that had once filled the air disappeared completely. Feng Yuan was still smiling, his eyes glowing intensely, the gaze of someone who, after decades of stagnation, had finally crossed an invisible wall. His sword trembled slightly in his hand, as if responding to its master's newfound joy. Kirian lowered his gaze, and then the two energy blades began to lose their glow and, under everyone's watchful eyes, returned to his eyes as threads of light. In an instant, silence returned. Feng Yuan sheathed his sword and stepped forward, still chuckling softly, but with eyes shimmering from restrained emotion. As he approached, he spoke directly. "Boy, I did nothing. The master was already close. You simply saw the right moment," Kirian said, shaking his head. Feng Yuan watched him for a few seconds, then let out a small smile. Perhaps, but without you. Yin and Tianhai approached a little, not daring to interrupt the moment. Yin looked at Kirian with silent admiration. To her, it was almost impossible to grasp what he was becoming. Tianhai, on the other hand, watched the leader with respect and mild confusion. This was a side of the leader he had never seen before. Moreover, Feng Yuan, standing there now, was completely different from before. But then, suddenly, the leader's expression changed. The smile vanished. His brow furrowed sharply, and his gaze grew serious. "I need to go now," he said abruptly, his voice firm and dry. Before anyone could ask, Feng Yuan took a step and vanished. In just a few seconds, the leader had disappeared from everyone's sight, moving at a terrifying speed. Chapter 117, Spiritual Awakening Realm. Chapter 117, Spiritual Awakening Realm. "I need to go now," Feng Yuan said suddenly. Then the air exploded with the sound of something tearing through it with immense force. And in the blink of an eye, the leader of the Verdant Sword sect was no longer there. Tianhai took a step back, startled by the speed. Yinyu looked at Kirian, confused. Kirian was silent for a moment, gazing at the spot where Feng Yuan had vanished. The wind seemed to blow, sweeping away the last layer of dust on the ground. "I don't know, but it seems something important happened," Kirian finally replied, shaking his head. Suddenly, something moving at a terrifying speed that made the wind scatter in all directions appeared, and then Feng Yuan emerged in an isolated part of the sect's central area. Before him stood a small, simple wooden hut made of ancient timber, surrounded by bamboo and moss. That place was the leader's refuge, a place almost no one knew existed. He took a few slow steps until he stopped in front of the hut, his eyes fixed on the horizon for a moment, and then, slowly, a firm smile formed on his face. His voice came out low but heavy with emotion. Feng Yuan took a deep breath, feeling the flow of qi coursing through his body with a fluidity he hadn't felt in decades. Without hesitation, he sat down on the ground. With a motion of his hand, an absurd number of spirit stones appeared around him, forming a pile that emitted an intense light. It was a quantity far beyond anything Kirian had ever seen. Right after that, a small jade vial appeared in his palm. He opened it and, without ceremony, swallowed the single pill inside. As soon as he did, the surrounding air seemed to tremble. The qi within the hut exploded, expanding in all directions. Spiritual energy began to condense, becoming almost visible, and then a dense, living vortex emerged, swirling around Feng Yuan. The pressure spread like a wave throughout the Verdant Sword sect. The disciples who were cultivating were immediately interrupted, coughing and feeling their knees buckle. Within seconds, the entire sect felt the weight of that presence. Near the sect's main hall, all the elders appeared, their faces filled with tension. "What's happening?" one of them shouted. But before anyone could answer, they all sensed the direction of the pressure. Their gazes turned toward the same point, the isolated area of the central mountain. One of the elders, with white hair, opened his eyes wide in shock. A heavy silence fell upon everyone. For a moment, no one dared speak. But soon, Mei Ran, who was among them, murmured in a slightly trembling voice, "The leader." The impact of those words made everyone realize it. Another elder clenched his fists, eyes wide. "Impossible. The leader has been stuck for 80 years in the false spiritual awakening realm. But if he succeeds, the sect will change completely," Mei Ran said with a faint, incredulous smile. The expressions of all the elders turned to pure euphoria. They looked at each other and, in silence, simply watched the mountain. Inside the hut, Feng Yuan breathed deeply. His body trembled, but his mind was in total control. Qi circulated with terrifying strength, each breath drawing rivers of spiritual energy into his body. The sharp qi of his inner core began to spin and glow with a light green hue, and the sound of something breaking echoed within him, the sound of a limitation shattering. A wave of energy spread outward. The ground around the hut trembled. The spirit stones surrounding him began to crack one by one, disintegrating into luminous dust as the chi within them was completely devoured. But not all of it went into his core. Half of all the chi, in fact, was gathering in his forehead. Feng Yuan murmured suddenly, sweating but smiling in pure satisfaction. 80 years. His body trembled again, and then a light burst in a specific place within his mind. Something awakened that multiplied the pressure tenfold, sweeping across the floor and cracking the stones beneath his feet. In an instant, the entire mountain seemed to breathe with him for a moment. Everything felt completely different to him now. The leader of the Verdant Sword sect, Feng Yuan, had now broken through to the true spiritual awakening realm. The sound inside the hut ceased. Everything fell into absolute silence. Feng Yuan opened his eyes. This time, they glowed a deep green like two living blades. He exhaled deeply. Finally, after all this time, I am free from my shackles, he whispered, looking upward as if he could see the sky beyond the ceiling above his head. In the distant clearing, Yin-Yu, Luz, and Tianhai had stopped their recently started fight the moment they felt the pressure. The air felt heavier, making it difficult even to breathe. Yin-Yu looked up, eyes filled with astonishment. What is this pressure? Definitely, it's the sect leader, Tianhai said, clenching his fists, trembling slightly. Kirian was silent for a moment, gazing in the direction the pressure came from. Then he let out a soft sigh and said, he gave a small, satisfied smile. For a moment, the group remained silent, feeling the chi vibrate in the distance. A new era was about to begin for the sect. Then, after some time, the pressure finally vanished as if it had never existed. Back in the leader's hut, Feng Yuan opened his eyes completely. The energy around him had stabilized, but his presence was still suffocating, even in its calm state. He slowly stood up, feeling his body lighter, firmer, as if he had shed a weight that had burdened him his whole life. His words came out softly, and then he closed his eyes again. In the next instant, a wave spread from his mind throughout the entire sect. It wasn't a sound nor a physical presence, but suddenly a voice echoed in the minds of many within the central area. The voice was deep, firm, and impossible to ignore. Kirian immediately lifted his head. The voice echoed clearly in his mind, making his expression shift suddenly. He murmured. Yin-Yu and Tianhai exchanged glances. They had heard it too. At that moment, every elder and central disciple of the sect felt the same thing, and each of them knew the sect leader had succeeded in his breakthrough. Shortly after, the grand main hall of the Verdant Sword sect was already filled. Elders, core disciples, and several important figures of the sect were gathered. The air there felt heavy, charged with a certain tension, but not a bad one. Then upon the throne in the center of the hall, Feng Yuan waited, seated. Many hadn't seen him arrive. He was simply there in an instant. All eyes turned to him at once. The pressure emanating from his body was immense, dense, and sharp like a blade ready to cut through everything. It made it impossible to breathe naturally. Kirian felt his body tremble slightly. Instinctively, his eyes gleamed, and an image appeared before him. Something revealed itself clearly. The chi around Feng Yuan now resembled a lake with no visible end. He swallowed hard, and a thought crossed his mind. Whenever he looked at someone, Kirian could somehow sense and distinguish the strength they carried. But now, before Feng Yuan, it was something completely abyssal, a truly profound power he couldn't fully fathom, as if something prevented him. The memory of Wei Feng surfaced. When he met the sect leader, Kirian thought he was already in the spiritual awakening realm, just as he'd thought the same of Wei Feng. But now he knew he'd been wrong. Only now did he understand what that realm truly meant. The difference between the leader and any other elder present was absurd, beyond comparison. One by one, the elders began to speak, bowing slowly. The voices echoed through the hall, filled with respect. Soon, Yin-Yu, Tianhai, Kyrian and the other core disciples also offered their congratulations. Everyone was sincerely happy. Feng Yuan remained silent for a few seconds, then took a deep breath. Suddenly, the pressure they felt vanished. The dense energy disappeared as if it had never existed. "I'll be away from the sect for some time," he began calmly. The core disciples looked at each other in confusion, but the older elders understood immediately. The leader definitely had matters to resolve, matters spanning many years and many people. "Understood," they replied, bowing even deeper in respect. Feng Yuan nodded, and then, without a sound, he disappeared. The wind blew softly through the hall. This time, Kyrian was focused. He forced his eyes to follow the leader's movement. But all he saw was a faint trace, a green streak passing before them and vanishing from the hall. In the blink of an eye, Feng Yuan was no longer there. Chapter 118, Crown Prince. Chapter 118, Crown Prince. For a brief moment, no one moved after the sect leader vanished. The wind blowing through the open doors of the hall only made everyone's hair sway, along with the banners bearing the symbol of the Verdant Sword sect. Feng Yuan had disappeared like a breath, leaving no trace behind. The silence that followed was heavy. No one spoke first. Kyrian kept his eyes fixed on the space where the sect leader had been just moments ago, thinking about the green shadow that had passed near him so quickly he couldn't even react. For several seconds, the sound of the wind entering was the only noise in the hall, until Mei Ran suddenly spoke, turning to the elders. "He really left. I have no idea, but a few weeks, or maybe even months." One elder replied. Mei Ran nodded, then took a step forward, looking at the others. The leader's words were clear. "While he is away, we will take care of the sect." Her firm voice made everyone nod as they straightened their posture. The other elders also nodded in agreement. Soon after, the hall began to empty. The sound of footsteps echoed across the stone floor as, one by one, disciples and elders left the place. Kyrian left with Yinyu not long after everyone else. The light of dusk began to descend upon the mountaintop, filtering through the trees. The two soon disappeared, returning to Kyrian's courtyard. Kyrian remained silent for a long time. It seemed as though everything had returned to normal. But he had many thoughts after witnessing such a display of power, eager for the day he could reach that realm. No, he wanted even more. Suddenly, a voice broke through Kyrian's thoughts. "Do you think it'll take long to return?" He really seemed in a hurry, Yinyu asked, breaking the silence that had formed along the path. Kyrian turned his gaze to the horizon, where the sun was beginning to set. "The leader is someone who has lived many years, much older than us. He left right after breaking through, so I'm sure it's something truly important to him." Kyrian replied without turning his face. Outside the central area, the entire sect was beginning to stir. Rumors spread like fire through dry straw. Everyone had felt that terrible pressure, and now speculation ran rampant throughout the sect. Some said a powerful intruder had been defeated. Others that the leader had successfully cultivated a supreme technique. Some guessed correctly about the leader's breakthrough, but few truly knew the truth. Kyrian and Yinyu were already in the courtyard. Once again, Yinyu made dinner for the two of them, while Luz received the spirit stones Kyrian had promised. There were still several days left before Kyrian could cultivate again, so he was in no rush. Yinyu, on the other hand, was more eager than ever to cultivate. Her progress seemed smooth and terrifyingly fast, especially due to the lingering effects of the spiritual herb still in her body. And so, several days passed after the leader had left the sect. Kyrian and Yinyu remained in the courtyard, training and sparring every day, improving their strength, while Kyrian learned more about how to control his new ability. 5 days had passed since the sect leader's departure. Time ran quickly, days filled with training and silence in Kyrian's courtyard. The mornings were filled with the sounds of swords cutting through the air, and the afternoons with discussions about Qi and Yinyu's technique control. The two fought every day, their bodies and minds adapting to the rhythm. That late afternoon, after a long exchange of blows, the metallic sound of swords finally ceased. The courtyard floor was marked with cuts, and the air still vibrated with traces of sword intent. Yinyu was breathing heavily, drops of sweat running down her face. Then, she lowered her sword and smiled. Kyrian raised an eyebrow, but understood what she meant. The seven-leaf sword technique. I finally grasped it completely. All 7 layers, she said firmly and confidently. Kyrian sheathed his sword, which was already showing signs of wear, and nodded slightly. Yes, and you're coming with me, since you don't seem to have much to do lately, she said curtly. Kyrian nodded. You're right. There isn't much to do while the barrier hasn't disappeared yet. The two then left the courtyard together. On the way, Kyrian noticed that none of the core disciples were around. They had likely gone on another mission. They seemed truly close now, especially with Long Xuan needing help. They had gathered around her to help recover her memories, though, so far, nothing had returned. Kyrian also remembered Di Fei. He had heard from Ran that Di Fei became an inner disciple of the sect after everyone learned it wasn't his fault that Long Xue had been hurt. They couldn't let him leave the sect either, so they made him a disciple, which he gladly accepted after seeing how the Verdant Sword sect operated. They descended the long stairways leading to the inner area of the sect. The mountain wind blew cold, carrying dry leaves along the path. It didn't take long before they reached the inner area, and immediately, Kyrian noticed something different in the air. Not in the chi or anything specific, but in the general mood of the disciples. Everyone seemed lighter, more confident. Now that they knew the leader had truly broken through to the spiritual awakening realm, a greater sense of security flowed throughout the sect. After all, among nearby domains, not everyone could boast of having someone at that level defending them. The two continued in silence for a while until, suddenly, a loud noise echoed ahead. Shouts, applause, and hurried footsteps. Yinyu frowned. Kyrian turned his gaze and saw a large number of inner disciples gathered near one of the arenas. A circle had formed, and at its center, 2 figures argued heatedly. Let's see, said Yinyu, her eyes shining with curiosity. Kyrian sighed but nodded, following along. As they approached, they clearly heard a voice shout. 2 weeks. Murmurs spread instantly. He's insane. Kyrian observed the scene, and soon his gaze settled on the young man who had shouted. A familiar face. It was the Crown Prince, the one who had taken the sect entrance test alongside Kyrian, Yinyu, and the others. The other young man before him had a look of pure disdain. He was tall, with short spiked hair, narrow eyes, and a mocking smile. His strength was evident. Clearly, he was someone at the 3-degree stage of the Qi Liberation realm. The Crown Prince, on the other hand, was only at the 1st stage. The difference was staggering. The spiky-haired young man merely scoffed, turning his back. See you in 2 weeks, then. I hope you survive long enough to step onto the arena. He left with a small group of followers, laughing. Kyrian watched everything silently until he noticed something curious. As soon as the show ended and the disciples noticed his presence, many fell silent and immediately bowed. Their expressions shifted, instant respect. After all, before them stood one of the 2 direct disciples of the sect leader. Kyrian ignored the reverence, walking straight toward the Crown Prince. The prince stood in the center of the circle, breathing heavily with clenched fists. Kyrian asked suddenly, his tone neutral but curious. The Crown Prince looked at him and let out a long sigh. That bastard. He humiliated a friend in front of several disciples and even mocked my lineage. Kyrian raised an eyebrow upon hearing that. The prince closed his eyes for a moment, his voice laced with controlled anger. It doesn't matter. If I stay silent, he'll keep going. Kyrian watched him for a moment in silence, then crossed his arms. The prince looked down for a moment, thoughtful and hesitant. Then he raised his gaze, determined. I'll train harder. And for that, Kyrian looked up slightly. Train me, the prince said directly, his expression firm. I saw your fight with Tianhai. Silence settled between them for a moment. Yinyu glanced sideways at Kyrian, waiting for his answer. Kyrian fell into thought, but finally he replied. Chapter 119, Extermination Mission. Chapter 119. Extermination Mission. All right, Kirian replied to the Crown Prince after a moment of silent thought. The prince had helped him before the sex test began. Accepting this request will be like repaying that small debt. Kirian then turned to Yinyu. Yinyu shook her head. No. She also knew about the prince's help, so she accepted without caring much. Kirian nodded. All right. The three of them set off together. The cutting wind of the inner area now felt like a gentle breeze to Kirian and Yinyu, both already used to the winds of the central area. Upon entering the pavilion, the place was silent, illuminated by green lamps fixed to the walls. Tall shelves held countless books and sealed scrolls. Yinyu walked among them, observing carefully until she stopped before a shelf. She picked one of the books and smiled, determined. It was a movement technique, one of the most advanced on that floor of the pavilion. It had cost all of her merit points. Kirian raised his eyebrows, but said nothing. It truly seemed difficult to be an inner disciple. After storing the book, Yinyu looked at Kirian. And you? Don't you want to take a mission? Kirian thought for a moment and agreed. Makes sense. Pei Yao smiled faintly. They left the pavilion and headed toward the task hall. On the way, Yinyu struck up a conversation with the prince. I never imagined going on a mission with the crown prince. Rin Yao scratched his neck, a little embarrassed. Those stories are exaggerated. I'm nothing compared to Kirian. He's a disciple of the sect leader, the one who commands everything within the verdant sword domain. I'm just a prince from a small country. Still, it's strange, Yinyu laughed. When they arrived at the task hall, the place was bustling. Several disciples were consulting the scrolls pinned to the walls. Kirian scanned them quickly until one mission immediately caught his attention. It was an extermination mission. The target was an organization that had arisen in a small country within the verdant sword domain. It was said they cultivated techniques considered demonic and were performing sacrifices in villages and small towns to strengthen themselves. Sounds dangerous, Yinyu commented, reading the details. Seems simple to me. Honestly, Kirian replied, taking the scroll for a personal reason. Fei Yao immediately shrugged. After registering the mission, the trio went to the stables of the inner area. The sounds of beasts echoed through the place, roars, wings flapping. Kirian looked around until he found and recognized an eagle, the same one that had carried him to the ravine city on his last trip. He approached and ran his hand along the creature's neck. Come on, we're heading out again, Kirian said with a smile as he touched the beak of the giant eagle. The eagle let out a sharp cry and spread its wings. The three climbed onto its back. The wind soon grew stronger as the eagle gained altitude. In a few moments, they left the sect gates behind, flying toward the country of Linha. The cold wind cut through the skies as the eagle glided among the clouds. Its gigantic wings beat rhythmically, producing a deep hum that blended with the wind rushing against their faces. Kirian, at the front, gazed at the horizon, narrowing his eyes. The verdant sword domain stretched vast below them. Immense forests, wide rivers gleaming under the sun, and mountain ranges that pierced the clouds. Behind him, Yinyu kept her hair tied, silently admiring the scenery, while Rin Yao sat in a cultivation posture, trying to stabilize his qi within his body. Since their departure, Kirian had guided him with few words, but with precision. Learn to control your qi flow better. Don't force it. Qi should move with precision. Rin Yao took deep breaths, his body trembling slightly from the effort to better stabilize his energy. Yinyu glanced back, observing the prince with curiosity. He really does have talent. Kirian, hearing that, simply nodded lightly. He just needs direction. Rin Yao opened his eyes and exhaled, a small smile forming on his face. You'd really make a good teacher. Your explanations are simple, but Kirian didn't respond, keeping his gaze fixed ahead. The journey lasted an entire day. Over the next several hours, they alternated between silence and brief conversations about cultivation and combat techniques. The prince trained qi control in his hands, tried to form blades of energy between his fingers, and exercise a concentration. At other moments, Yinyu demonstrated short gestures, slicing the air and leaving almost invisible traces of qi that radiated a sharp aura. Rin Yao tried to imitate her, failing several times. Kirian also noticed that after advancing to the qi liberation realm, Rin Yao's qi had transformed into a sharp qi derived from one of the sect's cultivation techniques. It was less pure but still good. The sun began to set, painting the horizon in shades of orange and red. The clouds took on a golden hue, and the wind grew warmer. We're getting close, Kirian murmured as he felt a faint disturbance. Below, the terrain changed. Dense forests gave way to arid plains and low mountains. A river cut through the country of Linha, and small villages could be seen near its banks. Kirian leaned down, giving a slight tap on the eagle's neck. The eagle let out a cry and began to spiral downward. The wind whipped their faces as the ground drew near. They landed heavily, raising a small cloud of dust. The eagle folded its wings and stood nearby, watching its surroundings. Kirian was the first to dismount, breathing in the scent of dry earth. There was something impure about this place. Rin Yao and Yinyu jumped down right after. "So this is the country of Linha. Looks dead," Yinyu said, gazing at the horizon. Indeed, the place seemed abandoned. The wind dragged bits of straw along the roads, and the nearby villages were silent, with half-open doors and broken windows. Silence was the first thing that stood out. It wasn't the peaceful silence of the countryside, but a heavy emptiness, as if life itself had been drained from the land. The warm wind blew, lifting dust and scraps. Kirian walked toward the dusty road, his eyes analyzing every detail. "The smell here is different," Yinyu commented in a low voice. Yao Ren wrinkled his nose, agreeing. "Smells." Rin Yao partially drew his sword, his posture shifting into a cautious guard. Kirian said before walking toward the nearest village. They decided to investigate one of the several villages that weren't too far apart from each other. The village was a cluster of no more than 20 houses made of earth and wood. The door of the first house hung broken, swaying slightly with the wind. Inside, furniture was overturned and pots of food were rotting. There was haste in the way everything had been abandoned. They fled, Yinyu whispered, her gaze sweeping across the abandoned kitchen. "They didn't manage to take anything," she added, pointing to a small, simple chest in a corner that stood open, but seemed to have been ignored. Kirian looked at the packed dirt floor. No signs of struggle. He crouched and touched something, his gaze narrowing. "There are ashes, but not from fire. There's no trace of anything having been burned," Kirian said. Then, he stood and left the house, his eyes scanning the village. His attention was drawn to the center of the small settlement. There, where there was a well, a gathering spot, the ground was marked. A circle had been drawn with a dark, almost black powder, and within it, complex patterns were etched. The strong smell came from that place and spread around. Rin Yao approached the circle, but Kirian raised a hand. The prince froze. "It's a formation," Kirian said, his eyes glimmering faintly green as he analyzed it. A dreadful and agonizing memory from his past surfaced. Kirian crouched, passing his fingers over the dark powder. He rubbed it between his fingers and brought it close to his nose. It smelled rotten, like something dead. Rin Yao clenched his fists, his face turning serious. "So it's true." Kirian slowly stood, his gaze cold upon the circle. He didn't like this situation at all. He took a step back and looked at the two. "Let's rest for today." "Now," Kirian thought to himself. "No, I still need more power." He clenched his fists slightly as they entered one of the abandoned houses, where they chose to spend the night. Chapter 120. Ash Sphere. Chapter 120. Ash Sphere. The sound of the wind cut through the night. The abandoned house creaked with every stronger gust, as if it were trying to tear itself from the ground. Yinyu and Rin Yao sat near the wall, cultivating in silence. A faint glow of qi emanated from them. Both breathed calmly, immersed in the circulation of their qi flow. Kirian, on the other hand, remained motionless. He was seated on a simple chair before the broken window. Outside, beyond the wind, the village remained in complete silence. The wind dragged the ashes that covered the ground, and the moon illuminated the well at the center, the same place where he had found the formation. The dark marks were still there, like open wounds in the soil. Kirian rested his chin on his hand and watched the horizon. For an instant, his mind began to wander and sink into his memories. The images returned, even though he thought he had forgotten them. The metallic scent of blood, the screams of thousands of people, and the deadly silence that came right after. Kirian slowly closed his eyes. That day, he had still been a child. Wei Feng, the one who first showed him the cruelty of the cultivation world, the cruelty toward those without strength. He had summoned the blood formation that covered the entire city. Hundreds of thousands of people died. Warriors, peasants, women, and children. Those he knew, all drained to their last trace of life. He remembered the ground covered with dried bodies, reduced to skin and bone. Kirian remembered the sound of the wind blowing over those corpses. The absolute void he had felt. The feeling of helplessness as he watched everything, without the power to do anything at all. He instinctively clenched his fist lightly, making his knuckles crack with a soft sound. Back then, nothing I did could have changed the outcome, Kirian murmured in his mind. The chair creaked softly as he leaned forward. The memories had resurfaced because of the village's formation, something that disturbed him deeply in some way. And the energy used there didn't seem to be only blood, but something different. The people seemed to have disappeared, but Kirian understood what had truly happened after thinking it through. The people had been turned into ashes. Their entire life essence drained and condensed into dust. That kind of formation didn't just kill, it devoured everything, leaving behind only residue that spread across the village floor. Kirian took a deep breath, sensing the smell coming from the window. There was something truly strange about it. Then, suddenly, the temperature began to rise slowly. At first, a faint feeling in the air. Then, a wave of heat that made one sweat even at his level of cultivation. Kirian opened his eyes. The reflection of the moon gleamed in his green irises. He rose slowly. The sound of his chair scraping the floor caught the attention of Yin Yu and Rin Yao, who immediately opened their eyes, interrupting their cultivation. Kirian didn't answer their curious looks. His gaze was fixed on a broken window. Something outside had changed. The ground of the village began to tremble lightly, almost imperceptibly at first, but enough for the dust and ashes to begin rising. The air grew hotter with every second, and the ambient chi seemed to waver and be pulled away as if being forcibly drained. Yin Yu stood up quickly. Kirian didn't respond. Outside, the ashes covered the entire ground. And now, as if obeying a call, they began to rise. It wasn't the wind moving them. They simply floated upward, sliding through the air, forming small currents, and all the ashes followed the same direction. The center of the village, where the well and the formation circle were. Rin Yao took a step forward, surprised. That. Kirian narrowed his eyes as he spoke. The formation, it seems to have been reactivated. The three of them immediately left the house. The heat enveloped them as soon as they crossed the door, a dry, suffocating heat that made it hard to breathe. The night sky seemed slightly tinted red, but only within the bounds of the village formation, as if the array wanted to burn everything inside. The ashes kept gathering. From every direction, they emerged from the houses, floating in straight lines, converging toward the dark circle at the village's center. Kirian approached until he stopped a few meters away, observing in complete silence. He murmured in his mind, his gaze remaining cold and analytical. The dark drawing on the ground began to glow in a reddish-orange hue, and luminous lines spread across the soil like roots expanding outward. Yin Yu placed her hand on her sword, her expression tense. It's getting hotter by the second. Rin Yao covered part of his face, sweating despite his cultivation energy. He asked aloud. Kirian didn't answer immediately. He could feel the formation pattern completing, but he didn't understand its purpose nor how it was happening, since earlier it had seemed deactivated. As the ashes gathered, something appeared to be forming at the center of the array. They didn't understand its purpose. Whatever was being created, there didn't seem like a weapon or a technique, but something was slowly taking shape. Minutes passed. The ground still trembled faintly. The wind had vanished. Then, suddenly, all the remaining ashes stopped moving. The circle of the formation shone brightly, and a wave of heat burst outward in every direction. Kyrian felt his body grow heavy, but he took a deep breath and closed his eyes, opening them moments later. And then, his pupils transformed. 2 white snowflakes replaced the sword-shaped pupils, and a celestial blue spread across his irises. A cold breath spread instantly. The hot, suffocating air was swallowed by a freezing breeze that seemed to calm everything around. The temperature dropped within seconds. Rin Yao shivered, but the suffocating sensation vanished. Yin took a deep breath, feeling the pure air again, and looked at Kyrian. The cold surrounding him was not natural. It was pure and steady, emanating from his eyes, from the new, glacial energy within them. At the village's center, the red light condensed. The formation roared, and then everything compressed into a single point. A sphere appeared, made of pure, compacted ash. It floated a few meters above the ground. From it emanated an intense, dense, yet controlled heat. Rin Yao took a step forward. Kyrian narrowed his eyes, observing. There was no more flow of qi, only that solitary core spinning slowly in the air. Yinyu whispered softly. The sound of the particles moving was faint but constant. Kyrian analyzed it carefully, trying to understand. It seems that was the goal of the formation. Rin Yao frowned as he spoke. Kyrian didn't answer. The core trembled slightly, and the light it emitted began to flicker. Suddenly, a cracking sound echoed, the sound of something breaking. The formation on the ground began to fracture. The luminous lines shattered, bursting into sparks of energy. The entire circle fragmented within seconds. Yin stepped back. Kyrian shook his head, his gaze fixed on the core. No, it's actually... The remaining core slowly rose, as if being pulled by something distant. It floated several meters above the ground, then began to move, flying north toward the rising mountains. Rin Yao's eyes widened as he spoke. That, Kyrian watched the path the core took, then leapt onto the roof of the nearest house. The other 2 immediately followed. Kyrian front, Yinyu right behind, and Rin Yao covering the rear. Keeping a safe distance, they followed the trail left by the core's lingering heat. The reddish light floated steadily above, moving in a straight line. Along the way, Kyrian kept his gaze fixed on the core, trying to decipher its pattern, what it was. But what surprised him came soon after. Another light, rising from the eastern horizon, then another from the south, and another from the west. Soon, several spheres, ash cores, began appearing in the sky, all moving in the same direction. Rin Yao paused for a moment to count. He said, clenching his fists. Yinyu took a deep breath, her face tense. They sacrificed all those people just to create this? Her voice trembled with anger. Kyrian glanced sideways at her. She held her sword tightly, her fingers white with tension. Her chi fluctuated with restrained fury. Rin Yao, meanwhile, seemed calmer, though his gaze hardened. Coming from royalty, he had seen and heard of many tragedies before. Rebellions, massacres, famine. Yet even so, he could never grow used to it. We don't need to worry too much. If the mission record is correct, the leader of this organization is only at the 4 degrees stage of the Qi Liberation Realm. Kyrian didn't respond. He simply stared at the sky, his face expressionless while his mind wandered. Chapter 121, Heart of Ashes. Chapter 121, Heart of Ashes. If the mission records are correct, the leader of the organization is only at the 4 degrees stage of the Qi Liberation Realm. It shouldn't be that difficult to deal with him, Rin Yao murmured. Don't be 100% confident in this, Yinyu said with a somewhat worried expression. Kyrian didn't respond as he continued to stare at the sky and the orbs, his face expressionless. He didn't know why he had chosen this mission or why his thoughts had become more restless after seeing the formation. It wasn't out of heroism. He didn't believe he had to save everyone or avenge those who were killed. It wasn't out of anger either, because he knew that everyone in that world sought the same thing, power. Regardless of the method, for many, only the result mattered. And Kyrian didn't think much differently. Perhaps it was simply the discomfort of being reminded of his own weakness from the past. The weakness that still echoed in the memory of a boy standing before dried corpses. 2 hours passed quickly as they followed the ash orbs. 20 cores now floated ahead of them, flying together like a silent swarm. The air below them was heavy and hot, tinting the ground red wherever it passed. Finally, the mountains began to appear, and at the base of one of them, the terrain changed. It was dry, rocky, without trees, a dead valley devoid of life. Kyrian raised his hand, signaling for them to stop. They hid behind one of the many large rocks scattered there, watching from afar. The cores began to descend, one by one. They moved toward a crevice in the mountain, where a large boulder partially covered an entrance. Suddenly the rock shifted. A dull sound echoed, and a door opened beneath it. A man wearing a black robe emerged. His face was hidden under a hood, his eyes glowing faintly red. One by one, the floating cores entered the passage. The man extended his hand, seeming to guide them inside. As soon as the last core disappeared, he began pushing the stone back to close the entrance. But Kyrian acted. He blinked. His pupils, shaped like snowflakes, gleamed. A chill swept through the valley, carrying shards of ice born from the freezing energy of his eyes. The man froze in place. From the neck up, his head turned into solid ice, cracking with a dry snap. His body fell without a sound, and Kyrian controlled the ice with his gaze, making the corpse drop quietly. Yin Yu and Run Yao approached cautiously as Kyrian passed them with a cold look. The stone was pushed aside with little effort, revealing beneath it a staircase that descended into a narrow corridor leading deep into the mountain, where a faint red glow pulsed. Without another word, Kyrian took the first step into the passage. Yin Yu and Run Yao followed close behind, entering the narrow path. Even with the cold emanating from Kyrian, the heat inside grew with every step they took toward the mountain's depths. The corridor was carved from solid rock, rough and uneven, as if it had been dug hastily. The floor was covered with a thin layer of reddish dust, and black burn marks streaked the walls, as though fire had licked every surface. Yin Yu kept her sword ready, walking just behind Kyrian, while Run Yao guarded the rear. But the space was so tight that drawing their swords here would be difficult. The sound of their footsteps echoed dully, and the red glow at the end pulsed brighter the deeper they went. Kyrian observed the surroundings calmly. The cold around him reacted to the heat, creating a faint mist in the air. Two opposing elements meeting, constantly clashing. The corridor suddenly opened into a vast, circular cavern, so wide the ceiling vanished into the darkness above. The air, once merely hot, now felt almost solid, a humid, suffocating heat carrying the sweet, nauseating stench of rotting flesh and ashes. At the chamber's center rested the source of both the stench and the heat. It was a shapeless mass, the size of a small house, resembling a giant, necrotic heart. Its surface wasn't flesh, but a black, dried, and cracked substance, like coal fused with pitch. From the fissures seeped a dim red light, pulsing slowly and agonizingly. With each pulse came waves of heat and a pure energy of decay, though it carried within it a distorted, artificial spark of life. The ash spheres they had followed now orbited the thing slowly before being drawn in and absorbed by the black surface, feeding its dark rhythm. The silence was broken only by a wet, low sound, like that of a massive muscle contracting in on itself. The place seemed deserted, apart from that monstrosity. Run Yao couldn't help but murmur aloud, his voice filled with disgust. Kyrian watched with icy calm, his eyes analyzing every crack, every fissure, every pulse. He released more of his freezing chi, forming a subtle barrier against the oppressive heat, shielding them partially. Then Yin Yu, pale-faced, lightly touched Kyrian's arm. Her eyes were fixed on the heart of ashes, filled with incomprehensible horror. "Kyrian, there's something alive in there," she whispered, her voice nearly fading away. Kyrian turned toward her face, one eyebrow slightly raised. She just shook her head, unable to explain. "I just know. I can feel it. It's not just that thing. There's a presence inside. I can feel it watching us." The statement lingered in the air, making the atmosphere even more macabre. Before Kyrian could ponder Yinyu's feelings, voices echoed from the far side of the cavern. Three figures, dressed in the same black robes as the man from the entrance, emerged from a secondary passage. They walked absent-mindedly, engrossed in their own conversations. "Where's that idiot? He was just supposed to check the door and bring the cores. He should have been back by now," one of them grumbled, his voice coarse. Kyrian noticed them instantly. Despite being only a few meters from that infernal heart, the three men seemed perfectly comfortable. Their cultivation levels, however, were unimpressive. All of them were, at best, at the 3 degrees stage of the chi accumulation realm. But something about them protected them somehow. The moment they entered the trio's direct line of sight, the action was swift and lethal, without hesitation. Yinyu and Runyao, as if they had trained together all their lives, moved in complete synchrony. They struck like a scythe. 2 flashes of steel sliced through the cavern's sweltering air. It was fast and silent. 2 of the 3 men in black fell instantly, their throats slashed open before a sound of alarm could escape. Blood sprayed vividly across the cavern, a shocking contrast against the pale stone. The third man, the one who had spoken, froze in sheer terror. He didn't even have time to scream. A chilling cold, far more intense than the cavern's heat, enveloped his limbs and mouth, a cold that froze the bones. His arms and legs locked up, covered in a layer of instant ice that trapped him in place like a statue. He was alive, conscious, but completely immobilized by Kyrian's eyes, who now approached with silent steps that echoed louder than any other sound in the cavern. At that exact moment, the heart of Ashes reacted. With the death of the 2 cultivators, the thing pulsed violently. An almost physical heat burst from the black core, spilling from its red cracks, a blood-red flash that scorched the air. Kyrian acted instantly, raising one hand. A translucent wall of ice, brimming with freezing chi, materialized between them and the wave of heat, cracking and hissing upon impact. But it protected Yinyu and Runyao from instant vaporization. The bodies on the ground, however, suffered a horrific fate. Under that concentrated heat, the flesh and bones of the 2 dead cultivators didn't just burn, they disintegrated, turning into fine, dark gray ash. This was immediately drawn in by the next pulse of the heart, making it seem a bit stronger, a bit more alive. Kyrian, Yinyu, and Runyao all frowned, not just from the heat, but from the horror of what they witnessed. It seemed that the heart possessed some form of thought. The moment it sensed dead bodies, it devoured them. Kyrian's wall of ice dissolved into steam. He turned toward the last surviving man, whose eyes, the only part he could still move, were wide with terror. The cold that held him in place was also the only thing keeping him alive, preventing him from being consumed by the heart's overwhelming heat, which had now subsided back to its steady rhythm. Kyrian stopped in front of him, his expression hard, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous light. He asked, his voice low, cutting through the cavern's silence with an icy sharpness. Chapter 122, Heart of Ashes 2. Chapter 122, Heart of Ashes 2, he asked in a low voice, but one that cut the cave's silence with extreme coldness. The frozen man breathed with difficulty. He tried to answer, but his teeth chattered uncontrollably, the cold making even proper breathing impossible. The sound that came from his mouth was a mix of air and pain. Kyrian kept his cold eyes on him. With a single thought, part of the ice covering the man's face broke, enough for him to move his jaw. The first sound that escaped was a weak moan, followed by a hoarse cough. Small fragments of ice and blood trickled from his lips. Then he began to speak, each word leaving his mouth along with a white cloud. "They," the man began, not trying much to hide it. The cold in his body was a terrible sensation. Kirian watched him silently. The heart. They want to see what happens when someone... He answered with an extremely broken voice. Kirian narrowed his eyes. The leader. I don't exactly know what he wants with it, nor its origin. The man coughed, spitting frozen blood. But he hasn't used any yet. Seems to want to know how the body reacts and whether he can control. Kirian observed for a few more seconds. The man was not lying. Kirian could see that. Then, without any emotion, he blinked. The ice enveloped the man's entire body again, and the dry sound of freezing filled the air. Then the man dissolved into fragments and fell like pale dust onto the hot floor. The sound of the heart of ashes echoed again, pulsing slowly, but ever stronger. Yinyu approached, her face pale. Kirian, what are we going to do about this? Rinyao looked around, alert. There doesn't seem to be anyone else here besides those three and the man at the entrance. There must be more places like this with other people, because just those four would be impossible to do all of this. And Kirian diverted his gaze to the pulsating thing in the center of the cave. The red glow inside it now vibrated quickly, and cracks spread across its black surface. Kirian said, with mild curiosity. Rin Yao furrowed his brow, speaking worriedly. This? The prince asked. Exactly. I want to see what happens when it finishes. The heat increased. The air began to visibly waver, and even the nearby stones started to redden. The ground trembled slightly. The frozen body of the earlier man, of which pieces still remained, began to crumble. The dark particles detached and floated slowly, being drawn toward the heart. The ashes were sucked into it, as if it were taking a deep breath, and suddenly the pulse accelerated brutally. Thump thump. With each beat, it seemed to make the air in the cave shudder slightly, and the sound filled the chamber like a muffled war drum. Kirian, there's something trying to come out of there, Yinyu said as she took a step back, moving behind Kirian. Kirian, for his part, did not answer. He only kept his gaze fixed on the heart. The red glow now took up the entire surface, as if something inside were about to burst the cocoon. And then it happened. A dry crack echoed. The heart split completely and exploded in a wave of ashes and heat. Incandescent fragments flew in all directions, striking the floor and walls like embers. Kirian reacted instantly, forming a dense wall of ice that rose before them. Steam filled the air, the cold and the heat colliding violently. When the steam began to dissipate, something appeared in the center of the ash-covered floor. It was a young man. He was on his knees, his naked body covered in ash. His hair stuck to his skin, and on his chest a dark mark in the shape of a root spread like black veins that pulsed in time with the heart. His eyes were open, red, full of rage. No consciousness could be seen there. Yinyu clenched the sword's hilt cautiously. The young man slowly lifted his face. His teeth were clenched, and an animalistic breath came from him as if he had just been born. Without any warning, he lunged forward. Kirian simply looked calm, and his eyes shone. The cold enveloped him before the young man could get close. In an instant, the youth was completely frozen from head to toe, held in the air with his expression distorted in a mute scream. The ice trapped him entirely, immobilizing him like a transparent statue. Rin Yao watched in silence, trying to understand what he saw. He's alive. Kirian approached. The black mark on the youth's chest still pulsed, and the ice around him vibrated in response. A crack soon appeared, thin, almost imperceptible. Then another. Then a wave of heat exploded from inside the frozen body, pushing vapor in all directions. Yinyu took a step back. But Kirian only blinked again, his eyes shining brighter, and the ice solidified once more. The cold swallowed that heat without much effort. The youth's body stopped moving, and the March's pulsation began to slow. There was not an ounce of reasoning in his eyes, only instinct. With each second, he looked more like a beast than a human. Kirian watched him calmly. There's no control, only a desire to destroy and burn everything. Kirian thought, his brow narrowed. Yinyu moved closer, still observing the young man. Leave him like that. Kirian gave the frozen youth one last look. Turning, he spoke in a firm tone. Search every corner of the cave. Any record, seal, symbol, any communication, or other information. Rin Yao nodded immediately and left along the left side of the cave, while Yinyu went to the opposite side. The sound of their footsteps echoed faintly in the stifling heat. Kirian remained alone before the frozen youth. Steam still rose in thin rows of hot air, and the reddish glow that had dominated the place began to fade, leaving only the distant sound of footsteps and breathing. He looked at the rest of the dead heart on the ground, and then at the sealed body in front of him. The black marks pulsed irregularly, trying to breathe, but without success. Kirian kept his gaze steady. What is it they are trying to create? A body that can withstand the power of the ashes. He then turned his face toward the deep tunnels that lost themselves in the darkness. In a distant cavern, silence reigned. Only the sound of hot air circulating between the rocks could be heard, like the sigh of something living. In the center of the place, a man sat in a meditative posture. Around him, dozens of symbols glowed in a faint red, drawn on the ground and intertwined by lines made of compacted ash. The air was heavy, dense with a putrid, corrupted energy. Suddenly, one of the symbols, the third from the center, went out completely. The glow died in an instant, and the muffled snap echoed through the cavern. The man opened his eyes slowly, deep reddish eyes reflecting the remaining glow of the other symbols. He breathed in deeply, and a small trace of pain crossed his face, as if a needle had pierced the inside of his head. His voice was low, hoarse, and cold, but laden with contempt. These useless ones. He ran a hand over the extinguished symbol, scattering the ashes until the entire circle was undone. The putrid smell of the ashes filled the air. It was then that footsteps approached the tunnel. A man wearing a black robe hurried in, stopping immediately and bowing before the man seated at the center of the cavern. "Master," he began, not daring to raise his eyes. "We received reports. A flying beast with 3 people was seen flying over the Linha country region. By the accounts," the seated man raised his gaze slowly. A nearly imperceptible smile formed at the corner of his mouth. "So finally, they decided to accept the mission. That's perfect." The red flame reflected in his eyes, and for a moment the cavern's air grew hotter. "Interesting. Maybe, with one of them, I will finally be able to create one. After so many years of tests, I'm almost there. I will finally create an artificial physique." The subordinate remained motionless while his master mused. "Send all available men. Capture them and bring them alive. And prepare the 5th heart. Use as many lives as needed." Chapter 123, Blizzard. Chapter 123. Blizzard. Kirian remained still, his eyes fixed on the black walls of the cave. There were signs of formations everywhere. Scratched markings, faded seals, broken circles. But now, everything seemed inactive, as something had stopped feeding that network. The heat still came from the center, but its source had weakened after the explosion of the Heart of Ashes. Now, only cracks and scattered dust remained. Yinyu and Rin Yao returned after exploring the back of the cave, carrying scrolls and maps. Damp sheets, scribbled maps, and notes collected about the nearby villages. They spread everything before Kirian. The papers trembled under the heat. Kirian tilted his head and began to read. The maps showed the trails of the ash spheres, a predictable pattern. Several villages marked in red pointed toward this spot in the mountain. The notes briefly mentioned disappearances, remains turned to dust, and basic instructions for ritual circles. There were no indications that the men who had died there were the authors or creators of such formations. The records outlined the duties of those who maintained this place, the number of bodies, supplies, and other basic matters. Kirian joined the edges of the map with his finger. It didn't take long for him to notice the obvious line. The marked villages were being sacrificed to feed a core, or perhaps several cores scattered throughout the country. He let his eyes wander across the cave again. The formations there were broken, the heart of ashes destroyed. Whoever controlled this would certainly feel it. It wouldn't be long before they came to check. "We'll stay here and wait," Kyrian said directly. "Whoever leads, all this will come personally if they want to understand the cause of the failure." Yinyu nodded, her shoulders tense. Rin Yao placed a map inside his cloak, ready. Kyrian looked toward the young man, lying frozen. On his chest, the experiment that had existed there, without identity, feelings, or consciousness. The young man must have been taken from one of the villages. Kyrian's expression didn't change as he nudged the frozen youth with his foot. The boy was no longer human. With a simple gesture, Kyrian's eyes glowed with frost. The ice around the young man's body shattered into fragments, tiny shards falling like crystalline dust onto the hot ground. Life vanished without a sound. Better that way, Kyrian thought. He couldn't risk leaving something that might awaken again. They then set up guard, quickly organizing watch points and schedules. Kyrian wasn't as tense as the other two. He preferred to wait and conserve his energy. If that group wanted to test results, someone would have to come see them. A day and a half later, Yinyu came running into the cave, eyes slightly wide. "There are enemies," she said. Nothing more. Kyrian rose calmly, cracking his shoulders to shake the dust off his clothes. "Finally, they've arrived," Kyrian murmured with the same expression. He asked, "Too many. I couldn't count. Far more than the mission record stated." Even if there are 100, just stay behind me. I'll take care of it," Kyrian said without much concern, already walking toward the mouth of the tunnel. Rin Yao and Yinyu followed him cautiously. From the entrance, the hot air hit hard. 50 people dressed in black surrounded the area. All were in the realm of Qi liberation, military posture, light armor, spears, and weapons raised. At the center of the group stood a man whose presence and pressure exuded confidence. His cultivation was far above the others around him, who were only in the early stages of the realm. The man arrogantly announced his cultivation in the 7 degrees stage of the realm of Qi liberation. The disciples of the Verdant Sword sect were seen around here. The order is to capture them alive, preferably intact. Also, bring the failed sample. This mission is of utmost importance. "Be quick," the commanding man said. Then, he pushed 2 men forward, giving orders, ready to enter the tunnel. They stopped at the entrance at the tunnel's edge. But that was enough. Kyrian, watching the exit, simply blinked. The heads of the 2 men exploded in frost. The ice came from inside out, crystallizing their flesh into a white shell. Then they fell stiff. Everyone outside, watching, took a step back instinctively, sensing the danger of the unknown. Surprise flashed in the leader's eyes. He too stepped back, but immediately after, he growled quick instructions. Retreat, regroup, and prepare containment. Aside from his rapid orders, silence reigned. Then footsteps echoed from within a mountain. When the 3 appeared at the opening, they immediately drew everyone's attention. Rin Yao was a young man of average height, exuding a noble posture. Yinyu, a beautiful girl with tied brown hair and her sword gleaming. And then, the one who drew even more attention, Kyrian, was standing before them. A young man of striking and unusual appearance, with a cold expression and eyes that were definitely not ordinary. The man commanding the mission looked into Kyrian's eyes and muttered, "A bearer of a special physique?" He then signaled, "Attack together. Capture them." The men advanced, thrusting spears, a coordinated movement as Qi gathered in their weapons. Rin Yao and Yinyu took guard positions, but Kyrian stepped forward and cut through the space. His voice sounded low but clear. "I'll handle this." The men clenched their teeth and charged, confident in their strength and numerical advantage, so much so that many didn't even use techniques. But Kyrian didn't hesitate. He closed his eyes for a second, inhaled, and then a terrifying cold burst from his gaze. Suddenly, in the mountain's scorching air, snow began to fall. Not a common snowfall, but fine, sharp particles, blades born within Kyrian's field of vision. The temperature plummeted instantly. The metal in their hands trembled, and many halted, sensing danger. The soldiers activated barriers, pumping their chi, trying to resist the falling white needles. But it was useless. Their ordinary chi, without attributes, couldn't withstand the pinnacle of icy chi that Kyrian commanded. In seconds, all except the commanding man were turned into statues of ice, frozen mid-motion, with different expressions of horror, rigid bodies, and petrified faces. Kyrian took a deep breath. The white mist escaped his lips like smoke. The effect of this large-scale attack cost him a great deal of energy. It was the first time he had used so much since breaking into the Liberation Realm, but it was worth it, and he still had more than enough energy for now. Kyrian walked among the frozen corpses. There was absolute silence, only the faint crackle of permanent frost. The commander trembled, his darkened eyes wide in a pale face. Kyrian stopped 2 steps from him. The snow ceased, and the world seemed to return to normal. The man understood nothing. He felt only the overwhelming cold and fear. "I noticed you had no intention of killing," Kyrian began suddenly. "So I assume your leader wants us for some reason. Tell me, where is he?" Kyrian's eyes gleamed with threat. Fear twisted the man's expression further. Words came quickly, rushed. I don't know the leader's identity or where he is, but I can take you to my superior. He's responsible for this region. He's the one who ordered your capture," the man said, his voice trembling. Kyrian nodded, satisfied with the answer. "All right." The man turned quickly, uncertain, stumbling. Kyrian let Run Yao and Yin Yu, their expressions uneasy, collect any useful belongings from the frozen men. Then, when they returned, Kyrian looked at the 2 beside him, the air still cold enough to make their breaths visible. Rin Yao wiped his forehead, still shivering from the cold. Yin Yu stared at the frozen bodies around them, her face tense. Neither seemed satisfied with the direction things were going. Kyrian then broke the silence. "You 2 will return to the sect," he said emotionlessly, adjusting his cloak. "Tell Elder Mei Ran that the information about this mission was wrong." Yin Yu immediately frowned. "Wait, what?" she asked, her voice tense. Rin Yao also stepped forward. "We can't leave you alone, Kyrian. If something happened," Kyrian's voice cut through, cold and sharp. The 2 froze where they stood upon hearing it. He looked at them, his blue eyes reflecting the frozen corpses. "With the strength you have now, you'd only get in the way." The chill in his words weighed heavier than the frozen air around them. Both lowered their heads. They knew arguing was useless. Kyrian then gave a low whistle that echoed through the mountain. A few seconds later, the air stirred as a large shadow descended from the skies. The eagle came down with a cry. "Go," Kyrian said, his gaze fixed ahead. Yin Yu climbed first, her fists clenched. Rin Yao followed silently. The bird flapped its wings strongly, rose into the air, and disappeared into the horizon among the clouds. Kyrian watched until they became only a distant speck. Then, without looking back, he turned to the trembling man who would guide him to his superior. "Now, show the way," he said in a low tone, beginning to walk down the trail as the cold seemed to follow with him. Chapter 124, Underground. Chapter 124. Underground, the man stumbled forward, his hurried, nervous footsteps echoing along the rocky trail. The air still carried the cold left behind by Kyrian, and the contrast with the mountain's natural heat made steam rise from the ground like a living mist. Kyrian followed him in silence. Each of his steps sounded controlled, heavy, and rhythmic. Different from the other man, who almost ran, glancing back every 3 steps as if a monster were chasing him. Kyrian's voice cut through the air, firm, without raising his tone. The man swallowed hard and quickened his pace, tripping over a stone. The path stretched toward a deep but hidden opening between the mountains, where the ground grew blackened and the air took on a metallic scent of hot iron and ancient dust. Kyrian felt the shift in the environment and looked closer with his eyes. The sight before him appeared distorted, like a dense veil covering part of the mountainside, a curtain that swallowed the light. The man stopped before what seemed to be an ordinary stone wall and turned. Kyrian observed in silence. To ordinary eyes, The place appeared as nothing more than a natural mountain wall. But to Kirian's eyes, the flow of chi betrayed the illusion. Lines of formation swirled around a specific point, concealing what lay behind. The man extended his hand and touched the rock. To him, it was nothing more than solid stone. But to Kirian, something different appeared. The runes shone for an instant, and the wall folded in on itself. What was revealed wasn't a normal cave, but a massive iron door, thick and ancient, with rusted seals at every corner. The man passed through it as though walking through mist. But Kirian saw the entire structure move, the iron door opening slowly with a low groan. On the other side lay darkness and heat. A narrow tunnel stretched downward, carved into stone steps that vanished into the shadows. The air there was suffocating, hard to breathe, and smelled of burnt metal. Kirian looked at the man. "Igriegagis. This is the shortest path," the man stammered nervously. The man hesitated. I don't know exactly. I don't have permission. But it leads to our base," he said, lowering his gaze. Kirian frowned slightly, but didn't respond. He simply kept walking forward. The heat grew stronger, along with the faint sound of droplets falling deep within the tunnel, echoing from far below. The staircase descended for hundreds, perhaps thousands, of steps. With each level down, the air became denser, the smell stronger, and the formations on the walls more numerous. Seals of ancient energy, symbols he had never seen or fully understood. Some seemed recent, while others had been there for countless years. And there was a clear pattern guiding everything downward. Kirian touched one of the walls. The stone vibrated faintly under his touch. The formation pulsed softly, as if alive. The construction, the tunnel, was too perfect. The harmony of millimetric runes everywhere made it obvious that this organization hadn't built the place, they were merely using it. To build something like this would have taken many years, perhaps centuries, and unimaginable resources. This wasn't a simple base, it was a system, a structure built for some purpose, completely hidden beneath the country of Linha. They continued descending. The man was breathing heavily, sweat dripping down his face. Kirian, however, was different, using a minimal amount of icy energy to isolate himself from the suffocating heat. After hours of descent, the tunnel finally opened into a vast, straight corridor that stretched for many meters. A narrow tunnel stretched downward, carved into stone steps that vanished. The floor was smoothly polished, and reddish crystals were embedded in the walls, finally lighting the way with a living glow. They walked for so long that the man began to stagger, having to use his chi as a barrier to avoid being completely overcome by the heat. Kirian remained silent, just observing. Throughout the entire path, he analyzed and memorized every formation, every symbol. All of it formed a massive circuit, and the direction of the entire flow was singular toward the center where the tunnel led. Kirian couldn't help but feel curious about such a construction. These ancient markings definitely weren't made by ordinary cultivators. Kirian thought, unable to understand. When the corridor finally ended, the sensation changed. The heat rose suddenly, and a reddish light began to fill the space. They had arrived. The passage opened into a colossal cavern, a subterranean dome so vast the ceiling vanished into darkness. Stone pillars supported the space, each covered in circular formations pulsing like veins. Rivers of energy ran along the walls, flowing from hundreds of connected tunnels coming from every direction. It was as if the entire underground of the country of Linha converged there. The ground was divided into rings, each like a core. Ancient symbols glowed in shades of red and orange, and the heat made the air tremble. At the center stood an iron platform supporting structures resembling massive furnaces. The sound of molten matter echoed inside them, mixed with distant screams. Kirian observed everything without expression. Suddenly, something fell from above. A blur dropped from one of the suspended constructions, landing heavily on the ground. The impact echoed. A masked man in a dark cloak, weapon in hand, stood before Kyrian. The curved blade stopped just centimeters from Kyrian's neck. Kyrian, however, didn't move. He had seen the leap from the start with his peripheral vision and didn't act because he was curious. If the man truly intended to kill him, he would have been frozen before touching the ground. The one who had guided Kyrian there spoke, trembling. The masked man slowly turned his head. Where the other two? The man hesitated. Kyrian's cold gaze behind him felt like ice crawling down his back. He swallowed hard and answered quickly. The three disciples were stronger than expected. Half of my men died. The rest stayed behind collecting samples from the breach. He lied. Even in this place, he couldn't feel safe with Kyrian standing so close. The masked man was silent for a moment, then muttered, "Tisk." Then he turned to Kyrian. The gaze behind the mask was cold. He expected Kyrian to show some reaction, but found none. Kyrian stared back with the same indifference as always, his eyes fixed on the structures around them. Kyrian asked calmly. The man seemed irritated by his neutral tone. "That's none of your business." Kyrian simply nodded, showing no reaction. The man's chi was stronger than normal. He likely had some kind of technique attribute, and he was at the 9-degree stage of the chi liberation realm. Yet even so, he was nothing Kyrian considered a threat. He followed him calmly. They crossed the underground base, passing through platforms, tunnels, and stone bridges. Everywhere, people ran, dressed in black, covered in ash, manipulating strange substances and scrolls. The heat intensified with every step. In some areas, the air rippled with energy, and the sound of flames mixed with screams of pain and pleas. Kyrian silently watched as bodies were dragged into blazing circles and reduced to ashes. The smell was unbearable, burnt flesh and iron. He asked again, his tone colder. "Shut up and walk," the masked man replied. Kyrian said nothing, merely followed. They passed through dozens of rooms, and in many of them Kyrian saw smaller versions of the Heart of Ashes, each one pulsing, feeding on the energy flow from the dome. As I thought, there are more of these things, but they're slightly different from that one. Kyrian thought. At last, they reached a final passage. Unlike the others, it was narrow, and the heat there was infernal. The air would burn the lungs of the weak. The masked man stopped before the entrance and spoke loudly. "The fifth heart has been successfully prepared." For a moment, the sound ceased. Then, a voice echoed from within the cavern. The masked man gestured for Kyrian to go ahead. Kyrian entered. Inside was a narrow cave. Around him, dozens of symbols glowed in faint red, drawn on the ground and intertwined with lines made of compacted ashes. The air was heavy, dense with a putrid and corrupted energy. He immediately felt that there was no overwhelming presence there, no truly powerful force. That only made him even more curious. Chapter 125, Blood Court. Chapter 125, Blood Court. Kyrian entered slowly. The air there was dense and putrid, as if something had died. In addition, there was also the smell of ashes and iron. The temperature seemed to rise with every step. The red light from the formations flickered on the walls, revealing the narrow and deep space of the cave. After walking deeper into the tight passage, an open area appeared. In the center, there was a man sitting. His back was arched, his shoulders were thin, and his skin was that of someone who had been sick for a very long time. His hair was thin, streaked with white and black, falling over a dark red robe stained with ash. His body seemed to decay with every breath, as if his flesh were slowly burning from the inside out. Kyrian stopped a few meters behind him. Neither of them spoke for a while. The distant sound of movement within the massive underground dome and structure was the only thing breaking the silence. The man moved his hand, and the symbols on the floor pulsed faintly. Then he spoke without turning his face. "Aren't you going to ask anything, boy?" Kyrian answered in the same calm tone as always. "Yes." He took a step forward, observing the pulsing energy on the floor. "But I'd also like to know what this place is. And what was that thing that looked like a heart, only made of ashes?" The man let out a rough laugh. "You really do live up to the Green Sword sect. You've got courage." The man spoke slowly, turning his head little by little, revealing half of his face. His skin was dry, his eyes sunken and red. He added. Kyrian kept the same neutral expression. I could say the same, Kyrian said, tilting his head slightly. The man was silent for a few seconds, then turned fully around. His face was a mixture of disease and ancient rage. Dark veins climbed from his neck to his eyes, and his mouth was stained with ash. He looked like a standing corpse. Kyrian observed him calmly. Yeah, I think you should be more worried about yourself. Kyrian said this directly, seeing in the old man the same thing he had seen in Wayphone. Kyrian knew the man before him was another ancient monster who had lived for many years and was now nearing his end. That explained the decline in his cultivation. Then, suddenly, for an instant, the air seemed to freeze. The man went still. Then, turning completely, he glared at Kyrian. His gaze twisted into pure hatred. Kyrian didn't answer. He didn't need to, because the man finally noticed something when he looked into Kyrian's eyes. The man began to laugh. A dry, bitter laugh. It had to be, he said, trembling and spitting on the ground, a trace of blood appearing in the spittle. Bastard. A damned child of the heavens with a special physique. The energy inside the cave exploded all at once. The pressure the man emanated surged violently. From the 1-degree stage of the Chi Liberation realm, his cultivation jumped to the peak of the realm. The formations reacted, trembling as if the entire space resonated with him. Kyrian didn't move, only observed. The ground cracked beneath the man's feet, and the runes around him began to glow bright red. You really seem to hate me now, Kyrian asked, still cold. The man took a deep breath, his face contorted between anger and laughter. Then he smiled, a sickly, almost delirious smile. No, you really think you're special, don't you, boy? It would never be you specifically, he said, his voice unsteady. He stepped forward, pointing a bony finger at Kyrian. It's unfair, Kyrian asked, slightly confused, shouted the skeletal man. You damned ones don't need to do anything special. Absolutely nothing. Kyrian fell silent. He thought for a moment and then replied, Yes, I believe you're right. The man stared at Kyrian, surprised and confused. Kyrian repeated. The man smiled again, weakly, his voice turning rough again. And that's why? The man suddenly said as he raised his hand and drew a symbol in the air. The formations on the floor reacted, pulsing red. You asked about the heart, didn't you? Kyrian watched the man's madness in silence and asked, An artificial special physique, the man replied, his eyes shining intensely. Something I created with the last years of my life. With it, I will finally gain the resources to break through my cultivation and live. Then, Kyrian listened to the man's madness with a certain curiosity, but it was that last sentence that made him stop immediately and narrow his gaze. The man noticed the change in tone and looked. Kyrian slowly touched his spatial ring and took something from inside. A red pendant, crimson like fresh blood, hanging from a metallic cord. On the back of the pendant left by Wayphone in his spatial ring, small letters were engraved. As the red light of the place illuminated the pendant, it seemed to pulse. The energy emanating from it was dense and alive, pure blood chi. The man's eyes widened. That? Kyrian didn't answer. He simply opened his eyes completely. The snowflake-shaped pupils dissolved. Then a deep red tone took over his entire iris, pulsing with a vivid glow. The air grew heavy. The blood around them reacted violently, and the man felt his own heart pounding uncontrollably. Kyrian lightly controlled the power of his eyes, and droplets of blood began to rise from the ground, floating toward his hand. Kyrian's voice then came, cold and firm. The man staggered backward several steps. Kyrian stared at him in silence. He neither confirmed nor denied it. The man immediately fell to his knees. I'm sorry for the way I acted, sir. Kyrian kept a neutral gaze. I'm on a mission from the blood court, he began in a low tone. We met only by coincidence. The man, hearing that, lifted his face, his expression caught between fear and hope. What do you mean? Tell me absolutely everything about this place and about yourself. And maybe Maybe I'll say something good to my contacts in the blood court about you, Kyrian continued. The man hesitated, glancing briefly at Kyrian. Kyrian raised his hand. Suddenly, several drops of blood fell from the man's nose. The blood floated and gathered into a line, and with a simple flick of Kyrian's finger, it transformed into a sharp needle. The air sliced, and the tip fixed itself a centimeter from the man's neck. "Because I see potential in your experiment," Kyrian replied. His voice was calm, almost convincing, despite the obvious threat. "And if I help you, I'll also receive credit for the experiment," Kyrian said, as for the first time, a faint smile formed on his face. The man stared at the blood trembling before his throat and swallowed hard. Sweat ran down his temple, and he didn't dare breathe too loudly. His mind spun, analyzing everything. The blood chi he felt from Kyrian was undeniably pure, heavy, and impossible to fake. Moreover, control over blood at such a magnitude wasn't something just anyone could do. Damn it, he truly possesses blood chi. The thought came quickly, and with it, certainty. Kyrian's pressure vanished. The blood dispersed into the air like smoke. The man lowered his head. He took a deep breath and looked again at Kyrian. His eyes still held slight suspicion, but now submission as well. Everything led him to believe Kyrian really was part of the blood court. And if that were true, it wasn't a bad thing. Kyrian wouldn't help for free either. If he did, that would be even more suspicious. After all, no one in the blood court helped anyone for free. He looked at Kyrian and sighed. "All right, very well." Chapter 126, Gray Flame. Chapter 126, Gray Flame, right. After sealing the agreement, the man remained silent for a few moments after saying those words. The distant sound of movement from the underground dome vibrating in the depths of the cavern was the only thing that could be heard. He took a deep breath and then began to speak. The country of Linha was the most isolated and poorest in the entire Verdensor domain. Kyrian kept his eyes on him without interrupting the story. Inside, there were spirit stones, crystal fragments, old remains of inscriptions, runes. He said, letting out a brief laugh. Kyrian tilted his head slightly. The man, hearing Kyrian's question, paused for a moment. His strange gaze traveled up and down. But seeing Kyrian's cold, unshakable expression, he only let out a quiet sigh. "When I was young, I found an ancient scroll. It taught a technique of the fire path, one of the most malevolent I've ever seen," he said with a smile. Then, he ran a hand across his face, staining his fingers with soot. "But I used the technique differently. Instead of absorbing the ashes directly, I accumulated essences to mold a core. Each body turned to ash becomes part of it. A perfect artificial special physique." Kyrian looked at the ground, observing the glow of the formation pulsing red as the man's mood shifted. The man answered with a smile and an insane gleam in his eyes. "The experiment is almost complete. Only a vessel remains. A genius." Kyrian slowly raised his eyes. The man nodded. "I needed someone young, with a body purified by the sex sword formation air, and strong enough to withstand the process." Kyrian gave a half-smile. "I see." The man stared at him, surprised. "You aren't thinking of doing it, are you? You already possess a special physique." Kyrian simply replied, "Don't think too much." The man was silent for a few seconds, studying him with an uncertain look. Then, he took a deep breath and nodded. "Very well." He stood up slowly, his body trembling, and took a few steps away from the center of the formation. As soon as he stepped out of the circle of symbols, Kyrian felt the man's cultivation suddenly drop. The pressure that had once emanated from him plummeted from the peak of the chi liberation realm down to the initial stage, like Kyrian's. Kyrian observed everything carefully. So, he's also using the formation to sustain himself, he thought. The fact that the man stepped out of it showed that he truly trusted him. A small, almost imperceptible smile formed on Kyrian's lips. The two walked through one of the narrow tunnels, far from the sight of any subordinates. The walls were covered in cracks and dormant embers. The air grew hotter with every step. The sound of something distant echoed like a heavy pulse coming from the depths. When they reached the end, the tunnel opened into a massive cavern. Kyrian stopped. The ground vibrated beneath his feet. In front of them, something colossal pulsed. A heart of ashes the size of a multi-story pavilion, beating slowly, each throb releasing waves of suffocating heat. Ash drifted through the air like dark snow, and the red glow of incandescent veins reflected off the rocks. Kyrian frowned. If the previous heart he had seen was already monstrous, about the size of a small house, this one surpassed any limit he could imagine. Kyrian said suddenly. The man glanced over his shoulder and smiled, as if answering a trivial question. Kyrian observed the heart for a few more seconds. The sound of the beats echoed deeply, and for a moment, Kyrian thought he could hear voices. Thousands of them, whispering, pleading, crying. Maybe it was only his imagination, or maybe not. Perhaps old memories were surfacing. Kyrian asked suddenly, without looking away, "Isn't it obvious? What everyone seeks? Power." The man answered without hesitation. Greed vibrated in his voice. Kyrian looked at him again. The corner of his mouth lifted into a slow, calm smile. Kyrian said. The man asked, frowning. "To become stronger." Kyrian repeated, and his smile widened. The man took a step back, confused, but instantly felt the change in Kyrian. Before he could process and react, Kyrian's fist cut through the air. The impact was sharp. The man's jaw shattered instantly. His body spun from the force of the blow, blood splattering across the ground. Kyrian gave him no time to breathe. His eyes gleamed, red emerged, and the blood chi surged in his gaze like an invisible storm. The spilled blood rose into the air, fragmenting into hundreds of crimson needles. With a simple movement of his hand, unnecessary but instinctive, Kyrian unleashed them. The cutting sound filled the space, and the man's head burst into pieces, flesh, bone, and blood scattering in all directions, staining the walls. Kyrian then stood still, watching the body collapse lifelessly. Blood slowly dripped down until it mixed with the ashes on the floor. He turned his gaze to the heart. The sound of the voices had stopped. Only silence remained. For some reason, Kyrian felt no relief, only a strange weight. A doubt he couldn't ignore. He murmured quietly, "For the mission? Or was it for vengeance?" He stayed silent for a while, reflecting on his own question. But it didn't seem to be that. Kindness or justice? Kyrian said softly. He knew. He had already killed many since he was a child. His eyes then fixed on the heart that pulsed slowly, as if it were still breathing. "If one day I'm cornered." He paused for a moment, the red of his eyes reflecting the living red and black of the heart. "Would I be able to do the same?" The words echoed faintly through the cavern, and Kyrian had no answer. At that moment, while he thought, the heart began to pulse even more violently. An intense heat surged, and Kyrian reverted to his ice eyes, cooling himself instantly. Suddenly, the man who had created the heart began to melt, turning into ashes, being absorbed by his own creation. Perhaps it was the end he deserved. But at that moment, something seemed to change in the heart. The heart of ashes before him pulsed irregularly, its black and red veins expanding as if something within were struggling to escape. The heat grew with each second, the air burning around him, and the rocks nearby began to crack with sharp pops. Kyrian felt the vibration of the heart, the same pattern that preceded the explosion of the first one he had seen. He immediately narrowed his eyes. Damn! The ice around his body manifested even more, covering the floor with a thin, frosty layer, trying to contain the heat's advance. But this time, the power was far greater. Kyrian turned, ready to leave the cavern, but then something changed again. For an instant, his vision, blurred by his quick movement, caught something that made his actions slow. In his peripheral sight, at the center of the heart, something different appeared. Something only he could see. Amid the ashes and scorching heat, a gray flame emerged. At its center, something crystallized floated, pulsing as if alive. Kyrian recognized it immediately. He had seen something similar 3 times before. Without thinking, He gave up on fleeing and advanced. The heat engulfed him, but his eyes shielded him with a barrier of ice. He then reached out toward the heart and grasped the gray flame. The pain came immediately, intense, burning. He didn't think twice before bringing the flame to his right eye and pressing it against it. His scream then echoed, and Kirian's body collapsed to the ground before the heart. Chapter 127, Gray Flame 2. Chapter 127, Gray Flame 2. The pain came like thunder, burning and piercing through Kirian's eyes. The heat consumed his eyes, and inside, the gray flame he had pressed against them invaded him endlessly, as if it wanted to burn his eyes completely. Kirian tried to breathe, but it was as if there was no air, only fire. The heat corroded everything, his eyes, his mind, and his thoughts. At last, in an instant, everything went dark. When he opened his eyes again, he was in a place without sound, without light, the same darkness that had received him other times. Kirian looked around slowly, already knowing where he was. Right in front of him, for lights appeared in the void. The first was an ice crystal emanating a cold that cut through the skin. Around the crystal, a thin layer of translucent frost seemed to form. The second was a crimson drop of blood, pulsing at a steady rhythm, exuding an intense and violent life force. The third light, a sword slash suspended in the air, like a floating green half-moon. It radiated a pure, cutting intent that wanted to divide everything. And the fourth, a new one that hadn't existed there before, a gray flame. It floated silently in the darkness, burning slowly. It was hot, yet there was still a hidden coldness within it, a terrible calm in the flame, as if it were alive and dead at the same time. Kirian observed the flame for a moment, for a few seconds. Without hesitating any longer, he extended his hand and touched it. The flame immediately merged with him, or rather, fused completely into his eyes. Suddenly, a flood of knowledge came along with it, countless understandings that had never existed in his mind before. His dantians spun as they transformed into the newly discovered energy. Then his eyes finally changed. His snowflake-shaped pupils gleamed. The light blue color disappeared, the ice dissolved, and everything was taken over by a deep, dark gray. At the center of each iris, a small flame appeared, moving, flickering slowly as if a spark of life existed within his eyes. A new pair of eyes had awakened. Kirian blinked, and in the next instant, he vanished from the place, filled with darkness. The sound of beating, a heavy, suffocating rhythm, echoed around him. Everything around him was crushing him. He opened his real eyes. Immediately, he realized he was inside something. The walls pulsed like living flesh, and the beating sound was that of the giant ash heart from before. The heat was intense, but different from before. Kirian felt it, but it didn't burn him. His body now resisted heat better, just as it resisted cold. The real problem now was the pressure. Everything around him pressed in from all directions, as if the heart of ashes wanted to crush him. Kirian tried to move, but his muscles barely responded. The pressure kept him from moving even an arm. He took a deep breath, drawing in any remaining scrap of air in that place, and then his eyes glowed gray. Chi began to swirl in his eyes. Suddenly, gray flames took form around Kirian's body, expanding in waves. Inside the heart, the heat suddenly rose, and the living walls began to crackle. A dry sound spread like burning flesh. The entire heart began to burn. Slowly at first, then faster and faster. The beats became irregular, and a strong smell of burnt ashes filled the air. Kirian kept his eyes open the entire time. The gray flames spread through every fiber of the ash heart, every pulsing part of the living organ. And then it burned completely. The heat and the sound of beating ceased. All that remained was ash. A sea of dense ashes floated in the air, and those settled on the ground lay still. Kirian breathed slowly. But then, instead of the remaining ashes scattering and staying still, something suddenly happened. The ashes began to move. An invisible current formed, and the particles began to swirl in the center of the cavern. It was slow at first, but it didn't take long to take shape. Before Kirian's eyes, the ashes began to concentrate in a single point. The whirlpool of ashes closed in, until it formed into a solid sphere, a core the size of a clenched fist. It was of a dull gray, almost metallic, but inside a faint red glow pulsed. Kirian stood still, watching. The energy emanating from the core was heavy, dense, and far more concentrated than any spirit stone he had ever seen before. He extended his hand and held the sphere. The faint heat vibrated in his palm. He could feel the power contained within it, and also something deeper. Within that sphere, there were thousands of echoes of those who had been sacrificed, erased, and forgotten from this world. Their essences were trapped there as energy. Kirian stayed silent. He thought for a moment. He looked at the core once more. For an instant, he hesitated. That thing had been formed from human sacrifices, each particle being a part of those who had died. If he absorbed it, it would be the same as consuming all of them. But the doubt didn't last long. If this will make me stronger, then that's what truly matters. What happened is already in the past. His hesitation dissolved. The cold, determined look returned. Kirian brought the core to his face and positioned it before his eyes. The sphere touched his pupil, and then the flame in his eyes trembled with satisfaction. The entire core dissolved, completely absorbed into his eye, just like with the spirit stones. The next instant was brutal. The accumulated energy of the core exploded within his eyes and rushed through him like a violent tide. Kirian clenched his teeth but focused on his eyes. The flow of energy passed through the infinite spiritual channels in his eyes and concentrated in his two dantians. His entire body reacted, trembling slightly. Kirian's chi expanded, growing endlessly. The dantian spun at maximum speed. The energy was pure after passing through the channels, heavy and seemingly endless. Kirian felt his cultivation in the first stage reaching its peak and then breaking through. Chi exploded within his eyes, and a new layer of power enveloped him. The 2 degrees stage of the Chi liberation realm. But the energy didn't stop. There was still a vast amount left. His dantians continued to absorb and expand, devouring every fragment that remained of the core. Kirian breathed slowly, maintaining control. The pressure in his eyes was now immense. Then, at the last moment, the energy began to run out. He was close, very close, to the 3rd stage. But the potent energy dissipated before he could cross over. Chi then stabilized on its own. Kirian slowly opened his eyes. The gray flames in his pupils flickered in a steady rhythm. He could now feel the invisible limit before his eyes, a wall that prevented him from advancing further for now. He had almost broken through 2 realms due to the sheer amount of energy, but perhaps it was a good thing he hadn't reached the 3 degrees stage. Kirian didn't want to force his eyes to absorb more than they could handle. After all, they were his source of power and what gave him the confidence that he would grow stronger above all. Kirian took a deep breath, calming his mind. The heart had been destroyed. The leader of the organization was dead, and the energy of the ashes now belonged to him. He stood still for a few moments, watching the empty space where that immense heart once pulsed. Now, all that remained was dust. Kirian crouched, touched the ground, and watched the ashes slip between his fingers. There was no more pain, no sound. The entire cavern was now filled with silence. Kirian murmured, recalling the man's words. He raised his gaze, then turned and began walking out of the place. The sound of his footsteps was the only noise echoing in that empty place. Kirian didn't look back. He adjusted his clothes and followed the tunnel from where he had come. His voice was firm. Then, as he walked, it didn't take long before new sounds arose in the distance. The distant sound of metal and screams. Soon, the underground dome came into view again. Down below, hundreds of people moved shouting, transporting bodies, essences, and materials. But the one who fed all of it was no longer alive. Kirian watched the scene for a few seconds. The indifference in his eyes was absolute. The flames in his eyes ignited. The air trembled. An absurd amount of chi gathered around his eyes. And then, The gray flames appeared before his vision. Silent, dense, they spread like a living wave, devouring everything in their path. People, structures, experiments, formations. Everything burned, without smell, without sound. You, who incinerated so many lives, Kyrian said quietly, walking calmly amidst the fire and the screams. Some tried to resist, releasing their chi barriers, others attacked, shouting, but it was all useless. Kyrian's flames were not ordinary fire. They brought pure destruction. In just moments, the entire underground turned into a sea of ashes. When everything was over, Kyrian stood in the center, breathing in the little air that remained, while silence surrounded him once again. Somehow, that emptiness brought him peace. It was comforting. Chapter 128, Return. Chapter 128, Return. The ashes still floated in the air, like a motionless mist. Kyrian felt that he could control them precisely, just as he could control the flames and ice created by his energy. He stood still for a few seconds, observing what remained. No sound, no bodies, only dust. Each of his steps left a faint mark on the ash-covered ground. The air down there was now thin, heavy, but Kyrian didn't seem to care. The gray fire had already gone out, and in its place remained only complete silence. He then walked toward the cave, where he had met the leader of that organization. The entrance was partially destroyed, burned. The walls blackened and cracked. Kyrian entered. The smell of the place was still the same. Even after everything had burned, that putrid odor, the air thick with blood and other things, seemed not to fade. His gaze swept across the cave. Ash still covered the entire formation, but something stood out. Among the dust and several fragments, a few red covers caught his attention. They were books, 5 of them in total, scattered across the ground, intact. Kyrian crouched down. His eyes quickly scanned each one. The covers were marked with strange symbols similar to those on the walls, made with special ink and curved lines. Even with the extreme heat, the books appeared completely untouched. Kyrian's voice came out low, almost like a thought. He didn't open the books. He felt it wasn't the right moment, and he no longer wanted to remain there. He extended his hand, and, with a simple motion, all the books vanished, stored within his spatial ring. After that, Kyrian looked one last time at the cave. Everything there was over. Lifeless, soundless. The place had completely died with the ashes. Then he turned and began walking down the same tunnel he had used to arrive there. The path was long. Dark, silent passages stretched into an endless trail. Though to him, darkness meant nothing. Kyrian walked for hours, without much haste, his steps steady and constant. Finally, the near-endless staircase appeared. Kyrian climbed quickly, until the iron door at the top and the end of the stairs came fully into view. But before he could exit completely, a noise echoed, and he felt something. Someone was coming from above. He stopped for an instant. The closed door began to open slowly, while Kyrian frowned, imagining there were still other enemies alive. But then the door opened completely, and a familiar voice sounded. The sound echoed powerfully down the stairway. Kyrian lifted his gaze and saw a figure descending quickly. The woman wore a dark green cloak, and her chi was dense and steady, carrying 2 swords at her waist. It was Mei Ran. Kyrian kept his composure, though a fleeting surprise passed through him. He hadn't expected to meet her there. Right behind Mei Ran appeared Yinyu and Rin Yao. Yinyu's expression was tense, her eyes scanning the tunnel ahead in search of danger, and of one specific person. Rin Yao followed with a hand on his waist, gripping his sword, ready for any fight. But it was unnecessary. When Yinyu's eyes met Kyrian, standing there unscathed, a wave of relief washed over her face. Yinyu exclaimed, completely lowering her guard. The relief she felt didn't last long, because the moment she focused on Kyrian, both Mei Ran and Yinyu sensed the change in him immediately. The dense pressure emanating from him was deeper than before. He had advanced in cultivation and seemed far stronger. But what made them stop completely was what they saw in his eyes. The pupils shaped like swords or snowflakes had vanished, The bright green or light blue irises now turned into a deep, dark gray. And in the center of each eye, a small gray flame flickered, pulsing with a heat that carried, at the same time, an annihilating calm. It was undeniably another terrifying transformation. Mei Ran approached, her eyes analyzing Kyrian with an intensity that could pierce him. The initial concern quieted and gave way to a look of assessment. "Kyrian," she said, her voice calm but charged with authority. Kyrian kept his gaze steady as he replied, "The organization has already been eliminated." Kyrian then summarized the events clearly and impersonally. From the discovery of the first heart of ashes to the moment he killed the leader and destroyed everything there. After hearing Kyrian's words, Mei Ran's gaze wandered through the tunnel. She nodded, though not fully satisfied with the story. But she trusted Kyrian's words, and there was something else that drew her attention more than some random organization. The markings on the walls. She observed the now extinguished and ancient formations, recalling the same type she had seen used to hide the iron gate at the entrance. She began, her tone thoughtful. "These tunnels, they're truly ancient." Kyrian didn't respond. He simply began climbing the stairs. The others followed in silence. The air grew lighter as they neared the exit. Soon, the first ray of light pierced through the tunnel opening, and they emerged on the surface. Mei Ran was still deep in thought, and then, decisively, began to speak. "You three, return to the sect first. I'll investigate further," she said, turning around and descending the stairs once again. Kyrian and the others nodded. The sky was already brightening. The cold morning wind brushed Kyrian's face, making him take a deep breath. The sensation of clean air was good after so long in that suffocating place. Kyrian thought, in the end, it was just an old man on the verge of death conducting a few experiments, not a truly powerful evil organization. But hearing about the Blood Court was something he hadn't expected. He decided to ask the sect leader about it when he returned. Then, suddenly, an eagle descended in front of them. Kyrian climbed on first. Yinyu and Run Yao exchanged glances without a word and, without further hesitation, mounted as well. Thus began their return to the sect. Chapter 129, Fortress. Chapter 129, Fortress. While Kyrian and the others were returning to the Verdant Sword sect. Several hours earlier, in a place extremely distant from there, far beyond the Verdant Sword domain, dark clouds covered the sky. At the center of a vast plain, a fortress rose, built of deep black bricks with gleaming crimson details. The stench of blood filled the air, even from hundreds of meters away. Inside, the air was heavy, and the walls pulsed with lines of crimson energy. At the back of the castle, in a silent chamber, a man sat before an empty balcony. Suddenly, he interrupted his cultivation and opened his eyes. They glowed red, flickering with surprise and irritation. He frowned, feeling something. A faint presence, a signal that lasted only a few seconds. "This signal," he murmured. His expression hardened. The man slowly stood, the energy around him trembling. "How is that possible?" His gaze sharpened, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. "No, it's impossible he's still alive." He took a step forward, and the ground beneath his feet cracked. In an instant, he vanished from sight like a shadow. Outside the fortress, his figure appeared atop the outer wall. He looked toward the dark horizon, in the direction where he had felt the signal from Wei Feng's pendant. "The Verdant Sword domain. It's been a long time since I set foot in such a place," the man murmured, a cold smile forming on his face. He thought. At that moment, his chi erupted, and a crimson flash tore through the horizon. Without hesitation, he shot eastward, cutting through the clouds at an absurd speed. Back in the Verdant Sword domain, Kyrian and the others advanced through the mountains. The sect was already close. On the way back, the earlier strange silence slowly turned into the usual chatter, mostly the two of them asking for more details about what had happened. After all, Kyrian had completed the mission alone. He told them what had occurred, saying he had overestimated the enemy's strength. They weren't as powerful as he had thought, just numerous. Kirian thought for a moment. Then something came to his mind. Hey, no. Yes, Yinyu will train with you. Then you'll be prepared, Kirian said as he glanced at Yinyu. She looked at him for a few seconds and nodded. Kirian gave a single approving nod in return. For some reason, he wanted to be alone for a while. By the time they finally crossed the sect gates, the sun was already setting behind the mountains. The sharp, cold evening breeze brushed their faces, and the familiar sounds of inner disciples training once again filled Kirian's ears. Rin Yao and Yinyu walked side by side, while Kirian followed silently behind. Go to the task hall and hand in the report. I'm heading to my courtyard, he said without looking back. They parted ways there. Yinyu and Rin Yao went toward the hall, while Kirian climbed the cold stone steps that led to the central area. The path was empty. The core disciples seemed not to have returned from their missions yet. The few lights along the way made the stairs feel even lonelier. He walked straight toward the core disciples' residence. When he passed through the gate into his courtyard, the sound of the wind was his only greeting. He murmured. The trees around him swayed slowly. Kirian let out a deep breath and made his way to his room. Inside, nothing had changed. Everything was just as it had always been. He sat on the edge of the bed, then lay on his side, staring at the ceiling for a while. He didn't know why, but something felt strange within him. Something small, annoying, yet persistent. He turned once, twice, 3 times. Could it be? He muttered. Just as he was about to get up, a sound came from outside his room. A scratching noise like claws against wood. Kirian rose slowly, opened the door, and looked. On the couch, Luz sat, scratching the backrest with her paws, her white fur glowing faintly under the dim light. Kirian blinked, surprised. You? He asked, having been so distracted he hadn't even noticed her earlier. The fox raised her head and stared at him, ears twitching. He asked. Luz, who had been wearing her usual look of indifference, immediately nodded, letting out a low, raspy sound. Kirian sighed and extended his hand, pulling a few spirit stones from his ring. He tossed them toward her. Luz caught them with her paws and began to devour them contentedly. He leaned against the wall, watching the fox calmly absorb the energy. Kirian's body was fine, not fully rested, but nothing to worry about. Yet somehow he felt drained, with nothing urgent to do at the moment, and his cultivation unable to progress again for a few weeks until his limit lifted. There was little left to occupy his mind. He looked toward the sky through the window. So, Kirian wondered. For the past few months, he'd always had something in mind, always something to do, training, a mission, a goal. But now, for some reason, he didn't want to do anything at all. Perhaps it was exhaustion. Perhaps his mind simply needed rest. Yeah. Kirian returned to his room, extinguished every light, shut the windows tightly, and lay down again. And so, the night passed in silence. When he opened his eyes again, sunlight was already pouring into the room, warm against his face. Kirian stretched, yawned, and stood up. But the next moment, a burning sensation ran across his hand. The mark, the fragment of the natural formation, flared briefly, calling to him before fading again, as if trying to remind him. Kirian frowned, staring at the mark. It's really far away. My goals are clear again, especially if I want to grow stronger faster, and to do that, I need to seek out more of those black masses filled with hostility. Besides, I need to take some time to travel to the next place the mark points to. Chapter 130, Unknown Language. Chapter 130, Unknown Language. Kirian sat for a while on the edge of the bed, staring at the cold stone floor. He had already decided his next moves, but still, doubt hovered around him. He took a deep breath, resting his elbow on his knee and looking at the mark on his hand. The memory of the slight burning returned insistently. Kirian was thinking about whether he should try to sever that connection. He felt he could, but at the same time the curiosity about the mark did not let him do so. He had just returned. He had barely rested and already thought of leaving the sect again. For some reason, since always, something prevented him from staying still. He was always searching for something, and that something now was strength. There was no way to stay still. Finding another black mass of hostility now is not possible. Then I have to leave that and the blank book aside for now. I also don't need to train and learn techniques like the others. After a few more minutes in silence, he shook his head and sighed. No. So, Kirian decided to relax a bit. It was at that moment that a sound came from outside. He lifted his gaze and opened the door to his room. Yinyu entered through the main door carrying several bags and boxes, balancing everything in her arms. Kirian recognized immediately what was happening, and a slight understanding smile appeared on his lips. He said, watching the boxes being placed on the table. Yes. She replied with a firm look, but in a light tone. Kirian moved closer, pulled one of the chairs, and sat. The smell of the food spread quickly through the air. Kirian began to devour it without wasting time, as if he hadn't eaten in days. Yinyu settled opposite him, serving herself as well. For a moment, the place fell silent. Only the sound of cutlery and the wind passing through the window. After a few minutes, Yinyu looked at him and said. Kirian looked at her, unsurprised. Yes, I want to test my own abilities. She smiled, confident. My cultivation has progressed much faster than I could have imagined. Kirian chewed slowly as he listened and merely nodded. Kirian asked after a few seconds. He's training hard. I'll help him in the next few days. Kirian nodded again and, without saying anything, took out some spirit stones. They were dozens, gleaming a brighter light than usual. He placed them on the table and pushed them toward her. Yinyu looked confused. Kirian said in a natural tone. She raised an eyebrow. Kirian, this is a lot. I don't need. He interrupted her without changing tone. Besides, I have more than enough for myself. She looked at him for a few seconds and then sighed, taking the spirit stones. All right. Kirian nodded, satisfied. For a moment, the air between them lightened. Yinyu watched him and then asked, as if she already knew the answer. Kirian looked at her, surprised, his gray eyes fixed on hers. Yes, but not now. Yinyu only nodded, not insisting. At that moment, a soft sound came from the sofa. Luz, who had been curled up in the corner sleeping, stirred, making a hoarse noise and stretching. Yinyu looked and laughed. Kirian reached out, took a few more spirit stones, and threw them toward the fox. Luz devoured them immediately, her white fur and golden stripes shimmering in the dim light. Yinyu said, still with a slight smile. Kirian asked, she never refuses anything that might make her stronger. Kirian said, not denying it. Yinyu didn't answer. Shortly after, she stopped eating and gathered a few things from the table. Well, I'm leaving. Kirian nodded and accompanied her to the courtyard gate. She turned once more before leaving. Kirian didn't reply. Yinyu smiled and headed for the stairs, disappearing from his sight. Kirian didn't linger and went back inside. Now it was even quieter. Luz had again fallen into a deep sleep, curled on the sofa. He sat at the table, taking from his ring the 5 books found in the Lena cavern. The covers were made of the same dark, dense material. When he opened the first, the pages were covered with thin, curved symbols completely unknown to him. He frowned and closed the book. He opened the second, the third, they were all the same. Unknown language, he murmured. He stared for a while, his fingers lightly tapping the table. After thinking, he reached the obvious conclusion. He would ask the elders. Feng Yuan wasn't there, but perhaps Mei Ran knew something. He stood and left the room, crossing the courtyard toward the main hall. The sun was already high in the sky, and the wind brought the distant sounds of the sect. When he arrived at the great hall, he saw he wouldn't have to look for her. Mei Ran was already near the entrance, talking with 2 men unknown to him, but who exuded cultivation certainly above the realm of liberation. Kirian approached and bowed his head slightly. She glanced at him, but finished speaking before responding. She told the men, we cannot allow something like this to happen again in our domain. The 2 nodded and then stepped away. Chapter 131, City of the 3 Forces. Chapter 131, City of the 3 Forces. Mei Ran then turned completely to Kirian. She said as she walked ahead, entering the hall. I found something earlier and thought it would be better to show you. Kyrian said, taking out the 5 books and placing them on the stone table. Mayran immediately frowned. She picked up one of the books, flipped through it, and then looked at him, surprised. Kyrian nodded. Interesting. And there were more of them. I found 3 similar books lost in the same place, she said, taking other volumes out of her pouch. When she placed the 3 on the table, they noticed the material was identical. The symbols on the pages were parts of the same writing. I asked the elder of the technique pavilion when I returned to the sect, Mayran said. He's in charge of all the sect's ancient records and techniques. Kyrian stared at the 8 books, thoughtful. Not yet, but the sect leader might know. If not him, then someone outside the sect. For now, leave them with me. All right, Kyrian nodded. In the next instant, a sharp sound cut through the air, a roar coming from the sky. Both frowned and looked up. 2 more roars followed, echoing over the central area. They were flying beasts. Mayran turned to Kyrian. They quickly left the hall. The strong wind carried dust and leaves across the courtyard, and on the horizon, 2 large silhouettes with others on their backs were approaching. They were recognized immediately as sect flying beasts, with the core disciples descending at high speed. When they landed, Kyrian saw Mo Tianhai in front, followed by Mo Xia and Long Shui, who immediately looked at Kyrian with a smile. Wu Jian and Shun Yu were still mounted on the other beast, wearing serious expressions. Mayran took a step forward. Mo Tianhai dismounted, his face serious. Elder Mayran, he began firmly, bowing slightly. Mayran narrowed her eyes. A light appeared on the plains near the city and rose to the skies like a beam. We believe it's a treasure. Kyrian listened silently, observing Tianhai and the others behind him. But after hearing his words, his interest was immediately piqued. We returned right away to report. Mo Tianhai continued. But it's likely that the Scarlet Sun sect and the Six Poisons sect have already seen it too. After listening, Mayran kept her gaze fixed on the horizon for a few seconds, then took a jade slip from her pouch and spoke immediately. Come to the central hall. Her voice was firm. Mayran then looked again at Mo Tianhai, her expression hardening. If it truly is an inheritance, we can't waste time and let the other domains take it. The sect leader hasn't returned yet, so I'll go with you. Prepare yourselves. Mo Tianhai simply nodded and, without further questions, turned to the others. The rest exchanged glances and, one by one, began moving, returning to their courtyards to prepare. Kyrian watched everything silently as 2 elders quickly appeared beside Mayran. One of them, after Mayran spoke a few words, nodded in understanding and entered the central hall. The last one, a man with long white hair, Kyrian recognized, and he understood why Mayran had called him. He was the oldest elder of the sect. Kyrian had only seen him when all the elders gathered. If something is truly appearing near the city of the 3 forces, it'll be a direct conflict between domains. It'll be dangerous for the younger ones. I'll go with you, the old man said, his voice hoarse but steady. Mayran agreed with a nod. The other sects must already be on their way. In less than half an hour, everyone was ready. The wind howled atop the mountain as 3 large flying beasts appeared in front of the central hall. Their wings spread wide, sending gusts of wind across the stone ground. On the first beast were Mayran and the oldest elder, leading the way. On the second, Mo Tianhai, Shun Yu, and Wu Jian, all with serious, focused expressions. Kyrian noticed that after Long Shui's recovery, Wu Jian was gradually returning to how he used to be. On the third and last beast were Kyrian, Mo Xia, and Long Shui. As the beasts took flight, the sharp screeches and heavy flapping of wings echoed across the central area. The 3 shadows quickly disappeared into the clouds, leaving only silence behind. The cold wind hit Kyrian's face as he watched the sect vanish behind him, the mountains below passing in blurs. Looks like the days of rest in the sect will have to wait again, Kyrian thought. He then looked to the side, where Long Shui was observing the landscape with a faint smile. Kyrian asked. Long Shui turned, surprised that he didn't know. Oh, you've never heard of it? It's a neutral city, she said lively. Long Shui herself had only learned that a few days earlier. Kirian murmured, thoughtful. Mo Xia, sitting a bit ahead, added, "It's also one of the largest trading centers between domains." Kirian nodded slightly, understanding. Mo Xia tilted her head. From what Tian Hai said, it seemed stable, and a flow of qi kept coming out of it. It didn't dissipate as quickly as it should have. Kirian closed his eyes for a moment. He already knew about places like that, sites where ancient cultivators left behind their legacies and techniques, waiting for someone to inherit them. But he also knew what that meant. Heritage sites always came with competition and danger. Usually, only one person succeeded. Depending on who had built the place, there was a good chance that many of those who entered would never return. The three beasts continued their flight, cutting through dense clouds and heavy winds at high altitude. The journey would still take several days. Chapter 132, Tower. Chapter 132. Tower. 3 days had passed quickly since they had left the sect. The three beasts had flown non-stop the entire time, crossing mountains, valleys, and rivers without rest. Kirian noticed that Mei Ran and Elder Han, the oldest elder, constantly used their qi on the flying beasts. In addition, sometimes Mei Ran would throw a pill into the beasts' mouths. Both actions, for obvious reasons, were ways to help the beasts continue the journey without needing to land and rest. The cold, constant wind had become a familiar thing. After a few brief conversations, silence reigned among the three beasts. Each person was lost in their own thoughts. Only the sound of wings flapping and the slicing of air remained as time went by. When the sun finally began to rise on the fourth day, everyone opened their eyes almost at the same time. On the horizon line, an intense blue light rose like a beacon, piercing the clouds and spreading across the sky. Even from a distance, the qi coming from that direction could be clearly felt. It was dense and vibrant. The three beasts began to gradually lower their altitude. Soon, what had been just a blue glow was completely revealed before them. The light came, in fact, from a large blue tower floating in the sky, emanating an ancient and powerful pressure. Qi was constantly being expelled from the tower and swirling around it. And on the walls of the structure, one could see runes that moved constantly, changing shape and position. Many wondered how something that massive could fly. Around the tower, an uncountable crowd of cultivators had already gathered. There were tents, defensive formations, and flags marking the presence of many forces, some from the Verdant Sword domain and others from the two nearby domains. There were also many smaller groups and independent cultivators who continued to arrive. The ground around was already completely occupied. The beasts of the Verdant Sword sect began to descend even lower. Mei Ran stood at the front of the first beast, observing the scene below. Her eyes narrowed as she looked at the crowd and the tower. "We almost arrived late. The other two sects are already here, and not only them," Mei Ran said in a firm tone. Kirian looked toward where she was staring and quickly noticed. Those from the Scarlet Sun sect and the Six Poison sect stood at two opposite points near the tower. The area around them was clear, with the crowd avoiding getting too close. Besides them, several other flags were planted in different directions: smaller forces, family clans, and mercenary groups. Kirian saw iron plates hanging around their necks. Everyone stood still, watching the tower. But with the arrival of the three beasts from the Verdant Sword sect, everyone immediately turned their attention to them. Being one of the leading domain forces, their presence would of course be noticed by all, especially with Mei Ran and Elder Han at the front. The two of them exuded an impossibly sharp pressure that couldn't be ignored. The other core disciples also released their cultivations, as if to announce their presence. Kirian smiled faintly, finding the display of strength somehow interesting. Then, the beasts landed in an area that the crowd quickly cleared when they saw them coming. The wind from the wings scattered dust and small stones into the air. As soon as the beasts touched the ground, everyone jumped down. Now, the three major forces nearby were each in their proper places, forming a triangle around the tower, one sect at each point. The elders of the other sects looked toward Mei Ran and gave a slight nod. It seemed that none of them intended to talk or argue at that moment. Everyone was there for a single reason: to enter the inheritance. If they couldn't, then they would protect the younger ones after they came out. Mei Ran was the first to leap down. The oldest elder, Han, followed right after. The others, Kirian, Imo Tianhai, Imo Xia, Wu Jian, Long Shui, and Shun Yu, formed a semicircle behind Mei Ran. Her gaze swept across the entire area. It looked like it would soon turn chaotic. It was possible to feel qi gathering in the air above them. Kirian focused all his attention on the tower. He looked directly at it, curious, watching the symbols that floated around it. They moved in a way similar to the formations he had seen before, but they seemed to be on a much higher level. Kirian also noticed why no one was trying to approach the tower. From the ground up to the sky, near the blue tower, dozens of translucent barriers extended around it, creating a zone impossible to cross. Each barrier flickered from time to time, emitting faint cracking sounds. The barriers were slowly dissolving. In addition, the tower itself was not motionless as this happened. It was slowly descending toward the ground, in a movement almost imperceptible, yet constant. Each hour, it got closer to the surface. By Kirian's estimation, in just a few more hours, it would completely touch the ground. And then, when that happened, all the barriers would disappear, and everyone would be able to enter. So that's why everyone's waiting, Long Shui murmured. Imo Xia, who stood beside her, heard that. She crossed her arms and spoke in a low voice, looking in the same direction. That's right. Everyone's waiting for the barrier to vanish completely. Long Shui glanced sideways. Yes, everyone wants to be the first to enter. She then took a deep breath and continued. Pay attention, Long Shui. It's better for you to know who's here before it all begins, Imo Xia said, turning to her. Kirian, curious, also paid close attention to Imo Xia's next words. The two turned their eyes toward her. Starting over there, she said, pointing discreetly to the left. Kirian followed the direction indicated. A group of about 15 cultivators dressed in red robes was gathered there, all wearing the uniforms of the Scarlet Sun sect. The pressure emanating from that group was hot and aggressive. The chi of fire vibrated in the air, leaving the ground around them slightly scorched. The 11 behind the elders are the core disciples of the Scarlet Sun sect. But the one in front is the most dangerous, Imo Xia said, indicating a man with brown hair and a cold expression. Kirian observed. The man had a firm expression, sharp eyes, and kept his body perfectly still as he looked toward the tower. Kirian, with his eyes, could distinguish the surrounding heat. It was clear he was far above the others. He's the direct disciple of the leader of the Scarlet Sun sect, Imo Xia explained. They say his talent is the greatest in the last 100 years for the fire path. Chapitre 133, Yanhui. Chapter 133. Yanhui, Long Shui murmured with a strange expression, her brow furrowed and fists clenched. Imo Xia, noticing this, asked what? The Long Shui said, her expression worsening. Before she left on a mission with the other core disciples, they had tried everything to recover Long Shui's memories, even making her confront the one who, unintentionally, had caused it all. Unexpectedly, Di Fei and Long Shui ended up getting along, but her memories showed no sign of improvement. However, she did discover why Di Fei stayed in the Verdant Sword sect instead of returning to the Scarlet Sun sect. The reason was Yanhui. As the direct disciple of the sect leader, he could do whatever he wanted within the sect. No one would dare to complain. When Kirian heard Long Shui's words, he remembered the interrogation with Di Fei and the deep hatred and hostility he held towards someone from his own sect. Now, Kirian knew who it was. Kirian looked and observed the young man for a moment, then looked away. His expression shifted with slight curiosity, but it soon faded into disinterest. Imo Xia then continued. She pointed to the group on the right. They all wore black robes with dark green patterns. Even from this distance, it was possible to feel a strange, unsettling chi and smell emanating from them. They cultivate poison-based techniques. Longshue's expression grew serious. Kirian also observed for a moment, scanning each of the young cultivators, but in the end, he found nothing interesting. Their strength didn't linger in his mind, but he made a note to be cautious about their poisons. Longshue asked. Mo Xia slowly let her gaze wander across the field. The smaller forces are everywhere. Most of them are here just as opportunists. She pointed again. That group in light gray robes belongs to the He clan from our domain. They'll take any mission as long as the pay is high enough. Kirian listened, but his gaze had already returned to the tower. He no longer seemed interested in the others for now. His focus was on the symbols sliding through the layers of light surrounding the tower structure. Meanwhile, the other forces were also looking at those from the Verdant Sword sect. They were all releasing a portion of their power, resembling swords pointing toward the heavens. Their names were already known to those who had gathered information. But Kirian was a new face, one that no one had seen until now. He was also the only one among them who wasn't exuding any sharp pressure. In fact, Kirian wasn't releasing any energy at all. He simply stood quietly, staring at the tower. Yet, even so, he didn't go unnoticed because of his appearance, but mostly because of his eyes. Where the disciples of the Scarlet Sun sect were gathered, one of the elders suddenly spoke, drawing everyone's attention. With the Verdant Sword sect here, things have become even more complicated. Of course, that warning doesn't apply to you, Yin Hui, said the elder, turning toward the main disciple, the one he believed would obtain the inheritance. But I still believe you should be cautious when fighting Mo Tianhai. Understood, Yin Hui said. He glanced briefly at Tianhai, but wasn't too concerned. That was when he noticed Kirian, who was staring at the tower with a cold expression and a faint flame dancing in his eyes. He asked, more curious about him than Tianhai. It seems to be another direct disciple of Feng Yuan. He's the other one you should not confront and be very cautious of. Yin Hui kept looking at Kirian for a long moment before a small smile appeared. Then, silence fell over almost everyone. The tower continued descending slowly, and the blue light bathed the entire field. Time passed slowly. The sky began to darken, and the blue light grew even more intense, illuminating the field even at night. The movements among the forces increased. Cultivators began forming groups, and the barriers trembled more violently. Mei ran, then turned to her group. Stay alert. I believe that, with your strength, at least one of you will certainly obtain the inheritance, she said, genuinely believing her words. When you enter, avoid unnecessary fights until you know what's inside. Everyone nodded. Kirian remained silent, watching the reflection of the blue light on his own hands. With each passing second, the sound of the barriers breaking grew sharper. The air began to vibrate. The cultivators around them stood up almost simultaneously, alert. Mayran looked up. The tower was only a few dozen meters from ground. It's starting, she said. Mo Tianhai and the others instinctively tightened their grips on their sword hilts. A loud crack split the air. The first layer of the final barrier vanished, shattering, and the sound spread like thunder. Kirian raised his eyes. The next instant, another layer broke. Then another. The voices of the cultivators echoed across the field. The pressures around them began to rise. In just a few moments, chaos would take over the place. Kirian remained calm, silently watching. He knew that once the last barrier fell, it would be the moment when the slowly descending tower would finally touch the ground. And then the true struggle would begin. Chapter 134, Illusions. Chapter 134. Illusions. The tower descended slowly from the heavens. Its blue body shimmered like crystal, emanating a pure energy that made the ground tremble. When it finally touched the earth, a wave of energy spread across the entire plain, destroying part of it and cracking the surface. The barriers surrounding it then shattered with a dry snap. In that same instant, the young cultivators surged forward from every direction in unison. Everyone ran, all of them moving at the same time, each trying to reach the entrance first, even if, in the end, that gave them no real advantage. They didn't care. But before them, Some cultivators from the core formation realm also tried to enter. With speeds several times faster than the younger ones, they reached the front first. However, as soon as they touched the energy field at the base of the tower, an invisible force struck them. Their bodies simply exploded into flesh and a pool of blood before everyone's eyes. Their deaths confirmed what the sect elders had suspected. The entrance was restricted. The tower only accepted those whose cultivation was below the core formation realm. A brief silence spread. Everyone approached the tower, but none dared to touch it. Soon, 3 great gates opened, one on each side of the tower. The sound echoed like thunder. Without hesitation, the youngest cultivators from the main forces of the 3 domains charged forward and threw themselves inside. None of them dared attack one another at that moment. No one wanted to waste strength without knowing what awaited them within. 5 minutes later, the 3 gates closed at once. The crash made the ground vibrate, and then the outside world lost all sight of what was happening inside. The interior of the tower was vast. Everyone who had entered now found themselves in a large circular hall. The walls emitted a calm, constant blue light, and the air seemed alive, thick with an extremely pure chi. Hundreds of young cultivators from various forces were spread throughout the hall, observing each other in silence. Then, the floor began to glow. Ancient runes lit up beneath everyone's feet, connecting through blue energy lines that formed a perfect circle. In an instant, an intense light filled the place, and every single person there was engulfed by it. When the light faded, the hall was empty. Everyone had been teleported. Kyrian felt space distort. When he opened his eyes, he was alone in a completely white room. The floor, ceiling, and walls seemed to be made of solid mist, a faintly flickering blue light. The air there was cold but clean and pure, and there wasn't a single sound. He looked around, but there were no doors, no windows, no exits, just that empty place. He took a few steps to the side, but still felt like he hadn't moved at all. Then, the mist began to move. It swirled slowly, taking on shapes, faces, shadows, and fragments of memories. And in an instant, illusions appeared and began to strike everyone. For each person, the visions were different. Every cultivator was enveloped by a different type of mental illusion, each shaped by their desires, their fears, and their greed. Some saw themselves with limitless power. Others saw themselves surrounded by enemies. Many more became lost in scenes crafted by their own minds. The trial of the tower had begun swiftly. The first test evaluated integrity and willpower. Those who gave in to greed, fear, or anger were immediately enveloped by blue light and expelled from the tower, unfit for the inheritance that lay within. Kyrian was unaffected. His calm gray eyes cut through the mist as if it didn't exist at all. The illusions tried to take shape, but dissolved the instant they entered his field of vision. Kyrian watched it all with indifference, as if merely waiting for time to pass. Meanwhile, the others faced their trials. Shunyu advanced with the same tranquility as Kyrian. He walked slowly within the mirage that tried to surround him, but reacted to nothing. His mind was stable, his chi controlled. The illusions simply couldn't find a crack to slip through. The blue glow around him intensified, recognizing his absolute calm. Emotion Hai didn't bother with restraint. His sword intent floated around his body, slicing through the images and distortions that appeared. The illusions came from all directions, but his sword intent destroyed them before they could affect his senses. He also advanced slowly, each step accompanied by a cutting sound. Wu Jian fell to his knees several times, but didn't stop. His face was strained, blood dripped from his nose, and his body trembled. The illusion tried to show him defeat, failure, humiliation, the events with Di Fei and Long Shui, and the guilt he carried. But he only screamed and pressed forward with determination, ignoring everything. His willpower sustained him even as his body faltered. Montauk Xia also resisted. Her illusions showed pain, loss, and guilt. She cried, but she didn't stop. Each tear fell to the floor and vanished until the mist completely dispersed before her. The blue energy around her faded, and she took a deep breath, exhausted but whole. Long Shui, however, wasn't as fortunate. The illusions swallowed her completely. She saw versions of herself she had never managed to become: the prodigious cultivator, the admired core disciple, and the woman she had forgotten how to be. No matter where she went in the sect, everyone knew her. But she no longer knew herself. She tried to resist, but the images were too real. In no time, she fell to her knees, crying, and the blue light enveloped her completely. Her body vanished from within the tower. Outside, she reappeared unconscious on the grass, immediately spotted by Mei Ran. It didn't take long for Long Shui to be pulled toward her. After seeing her condition, Mei Ran sighed. She had only fainted. The same fate befell dozens of other cultivators. Within 30 minutes, more than half of those who had entered the tower were expelled. The plain was now covered with unconscious bodies, all breathing but alive. Inside the tower, the number of active presences had drastically decreased. The energy seemed to grow denser, and the blue light that dominated the walls began to vibrate with greater intensity all of a sudden, as if something were changing. Chapter 135, Change in the Tower. Chapter 135, Change in the Tower. Inside the tower, after the illusions disappeared for everyone, the number of presences within it had drastically decreased. The air grew denser, and the blue light that dominated the walls began to vibrate with greater intensity, as if something was changing. It was at that moment that the ground trembled. A deep sound echoed from beneath the tower. The walls shone, and red fissures appeared and began to spread, rapidly climbing up to the ceiling of the great tower. In seconds, a crimson energy erupted from the ground. It was alive, pulsating like boiling blood. It rose in a spiral, breaking through the limits of the tower, and mixed with the blue energy, creating a brutal contrast of power. The entire structure then began to glow in two colors. The right side took on bluish tones, serene and calm, while the left side of the tower turned dark red, violent and oppressive. From outside, everyone could see the transformation. Half of the tower was pure, while the other half exuded an energy that made everyone's skin crawl. Inside the tower, everyone felt the structure around them trembling, but still without understanding what was really happening. Soon after, another strange thing occurred. Everyone felt the blood inside their bodies vibrate, as if their veins were being lightly pulled toward the tower. The blood pressure was heavy, suffocating. The weaker ones staggered, but the pressure lasted only a few moments. Then, the trembling of the tower stopped, as if nothing had happened. Inside the isolated rooms, nothing changed. The walls remained white and silent. Those who had passed the first test wondered what was happening. Kirian lifted his gaze. His gray eyes narrowed as he looked at the ceiling. For a brief moment, he felt a connection with an energy he was already familiar with. Silence reigned for a few seconds inside the tower. The blue light of the walls flickered as if trying to stabilize, but something was preventing it. The vibration suddenly returned, and every cultivator inside the tower felt their body tremble along with it. They had to reinforce their bodies with qi to stay stable. Then, the tower once again tried to move everyone together to the next test. A faint blue glow appeared beneath the feet of those who had passed the first test, and the runes began to form once more. It was the sign that they would be transported again to another place. But before the light could complete the pattern, a brutal force exploded from underground. The ground cracked, and a crimson beam pierced through the floor, devouring the blue lines. The pure glow was swallowed in an instant, and the runes completely went out. The tower shook. Sounds echoed through the walls like the beating of a heart. The blue energy tried to resist, but the blood energy won. The red force climbed up the walls, corrupting the symbols and draining the pure qi from the tower. Then, the cultivators still scattered across the various rooms felt the ground move. The walls began to dissolve like blue dust. In the blink of an eye, everyone was engulfed by a dark red light. The transfer began, but it was different from what had been expected. Instead of being moved to the next floor, everyone was dragged to the same point as before. When the light dissipated, The young cultivators stood in a vast red hall. The floor was made of smooth black stones, stained with living blood symbols that pulsed like veins. The air was heavy and hot. The sound of slow heartbeats echoed in the background, coming from all directions. The walls then glowed in dark tones, and a metallic scent filled the air. Kyrian looked around. The red light reflected off his skin, and his eyes changed immediately as he sensed the strong presence of blood energy. The flame-shaped pupils vanished, and the blood eyes appeared in vivid crimson. His eyes now seemed to merge with the environment. He had recognized the energy as soon as it emerged, and now he could feel it spread throughout the hall. Whether on the floor, the walls, or the ceiling, everywhere he looked, he could see a presence. The others began to notice the danger as well. Wu Jian frowned, feeling the qi within his body waver. Mo Tianhai placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, ready to react. Xinyu kept his gaze firm, watching everything in silence. Suddenly, the sound in the air changed. A low noise echoed in every direction, and the ground began to emit an even stronger light. The blood runes started to move, forming circles around each of those present. Mo Xia said, feeling the changes happening around her. No one answered. They were too worried about what would happen next. Then the runes connected. The crimson energy rose in the form of columns, and the ground split open in cracks that released a thick red mist. That mist filled the air in seconds. And then Kyrian and the others suddenly saw figures beginning to emerge from within the fissures. Kyrian saw them not only rising from the ground, but also from the ceiling and the walls, where earlier he had seen presences through his blood eyes. Those figures were entirely made of blood and blood qi. They had human shapes, but their faces were vague, with hollow eyes and empty expressions. And the qi they emitted was brutal. Kyrian and the others noticed immediately there was one figure for each of those present. The blood figures had emerged close to them, and their strength was at least 3 stages above the young cultivators who had faced them. About 100 of them had formed, and thus another test had begun. Kyrian watched one of the creatures move. Its body was fluid, as if the blood that composed it possessed a will of its own. When the being attacked its target, the air vibrated. The fist tore through the air and exploded against the wall, leaving a red streak that spread like ink. A disciple from the He clan, holding his spear, was struck before he could even react. His body was pierced by the blood and drained within seconds. His blood was ripped from his veins and flew into the creature, which absorbed it completely, growing denser. Kyrian frowned at that moment, for what had happened was not what he had expected. Instead of the figure disappearing after killing its target, the blood figure strengthened itself with the blood of the dead and then began to advance towards another young cultivator who was already in combat. Chapter 136, Blood Creatures. Chapter 136. Blood Creatures. Kyrian observed the fight of the others for an instant, but had to shift his attention to the creature now running at high speed toward him. The blood figure advanced in Kyrian's direction and approached quickly. But Kyrian didn't want to waste time. The creature stopped in the air the moment Kyrian's eyes locked onto it. The body of the blood figure trembled, as if an invisible force had grabbed every particle that made it up. Kyrian raised his hand only a few centimeters, his blood eyes glowed, and the figure was pushed back without even touching the ground. The creature tried to recompose itself, moving its liquid body as if seeking some way to escape the control, but with no success. The command, the pressure Kyrian's eyes exerted over blood, was absolute. The creature could only writhe, trapped. Kyrian narrowed his eyes slowly. The blood creature began to split open down the middle, divided by an invisible force. The blood that composed it lost its form and then exploded into thousands of small particles that scattered through the air. For a moment, Kyrian thought it was finished, but the spilled blood in the air trembled as if it were alive. Before he could react, the particles gathered again, but they no longer formed a humanoid shape. They transformed into a dense mist of blood. The mist then rushed toward Kyrian at a sudden speed, as if it had a will of its own. Kyrian narrowed his eyes, thinking he would have to stop the mist, but he didn't need to. Blood runes suddenly appeared on the ground around his feet. They shone intensely, forming a perfect circle that isolated his body. The blood mist hit that barrier and dissolved, evaporating as the runes on the ground lit up. From that moment on, no other blood figure tried to approach or attack Kyrian. He understood immediately defeating one of the creatures was the requirement. The runes marked those who had passed. But it wouldn't be easy to defeat these creatures as Kyrian had done. Not everyone could. Screams echoed across the Red Hall. Blood splattered onto the ground every second. The blood creatures advanced non-stop against the cultivators still fighting, and each time someone died, the pressure on the remaining survivors increased. Each time the creatures killed someone, their forms became denser, faster, and more brutal. A disciple from a small family tried to retreat, but two creatures joined together to chase him. He was dragged by the legs, lifted into the air, and torn in two. His blood was absorbed and drawn into the creatures like water flowing to the bottom of a well. Another figure strengthened. Another young man, using a saber, slashed several times, but his strikes were not strong enough. The blood creature pierced his chest with its liquid blood arm, draining all the blood from his body until the young man became an empty husk. The creatures grew faster right after that. Kyrian observed everything in silence, without moving a muscle. His eyes allowed him to see every thread of crimson energy forming those creatures, as well as seeing that all the absorbed blood and the spilled blood seemed to be going somewhere else, beyond strengthening the creatures. The total number of creatures was initially determined by the number of cultivators. But now, the more people died, the more figures were drawn toward a single survivor, making each second harder to endure. It was a direct test. Defeat a creature or die. The fight of the other core disciples began to stand out in the crowd. Shinyu was the first to resolve his situation. He always kept his expression calm, almost detached from the surroundings. But as soon as one of the creatures advanced toward him, he didn't think twice. He raised his sword and took a deep breath. Then, with a single strike, a slash of chi appeared. It wasn't just fast, but also extremely precise. The creature's head flew to the side, completely separated from the body. The figure dissolved slowly while the blood fell to the floor like isolated droplets. And then the mist and the runes appeared under his feet. Shinyu had passed. Mo Tianhai faced his creature for a little longer because he was slightly curious. He advanced with the sword in hand, the intention of the sword emanating from his body like a kind of invisible destruction. The blood figure tried to pierce him with its arm, but Tianhai spun his body, and with one movement dozens of slashes appeared at the same time around the creature, destroying all its limbs. The sword intent didn't only cut the physical form, but also momentarily destroyed the blood energy forming the creature. The being's body opened into small pieces, all dissolving before even touching the ground. Then, the crimson runes appeared immediately. Mo Xia, who was near Tianhai, took a deep breath before attacking. Her sword shone. She moved with precision, using a sect technique that allowed her to create 3 large, sharp chi slashes overlapped on the same point. The technique split the creature into 3 pieces. The blood was cut without managing to recover. Mo Xia passed the test. Wu Jian roared as he lifted his heavy sword with both hands. His muscular arm trembled with the force of the strike he prepared. The blood creature leapt at him, aiming at his neck. Wu Jian stomped the ground, cracking the stone, and struck downward. The heavy sword crushed the entire figure, splashing and spreading the blood on the ground in a wide puddle that soon disappeared. The runes appeared immediately at his feet. Kyrian noticed that while the core disciples of his sect won their battles with some ease, not everyone there possessed the same strength. But his attention was drawn to those remaining. The group from the 6 Poisons sect caught his attention, as well as many others. They gathered quickly and then released a toxic mist around their bodies. The mist was dark, almost black, and radiated danger even without being close. When the blood creatures approached, their bodies began to change. The liquid forms became thick, as if the poison turned the blood into mud. Parts of the creatures stuck to the ground, unable to maintain their shapes. The poison corroded the blood and the blood chi directly. Kyrian observed with a slight frown. He imagined what would happen. The victim's blood would thicken inside the body itself. The person would die suffocated by their own blood. All members of the 6 poisoned sect passed and defeated their creatures. Kyrian also understood why the poisons of such a sect were famous. Chapter 137, Crystal. Chapter 137. Crystal. The central disciples of the Scarlet Sun sect used fire techniques. Their chi burned in red and yellow tones. Each strike made the creatures evaporate like hot steam. They also all managed to pass, but most of the remaining ones did not. The weakest, even if considered geniuses within their families or small forces, did not have enough power to fight against enemies with strength several stages above their level. Even more so when multiple figures gathered to attack them after each death. Many were surrounded by 3, 4, or even 5 strengthened creatures. And then they were torn apart, drained, and destroyed without any chance. The number of living cultivators fell quickly. 80, 50, 40, 35, until finally, only 30 remained alive, all with crimson runes under their feet, many with tense bodies, while they sighed upon seeing the result, upon seeing how many had died and their tragic ends. The red floor then pulsed again, and the runes beneath them lit up, forming a larger circle. The blood energy concentrated, and it seemed they would be transported again to another test. But before that could happen, the ground trembled again. A pure blue light burst from the cracks. The blood energy retreated as if it had been pushed away. The red runes were extinguished. The blue light took over everything. It enveloped each of the 30 remaining cultivators, covering them with its serene energy. And then, in the blink of an eye, all disappeared from the red hall. The tower transported them again, this time once more through the blue energy. The blue light enveloped everyone, and in the blink of an eye, the red hall vanished. When Kyrian's vision returned to normal, he realized he was now standing on another floor of the tower. The ground was smooth, made of a crystalline blue material. The walls emitted a soft glow, and the air, everyone felt it at the same time. It was like breathing something clean, light, and pure. But it wasn't just ordinary qi. It was too pure and extremely concentrated. Xinyu closed his eyes for a moment, absorbing the sensation. Wu Jian took a deep breath, feeling his body react on its own. Mo Tianhai frowned slightly, trying to understand what made this qi so incomparable. Kyrian, however, saw much more. His eyes analyzed the environment. The qi seemed to flow like rivers in the air, thick lines that moved slowly like living currents. Even outside the rivers, the qi present there was at least 5 times more concentrated, denser than the ambient qi outside the tower. And beyond that, there was something different. It wasn't just ordinary qi. It was a refined form, as if it had been purified countless times until becoming a superior form of qi. Kyrian observed in silence. At the center of the place, floating above the ground, there was a round, translucent crystal the size of a human head. From it emanated constant waves of energy. That was where all that qi came from. Little by little, everyone realized they had appeared in a circle around the crystal. And at the feet of each of them, there was a small blue circular cushion. Perfect, placed exactly in the right position, forming a circle around the crystal. Mo Tianhai looked around, trying to understand. Wu Jian and the others raised their eyebrows. Mo Xia looked around, then quickly approached Kyrian. She whispered. The other central disciples only then looked around. Long Shui wasn't there. Kyrian shook his head. No, I didn't see her in the previous test. Mo Xia lowered her gaze, biting her lips. There was worry, but also acceptance. The Long Shui they knew before might have had enough strength to follow them there. But this Long Shui, without memories, without purpose, had probably not resisted the illusions. Xunyu was the first to sit on one of the cushions, opening his eyes as he murmured. No one replied, but they all thought the same. Then, Shinyu fully sat on the cushion, legs crossed. Kiryan did the same shortly after. Mo Tianhai, Mo Xia, and Wu Jian followed, sitting on the cushions in silence. Seeing this, the other cultivators nearby hesitated for a moment, but after noticing no changes, they decided to follow and ended up copying the gesture. Soon, the 30 survivors were sitting in a cultivation position, forming a perfect circle around the crystal. And then, when the last finally sat down, the crystal lit up. The blue light emanating from it intensified, shining throughout the hall. The air vibrated, and without warning, the crystal moved. It flew in a straight line, stopping right in front of one of the cultivators. A young man with a gray robe, one of the only survivors who did not belong to the 3 major sects nearby. He looked around, confused, pointing at himself as if asking whether he was truly the chosen one. The crystal floated firmly before him. The young man hesitated, but eventually raised his right hand and touched the smooth surface. As soon as his fingers touched the crystal, his expression changed completely. Kiryan clearly saw it. The young man's eyes shifted, as if he had suddenly understood something. He held the crystal with both hands and closed his eyes, his entire body becoming rigid. The crystal then began to glow. First faintly, then stronger, and then even stronger. The blue light became so intense, it seemed like it was almost piercing through his skin. His body trembled. Sweat formed on his forehead. His face grew tense, as if he were making a colossal effort to endure. It continued like that for a long 3 minutes, until finally, he opened his hands and let the crystal float down lightly, breathing heavily and gasping. Despite the exhaustion, a strange smile appeared on his lips. The young man said with a weak voice. The word echoed through the silent hall. Before anyone could comment or ask what had happened, blue runes lit up under his feet. He raised his gaze, startled. It looked like he would be expelled. But before he could disappear from the tower, the blue energy of the symbols was distorted. A red force took its place. The blue circle darkened, becoming crimson. The energy shifted from pure chi to a heavy and oppressive blood chi, and the young man disappeared in a red flash. There was no scream, no sound. He simply vanished from the hall. The hall fell into absolute silence for a few seconds. For everyone, there was now no doubt. They had all clearly seen it more than once. The tower was not just guiding the tests. The tower was somehow divided. 2 opposing forces were fighting for control there. Both wanted to test those young cultivators. The crystal then vibrated a second time and flew straight toward the next person. This time, it stopped before someone familiar. Yin Hui, from the Scarlet Sun sect. He, without hesitation, extended his hand and touched the crystal. Chapter 138, Crystal 2. Chapter 138, Crystal 2. The crystal floated slowly until it stopped in front of Yin Hui. Everyone watched in absolute silence as he raised his hand and touched the bluish surface. The moment he made contact, the crystal's light increased abruptly. Yin Hui's expression changed in the same instant. The doubt disappeared from his eyes, as if it had been ripped out by force. His shoulders relaxed. The muscles of his face softened. And soon, a small smile appeared, involuntarily satisfied. He closed his eyes and held the crystal firmly. The light grew increasingly intense as it pulsed at irregular intervals. Yin Hui's breathing became heavy after a few minutes. But even so, he kept his hands locked on the crystal. The hall was silent. Only the sound of Yin Hui's loud breathing filled the space. 1 minute passed, then 2, 3. His forehead began to sweat. Then 4 minutes. 5. The smile faded. His expression began to tremble. 6 minutes. 6.5 minutes. When the 7th minute arrived, Yin Hui finally let out a long and gasping breath, as if he had been strangled from the inside. He opened his hands and let the crystal float on its own. Then he raised his face. His expression was horrible. I really failed? The whisper escaped involuntarily. There was disbelief and indignation mixed together as those seated beside him felt the air grow hotter. But he had no time for anything else. Blue runes appeared beneath his feet. The light grew, ready to expel him. But, just like before, the blood energy took control, tearing the blue runes apart into crimson symbols. Yanhui vanished in a red pulse. The tension in the hall increased. The crystal then flew toward the next person, a girl with brown hair and a sickly gaze from the Six Poisons sect. She touched the crystal without hesitating. The light shone strongly for a few seconds. She held on for 5 whole minutes, her fingers pressed firmly against the crystal. When she let go, she muttered a simple and irritated. Blue runes appeared, and again were swallowed by the red force. The girl disappeared in the same instant. The rhythm then continued. The crystal passed from person to person. Most lasted between 3 and 5 minutes. Few came close to Yin Hui's mark. One by one, they disappeared, each with different expressions: disbelief, frustration, anger, and resignation. Until it was Mo Xia's turn. She took a deep breath before touching the crystal, and the moment her fingers touched the surface, her eyes trembled slightly. Kyrian clearly saw the change on her face. Joy appeared right at the beginning, but she struggled fiercely, keeping the crystal firm. 5 minutes passed. 5 minutes and 30 seconds. She released the crystal with a satisfied smile, but Kyrian noticed something in her. It was frustration, a desire left unfulfilled. She wanted more. The blue runes acted, being overtaken by the red ones right after. Mo Xia then disappeared. Next was Wu Jian's turn. He held steady for 5 full minutes. Sweat ran down his face, but he held on as long as he could. When he let go, he was panting, but without any sign of regret. Soon after, he too disappeared under the red light. Only 14 people remained in the hall, and then the crystal approached Shunyu. As soon as he touched the smooth surface, the light exploded. Not a moderate glow, not pulses, but an incandescent brightness that filled the entire hall. Kyrian and the others immediately sensed that something was different this time with Shunyu. The qi in the air began to move along with the crystal, as if the environment itself were responding to Shunyu's touch. He, however, closed his eyes and remained completely calm and still. His body did not seem tense. His breathing didn't falter, and his face didn't contort. He seemed, in fact, comfortable. Time began to pass. 2 minutes, 3, 4, 5. Those in the hall were restless now, while the others, upon reaching 5 minutes, already looked exhausted. Shunyu was far too well. The 6th minute arrived, then the 7th. Most hadn't even come close to 7 minutes. Yet even so, Shunyu didn't seem tired. By the 8th minute, a smile appeared on his face. Slow, natural, as if he had found something he had been waiting for a long time. Kyrian and Mo Tianhai watched in silence. Attentive. 9 minutes. 10. That was when Shunyu opened his eyes. They were shining, literally. The blue light intensified around him. Before they could say anything, the runes arose beneath his feet. This time, they were not red. They remained blue, pure and stable. Shunyu disappeared under blue light instead of red like all the others. The meaning was clear. Shunyu had passed, the first to be accepted by the core. The hall fell into heavy silence for a few seconds. People swallowed hard. Their expectations completely shifted. Others tried after him. All failed. Soon, the crystal stopped before Mo Tianhai. Tianhai placed his hand on the crystal calmly. The light increased significantly, similar to Yin Hui, but still far from Shunyu. He resisted well, his face almost expressionless, only his eyebrows furrowed with effort. 5 minutes. 6 and 30 seconds. Finally, 7 full minutes. And he still managed a few seconds more before letting go of the crystal, breathing heavily. He said nothing, but Kyrian saw the disappointment in his eyes. Tianhai wanted to go further. Blue runes appeared, and since he had failed, the red ones took over. Only 3 people remained besides Kyrian. And then, finally, the crystal came to him. The crystal moved slowly, stopping in front of his chest, floating firmly. Kyrian then touched the crystal with his fingertips. At the exact moment of contact, a soft, feminine voice echoed in his mind. "This crystal is my core." Kirian kept his hand firm. The voice was calm, distant. It sounded extremely ancient. Kirian took a deep breath. The information entered his mind as if it were pushed inside. It lasted only a second, and Kirian understood. Now everything made sense. The happiness of those who touched the crystal before, the effort and exhaustion, and, as everyone suspected, Shinyu truly had been the only one accepted. He had been the only one able to endure the core's energy for 10 minutes. Kirian then closed his eyes and tried to absorb even the smallest fragment of energy. But nothing happened. The crystal remained dim. There was no pulse. There was no flow of qi. Nothing. His body didn't react. No core energy entered. Just as he expected, he tried to concentrate his will and tried using his eyes to pull the core's energy. He tried to force the crystal to release something, but nothing moved. After a few seconds, the blue runes appeared beneath his feet. And in the same instant, as happened with all who failed, the blue runes transformed into blood red. He didn't even have time to attempt another approach. Kirian was swallowed by the red energy and disappeared. Chapter 139, Drop of Blood. Chapter 139, Drop of Blood. Tianhai felt his body being torn apart by the red light, and, in the blink of an eye, reappeared somewhere else. The floor beneath his feet was the same crimson material from the test with the red figures. The air carried a strong, metallic smell, heavy and dense. Before he could examine the place more carefully, he heard a low voice echo through every corner. Tianhai frowned lightly, but didn't reply. He looked around. It was a wide, round hall, completely red, as if it had been molded from solidified blood. There were no exits or doors, only an altar at the center, and on it, a single drop of crimson blood floating a few centimeters above the surface. Even motionless, that drop emanated an energy so heavy that Tianhai's body reacted instinctively, taking a step back. The air around them seemed to crush their lungs. An invisible pressure pushed everyone downward, forcing them to keep their bodies firm so they wouldn't collapse. If the blue core from before had made everyone feel purified and light, this was the opposite. The energy felt corrosive, hostile, superior. Tianhai recognized the faces of everyone present. Rogue cultivators and disciples from the two sects, everyone who had vanished from the previous test before him, all waited in tense silence. It was clear that this was the place where those who failed the crystal test were being thrown. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out to him. He turned. Mo Xia approached quickly, her expression carrying a sense of urgency. Before he could say anything, she asked directly, "Shunyu?" The hall fell silent instantly. Everyone there had heard rumors from the two who arrived before Tianhai, but no one was completely sure. In fact, they didn't want to believe it. Now that he was here, Mo Xia waited for a definitive confirmation. Tianhai took a deep breath and nodded. Yes. The words echoed as if they carried weight. Mo Xia let out a relieved breath. Wu Jian, who stood near them, showed a faint, satisfied smile. At least someone from the Verdant Sword sect was still advancing through the tests of the blue side of the tower. But not everyone was convinced. Yin Hui, who had appeared long before Tianhai, burst out immediately. That's impossible. No one could endure 10 of that energy. He took a step forward, nearly pointing a finger, but Tianhai didn't even bother looking directly at him. Whether you believe it or not doesn't matter, Tianhai said calmly, as if speaking to the air. That's the truth. And soon you'll see. All who fail end up here. Yin Hui clenched his teeth, his face reddening with rage. We'll see then, he growled, turning away. There was no more discussion. Silence settled over the hall once again. Minutes passed, then more. Slowly, more people began appearing, transported by the red light. Some stumbled slightly as they arrived, others were frustrated, and others were completely exhausted. Until finally, Kirian appeared. He emerged in total silence, eyes slightly narrowed as if in deep thought. Yin Hui didn't wait even a second. You? Is it true or not true that Shinyu passed? Kirian didn't look at him at first. His mind was full. Why couldn't he absorb even a single speck of the blue core's energy? Why did all treasures meant to strengthen cultivators simply refuse to react to him? The ashen fruits, the spiritual herb, was given to Yinyu. And now, the blue core. He could only think of one thing. They all had something in common. They were treasures used to improve one's foundation, meridians, chi circulation, and base. But Kirian didn't possess meridians, the channels everyone else had. His body only strengthened when the pure energy absorbed by his eyes, after pushing him into a new stage, slowly seeped into his muscles, bones, and blood. It was a different path, a path only he followed. The treasures apparently rejected him, as if he were incompatible. Well, despite everything, he truly was nothing more than a mortal in the end. And if that was the case, his only path forward was through his eyes, his innate talent. Nothing else. As he thought, Yinhui asked again, this time visibly irritated. Just say it already. Kirian finally looked at him. Everyone before me already confirmed it. Are you deaf? The words were cold, direct, but without the intention of provoking anything. Even so, for some reason, Yinhui took a small step back when Kirian turned his face and those red eyes landed on him. Yinhui felt his blood vibrate, and that irritated him even more. As he was about to retort, another cultivator appeared from the red symbols. Yinhui turned his aggression toward the newcomer. And you? The young man swallowed hard and answered quickly. Yinhui shut his mouth tightly. In truth, no one needed to say anything else. Shortly after, the last two appeared, completing the group. There were now 29 people in the hall. 29. Definitive proof that only one had passed. Whispers began immediately. Some discussed how long they lasted. Others wondered who endured longer besides Shinyu, asking who managed to reach 7 minutes besides Yinhui. The answer was simple. Besides Yinhui, only Tianhai reached 7 minutes. And that infuriated Yinhui completely. He had always been the first of the Scarlet Sun sect. Always the most talented, the fastest, the strongest, the most extraordinary. And now, he had been surpassed yet again. He didn't like that at all. His expression worsened. But before he could simmer in anger, suddenly something made his mood brighten. One of the young members of his sect commented that Kirian couldn't even endure a single second. When he heard that, Yinhui burst into laughter. The sound echoed loudly throughout the hall. Not even a second. Not even that. And he still dared to act arrogant with me? I actually thought your special physique was dangerous. Kirian looked at him for just a moment, knowing the words were directed at him. But he soon turned away, as if Yinhui was as irrelevant as a leaf on the ground. Tianhai watched in silence. Mo Xia and Wu Jian as well. They knew that must have been some kind of mistake. Kirian was far more abnormal than anyone there could comprehend. And then, when everyone least expected it, the drop of blood in the center of the hall glowed, and the glow exploded. Suddenly, the blood energy overtook the hall in an instant. The air trembled, and everyone's bones cracked in response to the terrible pressure. And then, a voice echoed in the mind of every person present. If you fail, the words were objective, cold. Before anyone could react, the drop of blood slowly rose above them all. And then, the suction began. The pressure increased tenfold. Everyone's blood began boiling inside their veins, trying to escape their bodies, as if being ripped out by the roots. Some screamed immediately. Others clenched their teeth. Some fell to their knees at once. Tianhai closed his fists. Mo Xia bit her lip until it bled. Wu Jian held his breath. And Kirian, unlike the others, felt something completely different. The blood in his body didn't move at all. His blood eyes still retained complete control over his own blood. Chapter 140, Drop of Blood 2. Chapter 140, Drop of Blood 2. The crimson drop shone in the air. A venomous glow, alive, pulsing as if it had a life of its own. And then the pull began. Not gradually, but brutally. The pressure on everyone had increased tenfold, as if everything inside each cultivator's body had been grabbed all at once. The first scream echoed before the first second passed. Veins swelled, eyes turned red, and the skin of some showed signs of tearing. The pressure was insane. Impossible for most, it was almost a death sentence. Kyrian remained still. In the first instant, his red eyes shone subtly, as if they had acted instinctively. He didn't feel any pain or pressure at all. The blood inside his body didn't move even a thread. It seemed trapped, sealed, and obedient. But not obedient to that drop like the others. Only to himself. His eyes did not allow that drop to affect him. And then Kyrian saw, the only one able to perceive it, with absolute clarity, for he didn't need to worry about his survival. The suction was not the only thing coming from the blood drop. There was a second energy coming out of the drop, a concentrated blood energy, which Kyrian quickly managed to understand. It carried information. It was instructions, a method, like an entire path. It was a living manual on how to control and resist the blood drop present in the hall. But when the energy entered the bodies of the others, it disappeared without reaction, as if it hit a wall. Everyone there understood nothing, because to comprehend at least a part of that, one needed the minimum talent for the path of blood, and apparently, none of them possessed it, except Kyrian. Kyrian blinked and began to understand immediately. This test, and with the way things were going, everyone would die there. Everyone, even Mo Xia, Mo Tianhai, and Wu Jian, everyone present beside Kyrian, would certainly die. It didn't take long. Within the first 4 minutes, the massacre happened. No mercy, no pause, no chance given. Bodies were drained like twisted cloths. The screams began loud, but gradually ceased as throats dried. Of the 29 present, 21 died before the 4-minute mark. Only 8 remained, and Kyrian was the only one completely calm among them. In the 5th and final minute, the drop, which had been calm, suddenly glowed. And then the pull multiplied in intensity. 3 times, 5 times more. It didn't matter the technique, the strength, the talent, or the physical endurance. Not even using chi to try to control the blood in their bodies. Nothing could stop the suction coming from that tiny blood drop. It was impossible for those present. They could be considered unlucky. They didn't have the talent required for this test, and so they would die like the others. Mo Xia staggered first, blood spilling from her ears. Wu Jian fell to his knees, his face drained of color. Tianhai began trembling violently, trying to use his sharp chi to reinforce his body. Without success. The other 4 survivors were agonizing. They were Yin Hui, another disciple of the Scarlet Sun sect, and 2 disciples of the Six Poison sect. They were in the same condition as the disciples of the Verdant Sword sect, tearing their clothes from pain, clawing at the ground, and almost screaming without sound. And amidst this chaos, Kyrian sighed, a light, calm, almost lazy sound. He lifted his gaze. His expression was neutral as always. But in that instant, his eyes lit up, an intense, deep, domineering glow, like an absolute command. Seeing the despair of the disciples of his sect about to die, he simply ordered. And then his eyes moved. First, Mo Xia, then Wu Jian, and finally Tianhai. The blood chi, along with his intent, spread from Kyrian's eyes like invisible threads. Kyrian had understood all the information that the blood drop had released, and he managed at last to control part of the pressure coming from the small blood drop. And the 3, who were at the brink of death, suddenly managed to breathe. The pressure crushing them dropped. Drastically. It didn't disappear, but it fell enough to not kill them anymore. They could feel it. Kyrian had done something. Mo Xia gasped, holding her chest. Wu Jian looked at his hands, confused. Tianhai narrowed his eyes, immediately realizing that Kyrian seemed to have intervened, and once again helped him. Kyrian took all this time to comprehend the method given to him by the blood drop, and finally he could help the others. He softened the pressure of the drop only for the disciples of the Verdant Sword sect, because for Kyrian, even not being close to any of them, there was no reason to let them die. Saving them now was easy, ridiculously easy. As for the remaining 4, the pain they were experiencing was worse than death. And, in the final minute, 3 of them finally succumbed, their bodies shriveling like empty husks as the blood was ripped out. Kyrian could have saved them, but everyone who entered the inheritance had in mind that they could die inside. And perhaps Kyrian was a bit petty. After all, he clearly remembered those 3 laughing when Yin Hui commented that he had lasted only a second in the previous test. So, only one survivor remained, besides those of the sect Kyrian belonged to. Yanhui. He was on the ground, trembling, his skin almost gray. His bulging eyes were full of veins. He would not survive. Not for 10 more seconds. Kyrian had no intention of saving him. He saw the hostility in Yin Hui's eyes after he had merely called him stupid. Kyrian also didn't have a good impression of him after learning he was the one who tormented Di-Fei's life in the Scarlet Sun sect. And that was when Yin Hui looked at Kyrian. And he saw that not only Kyrian, but also Mo, Xia, Wu Jian, and Tianhai were completely stable, while he was being flayed alive from the inside. An absurd fury flashed in his eyes. He didn't finish the sentence. Staggering, with a trembling hand, Yin Hui suddenly pulled something from his spatial ring. It looked like a simple pendant. He immediately enveloped the pendant with his qi. The pendant trembled, activating instantly. And before anyone could think about what it was, Yin Hui gave one last hateful glare at Kyrian and snarled. And then his body simply disappeared. He didn't turn to blood. He didn't dissolve. He just vanished instantly. And Mo Xia widened her eyes, speaking with some difficulty. That was a teleportation treasure? Wu Jian fell silent, while Mo Tianhai frowned deeply, thinking about how Yin Hui possessed something so rare. And Kyrian, in truth, simply watched silently, without showing much reaction. Kyrian had to thought briefly for a second. It seemed Yin Hui was truly stupid. The pendant had a function that not even the tower could stop. A treasure of escape. And then the last second of the test finally ended. The blood drop stopped pulling and the air calmed. But suddenly, the drop glowed and, with an extremely fast burst, shot toward Kyrian's forehead. At the same instant, Kyrian vanished from Hall. Chapter 141. The Source. Chapter 141. The Source. After Shunyu endured the pure blue qi of the crystal for 10 minutes, he felt his body being transported again. Shunyu's vision adjusted as the glow from the blue symbols faded. He expected another large hall, another test, another sequence of events. But what he found was none of that. The room was small, extremely small compared to the previous ones. And, unlike anything he had seen so far, it was the first room divided in half. Exactly at the center, an invisible line split the place into 2 distinct parts. To the left, the environment was blue. A vivid, pure, constant blue that exuded a clean qi, like flowing water. While to the right, the environment was red. A deep red that exuded a heavy, dense qi filled with blood intent. Shinyu walked a few steps into the room. When he tried to step into the red side, his foot stopped in the air, blocked by something he couldn't see. A smooth, invisible barrier was present there. He raised his hand, touched the empty space, and his fingers stopped at the exact middle of the room. He couldn't proceed. Shinyu tried to analyze the barrier, tried using his qi, and tried to see if there was some hidden formation. But nothing in that room responded to him. The room seemed completely empty. No sound, no movement, no sign of a new test. After a few more minutes carefully checking every corner, Shinyu took a deep breath, sat in the center of the blue side, and closed his eyes. He would wait. What remained was to wait. And that was what he did, with the same calm and distant, yet disciplined expression. He did not notice that, while he waited, a small blue point of light appeared at the top of the room. He didn't notice when that point condensed into a translucent crystal. And he didn't notice when the crystal descended, slowly lowering until it touched his forehead, entering his head without any resistance. The crystal disappeared, and Shinyu remained still, meditating. Several minutes passed before a sound echoed through the room. Soft, but enough to make him open his eyes at once. He turned his head, and then he saw Kyrian emerging from the red side of the room. Shinyu showed no surprise, only spoke with his usual tranquility. Kirian nodded slightly, greeting him. Shinyu asked. Shinyu frowned slightly, remembering what happened in the first test on the red side. What happened to those who failed? Kirian noticed the concern and answered without hesitation. They're fine. I don't think they'll have problems. Shinyu nodded slowly, and his gaze scanned the still empty room. Kirian did the same. It was obvious that there was no mechanism, no formation, no door, nothing besides that blue and red division. Shinyu sighed. I've checked everything. I thought the next test would happen here. Kirian looked to the invisible barrier between them, and before he could respond, the ground shook. Not just the ground. The entire tower vibrated, as if it were being pulled in opposite directions. Both braced themselves immediately. A glow appeared beneath their feet. On Shinyu's side, blue symbols. On Kirian's side, red symbols. The light swallowed them both. In the next instant, they vanished. When they opened their eyes, they were in another environment. Even smaller. Too small to have any function. Except one. There was something in the center of the room. No, someone. It was a corpse. Shinyu felt his chest tighten for some reason. It was a man with long white hair, wearing light blue robes adorned with silver lines. The body was intact and preserved, and despite being dead, there was a faint smile on his lips. The man exuded the same energy as the crystal that had entered Shinyu. The same pure blue. Shinyu felt an immediate connection, as if he were standing before someone he had known for a long time, even though he had never seen him. While Shinyu tried to understand that feeling, Kirian didn't look twice at the body. His eyes were fixed on a man's chest. Embedded there, as if it were part of the bone, was a crimson spear. A spear that pulsed with the same blood chi, the same pressure, and the same intent as that small drop that had sent more than 20 people to their deaths in the previous test. The source. They understood instantly. Both energies, blue and red, came from these two. From the corpse of the fallen Cultivator and from the blood spear lodged in him. Then, suddenly, memories emerged. Shinyu felt his mind being invaded by images, information, and emotions that were not his. The memories came from the blue crystal he had received. His vision blurred. He fell to his knees, breathing with difficulty, trying not to lose consciousness. Kirian brought a hand to his head as the drop of blood that had entered his body moments earlier released information in the same manner. The pain was intense, sharp, and invasive. But Kirian endured. The entire minute felt like an hour. When it ended, both were sweating, breathing heavily. Shinyu stood up first, his legs trembling, but he forced himself upright. He looked at the corpse of the unknown fallen cultivator, and his expression grew serious. Then he bowed deeply. "I understand your wish, Senior," Shinyu said, voice firm. Kirian observed the gesture for a moment, and then looked again at the corpse. But his eyes focused on the spear, on the death embedded in the chest of someone who, according to the memories he received, was once considered a powerhouse in the Northern Territory. He murmured to himself, "So, even someone like you and the other," he said as he raised his gaze. The two approached the body. Shinyu raised his hand, reaching for the spatial ring on the man's finger. Kirian extended his hand toward the spear. As soon as his fingers touched the shaft, the spear began to lose its form. It did not break, did not crack. It simply melted, as if made of coagulated blood, returning to liquid state. The deep red turned to liquid. The entire spear dissolved, flowing into Kirian's hands. Shinyu watched, but did not interfere. The crimson liquid climbed up Kirian's arms like a living serpent. Then it sank into his skin. It entered his veins, mixed with his blood, and disappeared inside him. But Kirian could feel the presence of the spear, of the crimson liquid ready to be used at any moment. Shinyu looked away toward the corpse, and Kirian toward the empty space, lost in thought. Both had inherited memories and the legacy of the two forces that created the tower. And now both understood their origin better than anyone. Chapter 142, Collapse. Chapter 142. Collapse. Kirian remained still for a few moments after absorbing the spear. He looked at his hands with attention. He felt something new circulating beneath his skin. It wasn't just his blood. It was something complete and structured. The crimson spear was inside him. It wasn't a common weapon. In the memories he received, he understood immediately that was a living treasure. A treasure created from the essence blood of an unknown being, refined with countless years of cultivation. The energy moved, flowing together with his blood as if it had always belonged to his body. The spear had to recognize Kyrian. It didn't fight him, it only awaited instructions. He closed his hands and took a deep breath. The memories began to unfold again in his mind. When he received the memories, the first vision was total chaos. Kyrian saw an entire forest being vaporized in a single instant. The explosion did not come from the clash between techniques, but from the remnants of the conflict between two energies. The trees melted as if they were made of wax. The sand turned into glass. In the center of that destroyed scene, a man walked, eyes completely red, black, torn clothes, a chi so heavy that the very vision seemed to twist around him. The crimson spear was in his hand. The name appeared on its own, tied to the memories carried by the drop. Shuaran, the tyrant of the blood river. Kyrian felt the weight of his presence, even through the memories. It was suffocating, a pressure that not even the sect leader would be capable of producing. Kyrian's body tingled as he recognized the absurd difference in level. But the memories did not show his rise. They did not show his glory, only his end. On the other side of the destruction, a second figure appeared. It was the same man whose corpse was before them in the room. Long white hair, and a chi so pure and bright it seemed to cleanse the vision. Lianshu, the sage of pure essence. They didn't look injured at the start of the vision. But that didn't last. The memories accelerated, showing the growing devastation. The two forces they belonged to had entered war. The battle between the two turned that valley into an open plain, with rivers of blood and cracked mountains. Kyrian saw the final attacks. Shuaran charging with the spear, and Lianshu gathering the blue chi into a single point. The explosion consumed everything. Mountains collapsed. The sky split in half, and the ground sank dozens of meters. In the end, both fell. Wounds from which no one would survive appeared. No one won. No one lost. The last memory showed the two sitting, bleeding, and dying. Lianshu held a blue crystal, his own spiritual core, reduced to its essential form. If we die here, his voice was weak but firm. Shuaran laughed, spitting blood. The fight was good. Now, the eras will erase us, right? Lianshu looked at the crystal, breathing with difficulty. He channeled the entirety of his remaining life. Chi, essence, memories. Everything into the crystal. The blue tower began forming around him, unstable but real. Shuaran watched and smiled. Even as he died, he pressed his bloody hand onto the spear. The treasure absorbed his entire body, consuming him. Nothing was left except the weapon shining with power and resonating with the tower itself. The memories ended there. Kyrian opened his eyes. His breathing was steady now. The tower was an improvised inheritance, incomplete. A final gesture from two ancient monsters before disappearing. On the other side, Shinyu had already recovered from his own memories. He held Lianshu's ring with care. The two exchanged a glance and silently acknowledged the same conclusion. They were the heirs of those beings. It was at that moment that the ground trembled for the first time. The vibration was light, almost imperceptible. The second was stronger, making the room shake. The third was devastating. The ceiling suddenly cracked open. Shinyu immediately circulated his chi. Kyrian took a single step closer to him. More fissures spread across the floor like roots breaking through earth. The air grew heavy. The entire tower seemed to lose the structure that kept it standing. Shinyu exclaimed, slightly worried. The tower no longer had energy to exist. The inheritance had been removed. The structure built in a hurry in ancient times would not endure anymore. The ceiling began falling in enormous blocks of stone condensed with chi. Kyrian finally reacted. He raised his arm abruptly. A moment later, something burst out of his skin. Not ordinary blood, but the same crimson liquid that had composed the spear before. Kyrian recognized the sensation immediately. It was like controlling another limb of his own body. The liquid spun around them, forming a perfect sphere. In less than a second, it solidified. A crystallized crimson dome took shape. The stones falling above shattered upon contact, breaking apart as if they struck celestial iron. The impact echoed outside, but inside the sphere, there wasn't the slightest vibration. Xinyu touched the inner surface, observing it closely. It was exactly like the memories of Lianxiu. Only those with absurd control over blood could use that treasure in its true form. Xinyu looked at Kirin, impressed. The dome was solid like a mountain, and Kirin seemed to control it naturally, without any apparent effort. The entire room collapsed. Everything turned to dust. Kirin kept the dome firm, feeding it with qi from his dantians while the tower fell, as if it were being split in half. Meanwhile, outside the tower, a few minutes before the complete collapse, Yin Hui appeared rolling across the ground, as if he had been spat out by space like a discarded object. Several elders ran to him the moment they noticed. Quick! The elders of the Scarlet Sun sect arrived quickly. Without hesitation, they gave him pills. The pale, grayish color on his face began fading within moments. Yin Hui opened his eyes, breathing fast. And then, he remembered what he had seen inside. The sensation of near death. And above all, Kirin's calm expression as he watched him bleed to near death. Hatred then devoured any logic. Chapter 143, Collapse 2. Chapter 143, Collapse 2. Yin Hui was breathing with difficulty. His chest rose and fell irregularly as his eyes scanned the faces around him. Then the memory came. He had spent his treasure to save his life and had been expelled from the inheritance without obtaining absolutely anything. The first feeling that took over his body was not relief nor gratitude for being alive, but rather hatred, pure and irrational hatred, hot, burning away his reasoning. He felt that Kirin and the others could have done something. The sight of Kirin watching him until the brink of death felt like mockery to Yin Hui. He could have helped him. They could have warned him. They could have saved the others. But they didn't, and in Yin Hui's distorted mind, that was unforgivable. Even if he were in the opposite situation, he would also let everyone die. The elders present saw Yin Hui's eyes fixed in Mei Rant's direction. The young man's expression gave them a clear and familiar impression. Resentment, perhaps more than that. Then, the questioning happened quickly. The elders and those nearby were curious about what was happening inside the tower. After all, it had been a long time since anyone else had been expelled from the tower besides those who failed the first test. Yin Hui thought before answering, feeding and shaping the events. And then, he spoke words that set the air on fire. Besides me, who had a treasure to save my life, and the disciples of the Verdant Sword sect, Xinyu, from the Verdant Sword sect, was the only one to pass the test on the blue side of the tower. I believe he will obtain the inheritance. The silence that followed after his words was heavy. In the next moment, all the other elders present from the Scarlet Sun sect and the Six Poisons sect furrowed their brows upon hearing Yin Hui's declaration and immediately turned toward Mei Ran, as if she were a direct threat. Everyone took Yin Hui's words as truth. He didn't seem to be lying. So that could only mean that, besides the core disciples of the Verdant Sword sect, all their own core disciples had died inside the inheritance. Meanwhile, the 6 disciples of a rival sect were still alive, and not only that, but would obtain 2 inheritances. It was obvious to anyone with even a bit of intelligence. The balance was about to be broken today. In fact, it had already been broken. Yin Hui, noticing this, continued speaking, and every sentence he spoke deepened the problem. They left all of us to die. Mei Ran listened to everything with an increasingly cold gaze. Long Shui was behind her, hand on her blade. Elder Han, noticing the shift in the atmosphere, immediately placed his hand on the sword at his waist while watching the elders of the other 2 sections. The cultivators from the smaller forces began retreating immediately, sensing the tension. If a war between the elders of the 3 sects started there, no one wanted to be caught for free, much less stand in the path of such overwhelming forces. And then came the final sentence, the poisonous conclusion. Besides that, I saw. That boy with the special physique. He is definitely cultivating a demonic path technique, Yin Hui said with eyes burning in flames. His words echoed like poison. And Yin Hui, even only partially recovered, turned his gaze toward Mei Ran with personal hatred, taking advantage of the dark emotions of the elders around him upon hearing that the disciples of their sects had truly died. After saying that, he took a deep breath. It was at that exact moment that the ground trembled. This time, everyone heard it. A dry bang, as if something were splitting in half. One of the elders raised his head, immediately realizing. The next sound cut off any speech. The top of the tower suddenly exploded. Huge, energized stone fragments were launched into the sky in every direction. A shock wave spread across the area, pushing lower-level cultivators backward. The weakest were thrown to the ground immediately. The faces of the elders of the Scarlet Sun sect and the Six Poison sect, still nearby, tightened as they postponed whatever thoughts they were having. Shouted one of the elders of the Scarlet Sun sect, while protecting Yin Hui. But the tower didn't stop. As if it were made of paper, it began collapsing from top to bottom. Entire slices separated from the structure, falling in a cascade and raising immense clouds of dust across the plains. The collapse was uncontrolled. The tower had lost its foundational force, and now it fell apart like a sandcastle in a storm. While watching the tower fall, Elder Han suddenly shouted to Mei Ran, "Protect Ling Shui." His voice sounded firm, and he shot forward at high speed toward the collapsing structure without waiting for a response. Inside the tower, at the epicenter of the chaos, Kyrian kept the crystallized blood dome active. The walls collapsed. The pillars fell one after another. The chi that supported the structure evaporated unstably, like a breath being forcefully torn away. Shinyu remained steady inside the dome, but his expression showed he understood the gravity of the situation. Kyrian nodded, but he thought of something. "I have no way to search for the others now." The dome glowed under each impact, but Kyrian immediately reinforced the structure using the blood chi in his dantians. The treasure responded with almost perfect precision. It was like moving his own blood. The difference was that now, Kyrian was not using his own blood. The entire tower was falling apart quickly. The internal space began to fold and twist unstably. Kyrian looked upward. The light from the outside finally began to appear through the cracks. Chapter 144, Collapse 3. Chapter 144, Collapse 3. The final structure of the tower collapsed like a dead building. Energized stones fell like meteors. The ground trembled non-stop, and the sound of the collapse echoed like thunder long trapped. At the center of it all, Kyrian's crimson dome remained stable, solid, and unmoving. The last crash marked the end of the tower. The remaining walls gave way. The ceiling vanished, leaving only the open sky, dust, and debris. Kyrian took a deep breath. The condensed blood that formed the dome pulsed softly before retracting, returning into Kyrian's body like water flowing back into a lake. Shunyu exhaled, blinking with relief as he felt the solid ground under his feet again. "We managed to get out," he said, observing the rubble around them. But there was almost nothing to see besides the dust. The cloud was so dense it looked like a wall before his eyes. For Shunyu, there were no shapes, no shadows, and he could not see anything even a hand's length ahead. Kyrian, however, saw everything with absolute clarity through the crimson red of his eyes. The dust did not hinder his sight in any way. Kyrian immediately turned his gaze to the sides, searching for Tian Hai and the others. It didn't take long. To the north, about 50 meters away, Elder Han emerged among the gigantic stone blocks, slightly breathless, supporting himself with his sword. Around him were more than 20 huge stones cut in half, all split with clean enough cuts to shine. Behind him, half hidden between two fallen columns, were Mo Tianhai, Mo Xia, and Wu Jian. The three were breathing with difficulty. Mo Xia bled from her forehead, a wound that would leave a scar. Wu Jian had half his clothing torn at the chest, exposing fractured bones. Tianhai, however, drew more attention. His left arm simply did not exist from the elbow down. The spilled blood had already stopped, but the cut was uneven, showing that a stone had crushed it before completely severing the limb. Kirian saw Tian Hai bite his lip until it bled to stop himself from groaning in pain. "Come, follow me," Kirian said, calling Shunyu. The two advanced through the debris without further hesitation, Kirian guiding him quickly. Elder Han noticed them a second later. His gaze seemed to relax for just an instant, as if a weight had been lifted off his back. "You too. I'm glad you're alive," he said as he sheathed his sword and let out a long sigh. "I look for you everywhere, but you seem to have vanished," the elder added. Kirian then immediately looked at Tian Hai. "How are they?" "I've already given them pills." Shunyu nodded silently. Elder Han's urgency was obvious. He looked around like a cornered beast. Kirian noticed this and asked directly. Han made a short sound, almost a humorless laugh. Before he could continue, Tian Hai opened his eyes. Mo Xia and Wu Jian also woke up and stood slowly, still unsteady. Mo Xia asked, having heard the conversation while recovering. Elder Han answered briefly and objectively, like someone reporting an ambush. "Yin Hui came out before you. He invented a version that I believe is distorted of the test." Kirian, hearing those last words, frowned slightly. Everyone had seen his new eyes, so they could feel the blood chi within him. But no one had commented on it until now, to the point Kirian had even forgotten it was an issue. But Elder Han did not elaborate, so Kirian would leave it for later. The others, upon hearing Elder Han's words, immediately understood their situation at the moment. To the other two sects, leaving them alive was a risk they could not afford. Tian Hai clenched his teeth, his remaining arm trembling slightly. "So, exactly, we need to flee from here somehow. My only objective is to get you out of here in one way or another," Elder Han said seriously. The dust around them suddenly began to dissipate. Kirian immediately noticed the silhouettes emerging at the edge of the dust curtain. He saw, with perfect sharpness, what Shunyu and the others could not yet see. "Elder Han, Kirian called. We're already surrounded," he said coldly. Everyone fell silent immediately. Mo Xia asked, tense. Kirian observed calmly. 3 elders from the Scarlet Sun sect. 3 from the Six Poisons sect. They've closed the perimeter of the tower from all directions. Kirian then turned his gaze to the east. Elder Han did not respond immediately, but his gaze hardened. He said, "If it were just me, I could handle some of them with relative ease. They're not that strong individually. But with all of you together," his mind was already racing behind some strategy. "Call the flying beasts? Impossible. Any movement from them would be interpreted as escape, and the elders would attack them immediately. Fight? Not while he had to protect so many disciples, especially with 3 incapacitated. They also couldn't flee through the rubble. They would be intercepted as soon as they took a few steps." Elder Han frowned even deeper. Meanwhile, Kirian observed everything around them, tracking every micro-movement. Then he saw it. 3 elders of the Six Poisons sect simultaneously raised their hands. Small, round, dark objects appeared. Their trajectories were clear to Kirian. One of them flew directly toward him. Kirian didn't need to think to know what it was. "Poison. Get together," Kirian shouted. Mo Xia, Wu Jian, and Tian Hai, even injured, ran without hesitation. Shunyu was already beside Kirian. A second later, the crimson dome appeared around them. Thicker, more solid, and denser than before. At the same moment, the 3 vials hit the ground. A light explosion occurred, but the explosions were not of fire, but of mist. A purple smoke spread violently in all directions, covering the debris along with everyone present. Chapitre 145, Aura. Chapter 145. Aura. The poison clung to everything like living oil. Elder Han raised his own chi barrier, but he knew it would only hold if he continuously spent his chi. He could endure for hours, but the younger ones could not. Kirian, however, was completely calm inside the dome formed by the blood treasure. None of the poison could pass through. Nothing even scratched the surface. From the outside, the purple mist seemed to crash against an impenetrable steel wall. Elder Han watched it with genuine surprise and relief. "The protection of this is truly absurd," Shinyu murmured. In his memories, such a treasure was always used as a weapon of destruction. During the battle of the two powers, such a treasure was one of the reasons its former owner, Shuran, had such immense destructive power. But the time for observation ended quickly, because the figures outside began to move again. The dust also finally began to settle, and now everyone could see through it. 6 elders surrounded the area of the debris. The purple poison is swirling around the dome. Mei Ran and Long Shui, trapped between 2 elders likely as strong as Mei Ran. Closer to Kyrian and the others, one of the elders of the Scarlet Sun sect stepped forward. "Come out," he ordered suddenly, his voice amplified by his chi. "Hand over what you receive from the inheritance." Another elder, this time from the 6 Poisons sect, laughed. "That's right. Don't make things worse." Tianhai clenched his teeth while holding what was left of his arm. Kyrian looked around and saw that all the elders gazed at them with great hostility. Truly, it seemed impossible to leave that place without fighting. Elder Han analyzed every second, every posture of the enemies, but he couldn't think of a way out of such a situation. Kyrian kept his expression neutral, but he also couldn't think of anything. They were at a clear disadvantage. Even though Kyrian trusted Elder Han's strength, he couldn't see him fighting all of them at once, much less while protecting everyone. His red eyes moved around the whole place, searching for some form, searching for something he could do. Kyrian had never faced someone from the core formation realm, so he didn't know exactly the strength of the elders. He could probably defend himself for a moment, but defeating them didn't seem possible. The others were injured, and Shunyu, despite having received the inheritance, had not yet gained any significant increase in strength. It was at that moment, while he was thinking of a way to survive and escape, that a voice took over the place. The voice was heard by everyone present, even those far away, just watching the event, as if the voice had invaded their minds. "Ha!" The sentence was simple, spoken with a hint of disdain and arrogance. The voice came from above. Instinctively, everyone looked up at the same time, expecting to perhaps find a flying beast. But in fact, someone shouted suddenly, which made everyone pay even more attention. Kyrian looked toward the sky like everyone else and could see it. Right above him, a man suddenly appeared, without anyone noticing when or how. And he was flying, completely alone. Kyrian immediately realized it. That man was strong. So strong that everyone present was nothing more than ants to him. So strong that the feeling he had upon seeing Feng Yuan after breaking into the spiritual awakening realm was nothing compared to this. The man remained still in the sky as he looked down without releasing any sign of chi. He simply observed them like small ants. Kyrian observed him back. The man was tall, wearing a completely red cloak that covered most of his body. On both his shoulders there was a symbol. The man's presence in the sky was suffocating. His mere existence seemed to shake the air around him, and the blood of everyone present began to pump faster without him saying another word. Suddenly, the man vanished from the sky, appearing a few meters in front of Kyrian and the others. None of the elders dared move a muscle. Even the purple poison, which before danced like living oil over the debris, seemed to hesitate. Kyrian kept his gaze fixed on the symbol written on both of the man's shoulders. It was the same symbol, the same calligraphy on the back of Wei Feng's pendant. The blood court. Kyrian didn't know the details, but those elders with long lives did. It was one of the most feared names among the domains. One of the most dangerous names. Elder Han reacted first. Instinctively, he placed himself between Kyrian and the man, his body rigid, as if his spine were about to snap from the pressure. He clasped his hands and made a careful bow. "Senior, I am Elder Han of the Verdant Sword sect of the Verdant Sword domain." The elder of the 6 Poisons sect, who previously laughed and threatened, was now pale as ashes. The elders of the Scarlet Sun sect kept their eyes fixed on the man, but avoided even breathing too loudly. The blood court was not a force they could even negotiate with. The man did not answer Han. He didn't even look at him. His sharp gaze remained locked on Kyrian. His voice was calm, yet carried an authority that crushed the mind. "Boy," he asked. Kyrian did not avert his eyes. He continued looking straight at the man. The man tilted his head slightly. "Oh, right. A strange name." The way he pronounced mortal carried no contempt, and many understood it incorrectly. But Kyrian did not. He understood what the man meant. He could see that Kyrian was mortal-born. It was a fact. Kyrian blinked slowly while the man continued. Tian Hai, Shun Yu, and the others swallowed hard at the same time, barely able to breathe. The pressure the man exerted on them was heavier than anything they had ever felt in their lives. The man's voice became even firmer. The sound echoed like a silent thunder. He said while raising one finger. Mo Xia held her breath. Wu Jian widened his eyes. Tian Hai held the stump of his missing arm, as if instinct reminded him that dying there would be the end of everything. Shin Yu only looked at Kyrian. Elder Han pressed his lips together, but did not dare say anything. He knew his place. He knew that going against someone like that meant disappearing from this world. Kyrian, however, did not take the man's words literally as the others did. First, Kyrian did not feel hostility, so he did not hesitate even for a second. It was the first escape route that appeared after they had been thrown into a slightly desperate situation, and it was honestly the only one at that moment. "I accept joining the blood court, sir," Kyrian responded immediately. "Good." The man opened a small smile. Kyrian took a deep breath. But before that, Kyrian began speaking, trying to ask for something. "I believe you can see what is happening here. Could you?" Kyrian never finished, because at that moment, the man's aura expanded suddenly. Not like an explosion, not like a storm, but like an absolute will imposing itself around him. The air vibrated. The debris trembled. The purple poison evaporated instantly, as if it had been burned away by the air. And then, 9 bodies exploded at the same time. No hand movements. No visible. No chant. No gesture. No technique. Just his will. The elders of the two sects, those who were the greatest threat earlier, were reduced to a puddle of blood and flesh instantly. Their blood rose from the ground like liquid serpents and flew into the sky, being absorbed into the sleeve of the red cloak. Shin Yu paled. Mo Xia took a step back involuntarily, and Wu Jian opened his mouth without managing to speak. Even Elder Han looked as if he were about to collapse to his knees from the pressure of that gesture, even though it wasn't directed at him. Long Shui, in the distance, trembled. Mei Ran kept her face firm, but there was no courage in her eyes. Kyrian watched. There was no fear. There was only one certainty. The man before him, much like Wei Feng, cultivated the path of blood, except at an absolutely superior level. The man then spoke casually. "Done. I believe that resolves it." Kyrian had no time to ask anything. The dome around him vanished automatically after the danger ended, and before he could breathe again, the world disappeared. His stomach twisted. The ground vanished. Sounds warped, and in a blink, Kyrian was in the sky. He looked down and saw the earth pulling away at an absurd speed, the clouds approaching like white cloths torn by the wind. Kyrian realized he was being held below the elbow by the man, as if he were a bag light enough to be carried by a single finger. They flew at such speed that the sound of the air seemed to explode in his ear, but not fast enough to harm him. Kyrian closed his eyes for an instant, until he adapted. He was being protected by the man's chi. When he opened his eyes again, the ruins of the tower were already a distant blur. Chapter 146, Dongjun. Chapter 146, Dongjun. A few hours before the tower collapsed, Dongjun flew across the sky in an almost perfectly straight line. His speed was several times faster than that of common flying beasts. The wind around him created a loud sound, but it didn't affect him in any way. Each step in the air erased the impact of the previous one. With every step, a red symbol appeared beneath his feet, propelling him forward. His destination was the verdant sword domain, a somewhat troublesome matter, but an extremely necessary one. He needed to find the traces and the signal coming from Wei Feng's pendant. But then, while flying, Dongjun stopped abruptly in midair. The blood chi around him vibrated for an instant. It was small, weak, and distant, but undeniable. A pure blood energy, as pure as his own, had appeared. Dongjun narrowed his eyes, tilting his head slightly. His voice came out low, filled with curiosity. He closed his eyes and spread his spiritual sense. An invisible wave traveled through mountains, nearby valleys, rivers, and forests, until it found a correct direction. The blood chi was coming from the west, intense and irregular. Dongjun gave a brief smile. Seems like something interesting is happening nearby. Without hesitation, he completely deviated from his original path and flew in that direction, now in even greater speed. Every beat of the wind echoed in the distance like small thunderclaps. It didn't take long for him to reach the place where he sensed the blood energy. In the distance, the Three Forces city emerged beneath him. Small and insignificant, but there was commotion. Many people gathered around a tall structure. A tower divided into two tones. Half blue, vibrating with extremely pure chi. Half red, pulsing with living blood. Dongjun recognized it immediately. Oh, so it's an inheritance. Inheritances usually appeared farther south or in the center of the continent, where the most powerful forces generally resided, and not in such a small place. Inheritances in this part of the continent were rare. And the red side, the blood side, caught his attention immediately. The energy pouring out from it was intense, wild, but also ordered. Dongjun narrowed his eyes. The blood court is lacking talents in this generation. Perhaps. He moved back a few meters in the air, hiding his cultivation completely. The cultivators below didn't notice his arrival, not even the long-lived elders. Dongjun crossed his arms and calmly observed. All right. He remained there for a few hours, until he saw Yin Hui leave the tower first, saw the boy speak, lie, and distort what had happened inside. Dongjun arched a brow when he heard one of Yin Hui's phrases. Evil path? His interest increased a little. Generally, unorthodox paths were judged by the population as evil, and the blood path was one of them. But to him, that was nothing but nonsense. The only thing that mattered in this world was talent and strength. Then the collapse began. The tower shook, cracked, fell. Energized stones exploded in all directions. Dongjun saw everything from above, like someone watching an insect performance. And right there, in the middle of the collapse, he saw a boy. Kiryan. The moment the dust rose and the blocks fell, Dongjun felt the blood chi emerging from the crimson dome surrounding Kiryan. He narrowed his eyes and understood what that was. It was definitely a treasure, some unknown pure blood shaped by the boy's will. A slow smile formed on his face. He gradually lowered his altitude, still invisible to everyone. He watched every micro-movement Kiryan made. With his spiritual sense, he saw everything within him. He immediately saw that Kiryan did not possess the common meridians everyone had. There were no chi channels. He saw that there wasn't even a trace of a dantian, much less a conventional foundation. Kiryan was a complete mortal. A mortal who, for some reason, was cultivating. He could feel that Kiryan had cultivation, and he immediately understood. Something extremely rare, seen only a few times across the continent. Innate talents were always gifts from the heavens. They always had a greater destiny than any other, just like those who possessed special celestial physiques. Dongjun could not see completely behind Kiryan's eyes. Something concealed them like an absolute curtain. But what he could see was enough. Perfect. A pure mortal with an innate talent cultivating the blood path. A genius, no? His decision was made before the elders even surrounded Kiryan and the others. Kiryan would have to enter the blood court, whether he wanted to or not. Dongjun continued watching in silence as the elders set up the encirclement, using poison, threats, and almost brute force. He kept observing Kiryan all along. He was far too interesting to ignore. When the situation worsened and the core formation realm elders threatened Kiryan and the others, Dong Jun decided to reveal himself, and the rest happened as naturally as he expected. Enemies exploded like ripe fruits. Their blood rose to the sky like obedient serpents, replenishing Dong Jun's chi. And Kyrian responded without the slightest hesitation to the invitation, exactly as Dong Jun expected. Now, holding Kyrian by the forearm while flying like a small comet in the sky, Dong Jun was satisfied, very satisfied. It had been many years since he felt anything similar. In Kyrian's view, he had never been so high. He had never felt winds so cold as these. He had also never seen the world shrink so quickly, not even when he rode the Sek's flying beasts. The sky seemed endless. The mountains became small brown streaks. Forests were like distant green patches. The rivers, thin shining lines winding across the ground. Mei Ran, Elder Han, and the others had already disappeared completely. Mo Xia, Tianhai, Shun Yu, Wu Jian, and Long Shui vanished from sight as quickly as a breath. Kyrian didn't know exactly what to feel. He wasn't afraid, but he didn't feel completely safe either. The man carrying him could kill him with a sigh, but he hadn't, nor did he show any intent to. And that was enough for the moment. Or not, Kyrian thought. If he wants to do anything, I won't be able to resist. Unlike before. But Kyrian pushed those thoughts aside. It was far beyond his control. Dong Jun cut through the sky like a blood-red arrow. His crimson mantle spread behind him like living wings. Kyrian watched him for a few seconds. His question came out simply. The man did not respond immediately. He kept flying as if he weren't carrying anything. After a few seconds, he turned his face slightly. "My name?" Kyrian simply nodded. He asked. Not yet," Dong Jun replied plainly, then added. Kyrian didn't insist. He only watched the ground draw closer as they slowed down. After hours, Dong Jun stopped above a dry mountain. Kyrian recognized it instantly. He murmured, Dong Jun asked with mild interest. "Yes." Dong Jun then ignored him for a few moments, focused on sensing something in the air, but failed. The signal had completely vanished days ago. He looked at Kyrian again. "You've been here recently?" Kyrian blinked and thought. There was only one truly strange thing in that country. The man of experiments. That lunatic who created Ash Hearts, who was searching for a way to artificially create a special physique. But Dong Jun didn't seem to be looking for him. Kyrian decided to ask first. Dong Jun answered without hesitation. An old member of the blood court disappeared. Kyrian blinked. He thought. The pendant left by him in the spatial ring weighed on Kyrian. He thought a little, evaluated, and decided. He took the pendant from the ring. Dong Jun turned immediately. Real surprise appeared on his face. "Yes." Kyrian then explained briefly. About the Inn Mountains. About having crossed them. About Wei Feng's death and how he took his ring afterward. But he didn't say how he met Wei Feng or their relationship. He explained everything without exaggeration. Dong Jun simply listened in silence. "Oh, so that old idiot really died. Useless," he said with a light sigh. Among his items, there should be a scroll. Kyrian quickly searched the ring, remembering immediately when he had pulled this item out months ago. He found a scroll with red threads and handed it over. Dong Jun held it, analyzed it, and closed his eyes briefly. When he opened his eyes, he was less rigid, almost satisfied. "All right, we're done here." Kyrian simply nodded as they rose slowly into the air again. "We'll talk properly when we arrive," Dong Jun said briefly before, with his extreme speed, slicing through the clouds in the sky, disappearing with Kyrian. Chapter 147, Blood Court. Chapter 147, Blood Court. The wind passed across Kyrian's face without mercy, while his mind was a little distant, oblivious to it. The last hours had been blurs as the biome beneath him changed rapidly. Now, suspended between the clouds and the open sky, carried by the most powerful person he had ever met, Kyrian had time to think more clearly about the events. Everything happened far too fast. Too fast even for him. Kyrian had left the Verdant Sword sect abruptly. Without goodbyes. Without warnings. Suddenly, Yin, sitting in her room, cultivating with a serious expression, the image of her past through his mind. And Luz, the small fox, slept beside her after devouring a small mound of spiritual stones. Then the image disappeared from his mind like dust. Kyrian closed his eyes for a moment. The Verdant Sword sect had been his home for weeks. He knew he wouldn't stay there forever. Feng Yuan had stated plainly that Kyrian could leave whenever he wished. But Kyrian didn't imagine it would be like this. He didn't expect to be dragged into an even greater force suddenly. Blood Court. The only thing he knew was that it was a 4 degrees level force. An organization that surpassed the Verdant Sword sect in influence, resources, and weight. And the man who carried him. Kyrian looked sideways at Dongzhen. His pressure was restrained, but Kyrian didn't need much to know. This man was above the spiritual awakening realm. They continued in silence for a long time during the flight, until the silence bothered Kyrian enough for him to ask. The question came out simple, without turns. Dongzhen didn't seem surprised. He only looked ahead and answered after a few seconds. Kyrian absorbed the answer, sighed briefly, and continued. What is the blood court like? Dongzhen didn't look at him immediately. He only continued flying in a straight line, as if Kyrian's words didn't require urgency. His voice then came, sounding calm but weighted. Kyrian asked. Dongzhen answered quickly. Only those with a true level of talent for this path can enter. He then turned his face slightly, eyes half narrowed. And what I want from you is simple. Cultivate. Grow strong. I will provide resources and guidance. Kyrian asked, slightly surprised. Yes. Dongzhen smiled lightly before completing. The blood court is lacking talents in this generation. I'm already growing too old. He then looked at Kyrian with genuine interest. And I know you will not remain stuck for long. Your path is not small. You possess innate talent. Kyrian listened to everything carefully. And it made sense. Feng Yuan had already made it clear that Kyrian wouldn't stay long in the Verdant Sword sect. His destiny was greater than that. And the truth was simple. Resources. Kyrian needed resources. Needed strength. Needed to advance. The Verdant Sword sect was only a small step, just as the blood court would also be. And the resources there, obviously, would also be greater. While they flew, several hours earlier, below them, within the ruins of the tower, Mei Ran and Long Shui had reunited again with Elder Han. The smell of dust and blood still hung in the air, but the tension from before had dissipated. The survivors were a bit shaken, but alive. And that was what mattered. Mei Ran let out a long sigh. That could have been a massacre. If Dongzhen hadn't appeared, they would have fought to the death against the elders of the other 2 sections. As soon as everything calmed down, she turned to Elder Han. Elder Han, with a heavy expression, took a deep breath. Yes. He adjusted the sleeves of his robe before saying, He is Dongzhen, the supreme leader of the blood court. Mei Ran widened her eyes. Her voice carried real concern. Honestly, Elder Han scratched his chin. But I believe he will be fine. Kyrian cultivates ice sword. He then sighed. The boy is not someone our small sect could control anyway. Mei Ran remained silent. Rumors about Kyrian and Yin surfaced in her mind. Elder Han said, suddenly, with unexpected conviction, I heard he is close to an inner disciple of the sect. Mei Ran let out a small smile. Yin will be sad, but she is strong and determined. Mei Ran thought. She raised her hand and summoned the flying beasts. Despite everything, the expedition had a great harvest. Xinyu received the inheritance. The core disciples survived even though they were injured. The sect would rise even more in the coming years. And as for the other 2 sects, Feng Yuan would decide their fate when he returned. Days then passed. Kyrian finally began to understand the distance they had traveled. He lost track of time several times. Dongzhen flew without rest, without pause, as if the absurd speed were natural to him. But Kyrian saw him taking some pills along the way. So it also became clear that to fly constantly at that speed required spending a great amount of chi. And then, finally, something changed on the horizon. Dark clouds accumulated like dense walls, blocking all light from the sky. The atmosphere grew heavy, slightly suffocating. Kirian frowned. The smell of blood began to become evident, even hundreds of meters above the ground. Dongjun then slowed down for the first time. Below them stretched an immense empty plain of yellow grass, as if it were dry. There was absolutely nothing but this slightly unusual plain. At least it seemed that way for normal eyes. But Kirian, with his eyes, could see the distortion in the air. A gigantic concealment formation. Dense, ancient, existing in that place. At its center, Kirian saw it. A colossal fortress built with deep black bricks, decorated with red veins like living blood vessels. The chi of blood pulsed constantly like an immense heart beating in silence. Dongjun descended slowly. He said before landing on the ground. Kirian stood up after several days, finally, while observing the place around him with great interest. The place was vast, oppressive, and alive at the same time. Dongjun began walking toward the fortress, and Kirian followed him without asking anything. The dry ground of the plain seemed dead, but there was a subtle pattern of chi running beneath the surface, like hidden veins that fed the place. As they approached, the formation opened like an invisible curtain, allowing both to pass without resistance. As soon as Kirian crossed the barrier, he felt the air change completely. The metallic smell of blood became stronger, but it was controlled, as if it were part of the structure itself. Inside the fortress, the main corridor was wide and silent. Few people walked there. Most wore simple clothes, clearly servants responsible for minor tasks. They lowered their heads respectfully as soon as Dongjun passed. Kirian noticed that none of them had cultivation as high as he expected. They were common servants, just as he saw in the Verdant Sword sect. They had a small foundation, but that was all. This helped him understand better. The true members of the Blood Court did not stay there. Dongjun noticed Kirian's expression. The main headquarters does not house many cultivators. Kirian slightly furrowed his brows. Dongjun answered without stopping. Each branch takes care of a specific function. They crossed another corridor to reach the inner courtyard of the fortress. The place was wide, with black pillars supporting a circular structure above. Dongjun completed. Kirian raised his gaze. Dongjun answered. Every 5 years, all branches gather here in the main headquarters. He then paused briefly before continuing. Chapter 148, Tournament. Chapter 148, Tournament. Kirian remained silent for a second. Dongjun explained. Only the younger ones of each branch, except the main one, participate. Kirian thought of something immediately. Dongjun nodded. Yes, you will be the only one representing the main branch. Kirian sighed briefly, looking away. The silent courtyard ahead of him seemed wider than before. A tournament. As soon as he arrived, he would already be thrown into something like that. Dongjun continued walking through the courtyard, and Kirian followed him. He said without looking back. Kirian said, slightly doubtful. His cultivation was only at the 2-degree stage of the Chi Liberation Realm. Yet Dongjun wanted him to fight those at the peak. Kirian had no fear of those in the same realm, but he doubted why Dongjun trusted his strength this much. Dongjun laughed. If you can't even defeat those with that level of strength, then an innate talent would be wasted on you, he said firmly. Kirian nodded slowly. They crossed the courtyard and reached a side corridor. The walls were smooth and black, without decorations. The lighting came from red crystals embedded in the ceiling at short intervals. The branches? Kirian murmured suddenly. Dongjun replied without slowing his pace. The main branch is the administrative core. I command it directly. Kirian tilted his head. That's the main branch, right? Yes. Although we don't have many active members here. In the core, it's only me, some old subordinates, and a few guards and servants. Exactly. But the other branches also carry weight and importance. They are spread throughout a large territory, hidden from other forces. They passed through another wide door that opened as soon as Dongjun approached. Kirian noticed the slight flow of chi being absorbed by the door's mechanism. Dongjun continued. The third handles the military force and training. The fifth manages agreements with other forces. Kyrian processed everything quickly. The blood court seemed rigid, with many rules, but functioning with precision. Unlike traditional sects and organizations, we do not train common disciples, only selected cultivators and talents. Kyrian noticed one detail. I will start directly in the main branch. Dong Zhen replied. Talents that cannot be wasted following only one branch's teachings. Kyrian remained silent. It wasn't praise, but a statement. At the end of the corridor, they reached a staircase that descended slowly in a circular shape. Down there is the main inner courtyard. Kyrian went down right behind Dong Zhen. The staircase was long, and every 10 steps the temperature seemed to drop a few degrees. A coldness that came from the black bricks. The smell of blood became even more present in that place. When they reached the bottom of the stairs, the space opened into a vast circular area with a polished black floor and red veins running underneath, as if they were living roots. In the center, a stone altar rose 4 meters tall. Above the altar was a core the size of a head. From it emanated a blood energy that fed everything around. Kyrian also noticed that there were countless protective formations around that blood core, and right behind it, small rectangular buildings existed. They were dormitories. Dong Zhen said as he pointed. Kyrian nodded once. Dong Zhen then turned and began walking again. The branches will send 2 cultivators each. Usually, there are 10 participants. Kyrian thought and asked. Dong Zhen looked over his shoulder. No, that would be a waste. But severe injuries are common. Kyrian nodded briefly. That was expected. I haven't sent anyone from the main branch in the last 50 years. Dong Zhen finished with a small smile. Kyrian looked directly at him. Dong Zhen was truly confident in his victory. Kyrian also couldn't deny he was confident in his own strength. And well, Kyrian didn't like losing. If he had to fight, then so be it. He would see what the blood court's disciples had. That was special. Dong Zhen then walked up to the altar and placed his hand on the core. Suddenly, threads of blood appeared and were absorbed by the core, which pulsed twice before returning to normal. Kyrian imagined it was the blood of the elders from the 2 sects and Yin Hui that Dong Zhen had killed before coming here. So he used the enemy's blood to strengthen the fortress's core. Kyrian then watched as he disappeared through a side door. Silence returned. The fortress seemed to breathe in slow cycles, emitting a faint pulse from time to time, while an almost imperceptible blood energy spread. Kyrian raised his hand and felt the chi in that place. If he were a common cultivator who walked the blood path, this place would be some kind of paradise. But for him, such an environment was useless. He could only continue cultivating, absorbing spiritual stones. Kyrian slightly focused his eyes and realized. Chapitre 149, Pendant. Chapter 149. Pendant Kyrian observed the silent hall for a few seconds after Dong Zhen disappeared through the side door. The place seemed to exhale a slow, almost imperceptible breath, as if the inner courtyard were alive and aware. He turned toward the rectangular constructions that served as dormitories. He walked to one of the doors, the closest one, and pushed it open to enter. The interior was simple but solid. The walls were made of the same material, the same polished black brick that formed the outer floor, with thin red veins running in straight lines, emitting a faint glow. The lighting came from 2 red gems set into the ceiling, radiating a soft reddish tone throughout the place, enough to see everything clearly. The dormitory was divided into 3 spaces. The first was the main room, with a low table of dark stone and a chair also made of stone, covered by a layer of rigid fabric. Beside it, there was a built-in wardrobe in the wall, without many ornaments, only functional. The second space was a small bedroom, with a simple bed of dark wood and a firm mattress, without adornments. Above the bed, a narrow window allowed a slight current of cold air to enter. The third space was even smaller, a reserved room with a metal basin and runes on the floor. Probably some kind of cleaning formation or something like that. Kyrian walked through the place slowly, observing everything without touching anything. The environment was simple and rough. but enough to live in. Nothing missing, nothing in excess. It was as if it had been built to avoid distractions. After a few minutes standing still, examining the space, someone suddenly knocked on his door. Kirian turned without hurry. The knock was short. When he opened it, he found a servant of the blood court. A thin man, wearing gray clothes, without any noticeable cultivation, only at the early stages of the accumulation realm. The servant slightly inclined his head. He raised something wrapped in a dark cloth. Master Dongjun asked me to deliver this to you. Kirian simply nodded once. He took the object. It was a thick-covered book, untitled, only marked with a crimson symbol of the blood court, said the servant, stepping back before turning and disappearing down the corridor. Kirian closed the door and walked to the table. He placed the book there, pulled the chair, and opened the cover. The first page began without any introduction. He turned the pages, neither too fast nor too slowly. The content was direct, divided into sections. History, branches, hierarchy, cultivation, common practices, missions, and internal rules. Nothing was glorified, only described in a direct and raw manner. Essential information. Kirian read it all. About the branches, nothing much new besides what Dongjun had already explained, but there were details about how each branch operated, how its members were selected, and what each one's role was within the organization. What caught Kirian's attention was the section about the main branch. It usually has only one disciple at a time. Kirian stared at that sentence for a few seconds. He would apparently be the only one there of his age, since he had been the only one chosen by Dongjun in decades. He closed the book a few moments later, the information already completely engraved in his mind. He took a deep breath and placed his finger on the cover, understanding the next place where he would stay and use to grow stronger. The silence of the dormitory seemed to deepen as he did so. After some more time absorbing the entire structure and rules, Kirian left the book on the table. He sighed. His gaze then fell toward the narrow window. He thought about everything he had read, everything he had seen so far. The Blood Court killed a lot, of course. They performed assassination missions, collected the blood of enemies, and cultivated in that manner. But nothing in the book spoke of sacrifices of innocence, massacres for pleasure, torment, or macabre rituals. In fact, if a member were found doing such things, depending on the severity, they would be severely punished. The Blood Court simply followed the law of the strongest. They killed enemies, cultivated, and mainly survived in this chaotic world. Kirian crossed his arms. Perhaps he had carried a prejudice toward such a force without realizing it. Influenced by Wei Feng and by that man who wanted to enter the Blood Court. People desperate, who, seeking to escape their situations, escape a prison, or survive a few more days, took extreme decisions. Wei Feng sacrificed an entire city for survival. Kirian did not like that method at all, but he understood what led to it. Actually, he thought aloud. The world was far too vast. Each cultivator did what they needed to survive and grow stronger. I just need to follow the path that I think is right for me, to become strong. The decision was more than made. Kirian stood up, left the dormitory, and walked toward the inner courtyard. He sat near the blood core, but still far from the barrier that protected it. He crossed his legs and settled into a cultivation posture. The core pulsed in slow cycles, radiating crimson energy that spread like a dense breeze. Kirian closed his eyes and waited. It didn't take long. Footsteps echoed through the hall. Firm and calm steps. He opened his eyes and saw Dongjun returning. Kirian stood up slowly, and then he saw the object in Dongjun's hands. A small black pendant, circular, hanging from a metallic chain. Running through the center, the crimson red line was unlit. But Kirian recognized it immediately. It was identical to Wei Feng's pendant. Dongjun stopped before him and raised the pendant. Kirian extended his hand and took the pendant. It was cold. Dongjun explained, "As long as you carry it, I can know your position and whether you are alive or in danger." Kirian kept observing the pendant without expression. "Drip a drop of blood with your intent," Dongjun added. Kirian raised his finger, and from his pores the blood was controlled by his eyes, falling a drop onto the dark surface. The pendant absorbed the blood immediately. A crimson glow lit from the inside out, running along the red line and illuminating the entire circle, until it stabilized in a deep tone. On the back, written in heavy calligraphy, was Chapter 150, Leaving Early. Chapter 150. Leaving early. Kirian closed his hand over the pendant. The sensation was slightly strange, but it didn't bother him. After thinking for a moment, he hung it around his neck. Dongjun observed and then spoke. Dongjun then crossed his arms. Kirian thought briefly. He had no questions about the tournament, about the branches, about the dormitory, or about the blood court at the moment. But there was something from before, from when they left the collapsed tower. Kirian said, finally, "How did you kill the elders at that time?" Dongjun raised an eyebrow. He shook his head. "You should already know the intent, for what I noticed. After all, you already understood the blood intent." Kirian kept his eyes fixed on him. Dongjun explained without hurry. "It is the natural evolution of intent, but don't think too much about it." He then added, "Wait at least until you are in the realm of spiritual awakening." Kirian didn't react outwardly, but he recorded the information in his mind. Dongjun took a step back. "If you have more questions, ask," he said as he turned toward the blood core. Kirian just nodded. There were no more questions. Kirian then watched Dongjun turn his back and walk toward the blood core. He placed his hand over the formation, and the core pulsed lightly. Red threads twisted for an instant and then calmed down. It seemed to be just a method of communication with the fortress. Kirian didn't ask about it. Dongjun simply finished his action, moved his arm back, and disappeared through the same side door from which he had emerged earlier. The hall became quiet again. Kirian stood where he was, feeling the low pulse of the core reverberate through the ground. The constant, but not aggressive, energy. Kirian murmured, "Whoever had control of that blood core could control the fortress completely." At least that was what Kirian thought. And the core was exposed because there were many protective formations around it. Kirian imagined what they would do if someone touched them. He only imagined because he still wasn't crazy enough to test it. He touched the pendant on his neck. The surface was still cold, but the crimson glow seemed to pulse in sync with his heart. A simple control, a life marking, nothing more. Wei Feng's pendant seemed to have had some problem, because Dongjun managed to track him perfectly even after the old man's death. Maybe, Kirian guessed, but he pushed that to the back of his mind soon after. Kirian then walked to one of the nearby columns and sat down there, resting his back against the black wall. The cold coming from it seemed to slowly seep through his clothes, but it didn't bother him. He observed the blood core for a few minutes. It was strange to be there. The blood court was not the sect he had chosen to go to. It wasn't his original path and wasn't part of any bigger plan Kirian had. He simply fell into that flow of events. But now he was there, officially, as a disciple of the main branch. It was not a small position. Kirian closed his eyes while thinking, when suddenly, when he least expected it, a familiar burning sensation appeared on one of his hands. Kirian murmured and looked at the mark on his hand. It began to burn again. Kirian paid attention to the signal he received from the mark, and surprise appeared on his face. Kirian murmured. The next natural formation, which was extremely far when he was in the verdant sword domain, was now relatively close. Perhaps a few days away if he had a flying beast. Kirian thought a little, and it didn't take long to decide. Kirian said as he got up. Then, without wasting time, he pushed away from the column. He walked to the side door, through which Dongjun had left. Before reaching it, he found one of the servants who patrolled the corridor. The man wore the same gray garments typical of the internal servants of the fortress, always silent, minding their own business, but always alert. Kirian stopped in front of him. "Dongjun?" Kirian asked without hesitation. The servant straightened his posture immediately. He responded. The servant merely nodded and turned his body, moving through the long corridors. Kirian followed him in silence. The fortress looked the same no matter where they went, always black walls with dim runes and the same red veins. After a few minutes, they arrived at a reinforced door with 2 metal plates. The servant knocked twice with his fist. Dong Jun's voice came immediately. The servant opened the door and stepped aside. Kirian then entered. Dong Jun was standing in front of a table with some communication crystals and organized scrolls. He lifted his gaze as soon as Kirian entered. Kirian was direct and said, "Oh," Dong Jun commented, crossing his arms. There was no reprimand in his voice, just mild surprise. Dong Jun observed for a few moments. The expression on Kirian's face was clear, decided. The mark on his hand still pulsed lightly, indicating the direction with a constant pain. After a few seconds, Dong Jun exhaled. "I understand." He raised one hand and pointed to the door. "Just return before the tournament." Kirian only confirmed with a nod. He asked right after. Dong Jun made a simple gesture. Kirian opened the door, and the same servant was waiting. Dong Jun then continued, "Take him to the stables." The servant replied,